NBC is also happy to acknowledge the enthusiastic response and support of the listening audience to this program. Your many letters of encouragement and constructive criticism are always gratefully received. Your criticisms carefully noted, and whenever possible, your suggestions acted upon. Please listen at the end of this program for a special free offer. And now, X-1.
Countdown for blast off. X-5, 4, 3, 2, X-1, fire.
From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in 1,000,000, could be years, on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company presents
X minus 1. Tonight's story, Protective Mimicry, by Algis Budrys.
Frankly, I think I'll probably have to take my expense account clear up to the Central Gallic Civil Service Board. My friends tell me to forget it. But take it from me, a rap in the credit book like this isn't easy to laugh off. Not on a grade 4 civil service pay scale. So I've made my beef out in quadruplicate and filed it. Usually, a special agent in United Galactic Federation's Department of the Treasury, Investigations Division, Currency Section, doesn't have much trouble with his swindle sheet. But this one's a corker. To understand, you got to know how they make the stuff. The Ungallic Mint is in New Geneva on Canopus 3. I remember I went around with the 40 Deci credit tour when I first joined the staff. The guide was a cute little brunette from one of the Rim stars who was later fired following an annual Pan Solstice office party. I didn't pay much attention to her spiel. She was dressed in the new Neo-Minoan style, but I got the general idea.
This is a demonstration machine, of course, but you will notice the indestructible fiber coming off that spool at the right. It goes into the slot in the machine there. Now, if you'll pass along, you see it goes between those two rollers through 6 or 7 chemical baths. No, I'm not sure what chemicals. That's restricted information. It's stamped, analyzed for flaws, dyed, and then run through this unit here. This is the most carefully guarded part of the process. The unit is removed from the plant each night and locked in the deep space vault on the satellite station directly overhead. After the strip emerges here, it is chopped into convenient lengths and carefully removed into armored cars. It is called money.
What does that secret unit do?
Well, that's a very good question. You see, the currency is non-defacable, fireproof, immune to wear, weather, and water. But the most important thing is an electronic pattern impressed into the fiber by that secret pattern. You all know when you cash a bill, it is passed over an electronic plate that reads the pattern. If the serial number and the pattern match, well, but if they don't, well, first I'll put an ordinary credit note over the beeper. There. Perfectly good. Now, a simulated counterfeit bill without the electronic pattern. Well, now, that wouldn't fool anybody long, would it?
Could anybody duplicate that electronic pattern?
Well, that's a very good question. Only the government has the equipment to put that in. Your currency is safe and sound. Don't you worry about that. Are there any more questions?
Yeah. How about a drink after the tour?
Well, Oh, that's a very good question.
It sure was. So was the answer. Well, getting back to money. The engraving, the chemical composition of the ink and the fiber would be tough enough to duplicate. But that electronic pattern snaps the clincher on it. That's why Chief Inspector Saxgard of my division looked sourly at me when I came into his office and spread a fistful of credit notes on his desk.
What's that?
What's it look like?
A handful of 50s. Why?
Put a couple of them over your beeper plate.
Okay. Well, they're perfectly okay. What's it all about?
Look at the serial numbers.
3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8, M.
Look at the others.
3, 4, 5, 6, 5... What? Let me see them.
Save your eyes. They're all the same. 14 50-credit notes with identical serial numbers.
That's impossible.
And every one of them goes over a beeper plate quiet as a sophomore climbing into a dormitory window after hours.
Baumholzer, where did you get these?
They came into the New York clearinghouse from a branch on Denham 11. The manager blew his top. He called us the minute he spotted them and sent them out to us.
How about the manager? Is he blabbing all over the Bankers Club about it?
I read the Ungallic Riot Act to him. He'll keep it under his hat.
Good. At least we won't have any financial panics for a while. Have you checked these through the lab?
Well, the ink and paper is government stock, and they match government beepers. The lab plates didn't squawk any more than yours did. Now, you could spend these anywhere as long as you only pass them one at a time.
Baumholzer, you know, since the beeper plate came in, we've been sitting on our tails in this department, building up our pensions.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Neither would I outside this office. But you know darn well nobody can expect to counterfeit a bill and get away with it. It's only because throughout the universe there's a certain percentage of people who will try anything once, and a corresponding percentage of purblind idiots who will accept anything with engraving on it as money that we're here at all. Now, I've seen cigar coupons and crayon sketches come into this office. I've seen premium offers from household magazines, jet bus transfers. Why, some people would try to pick a Yale lock with a quarter of a pound of butter. Now, the only reason any queer can pass is because some goggle-eyed nudnik neglects to use his beeper plate. But I worry. For 15 years, I've sat in this stinking office and waited for somebody to invent a matter duplicator.
Well, looks like you can stop worrying. Look at those bills, identical down to the whiskey stain in the corner.
All right, Baumholzer, you call transportation and get out to Deneb 11 and find out if anybody in that neighborhood has a matter duplicator, or if he hasn't, what he has got.
I picked up the department shuttle to the satellite and made fair connections up to Denham 11. It's a 4-day run on drive, and I get free fall 6, so I was glad to hit the port in Glub, which, so help me, is the name of the only city on the place. Denham 11 is what we call in the department a mud ball. It's a jungle world with an atmosphere like a swatch of Harris tweed. I was smoking a cigarette when I got off the shuttle, and the air I pulled in made the smoke taste like well-decayed leaf mold. I was wringing wet 2 minutes after I left the air-conditioned port. I noticed the local costume would get you arrested on any beach in the galaxy, but it didn't matter since there's nothing titillating about pasty skin dripping with weary perspiration. I checked in with the regional office and found the resident agent tinkering with his air conditioner.
Hi, Baumholzer. You know anything about the sealed power pack on this condenser?
Yeah, if you keep banging at it like that, you'll crack the seal on the atomic shielding, and your posterity will thank you. 3 heads at a time.
Oh, I guess I better not fool with it. Now, take off your pants and pull up a chair.
I don't mind if I do. Is it always this humid?
Oh, no. In the hot season, it's worse. I'd send for a replacement part, but the fax line isn't too reliable. The last time I sent for a sealed unit, they shipped back an overaged sea lion.
Yeah, I know. I was on Polar Station on Ganymede when my heater element broke down. I faxed for 3 feet of element, and they shipped me back 3 fetal elephants.
Yeah. Well, I suppose you're here about the queer bills, huh?
Yeah. Got any lines on it?
Well, my orders will lay off and let the central office handle it. Be my guest.
Any ideas?
No. Where do you figure to start?
Well, this is the only city. I'll have to check it out. Have you got a list of authorized beeper plates?
Somewhere. Let's see here. Oh, look out.
Why?
There's a whittle fly on your arm.
Hey, how does a thing that size get through the filters?
Insects on denim are tricky. This one is a non-filterable virus in the larval stage, then it blows up to this size. Carve his initials in your arm if he gets a good bite. That's why he's called a whittle fly.
The whittle fly was only one of the darlings that made the fair city of Glub a garden spot. They had one cute little tyke called the laboratory beetle, because when he bit you, he typed your blood and followed you around for days getting refills. I had one take a sample of me as I went out the door of the residency with a list of beeper plates, and he followed me from store to store while I checked every installation in the city. The little devil would step up to the bar every once and again to take another shot of my hemoglobin. I even tried ducking into men's rooms fast, but he'd be waiting for me when I came out. Well, I slogged through Glove for 3 days and then poured myself back into the residence office. Did he come in?
Who?
The laboratory beetle.
No, they usually hang around in the hall and wait. Sometimes when I've got a poker game going, you can see 3 or 4 of the little angels buzzing around outside waiting like chauffeurs outside the opera.
Wow.
I draw a blank?
Well, I found 7 defective beeper plates, but nobody remembers any queer bills being passed. You know, who checks serial numbers? They must have come in one at a time. And the clerks at the bank always were out to lunch and referred me to the next guy. You got any lotion for insect bites?
Desk drawer.
In a way, the beeper plates make it tougher. Nobody even looks at the bills anymore. Just throw them over the plate, and if no bells ring, it's okay.
Well, how about the other angle?
Matter duplicator? I checked invoices and purchase records. Nobody's been buying electronic parts that can't account for every tube. I thought I had something. One fellow bought 12 of those giant lithium cathode tubes, but it turned out his wife was having them wired as lamp bases. Well, I better be going. I hate to keep my little insect friend out there in suspense as to cocktail time.
You got another lead?
Yeah, I found a bar that makes a Tom Collins with real lemon juice instead of battery acid. I managed to duck my lab beetle in a revolving door. He went around twice and shot out into the street, so I settled down at a table at the bar and tried to make believe that I couldn't taste Den of 11 atmosphere in my Tom Collins. I was chewing on an ice cube when I looked up.
Mr. Baumholzer?
That's right.
I want to talk to you about money.
He was a terrestrial, but he'd been on Deneb a long time because he was wearing the native garment about the size of a 5-pound sugar sack. His hair, which was potato field gray, was arranged in the old-fashioned Presley style. You know, the ancient long sideburns, duck's tail in the rear that vice presidents wear in family-style banks. His ears had little bits of bone stuck in them, and his eyebrows wandered all over his face, and he stood about 6'8". And I waited him out, and presently he spoke up again.
You are the same, Mr. Baumholzer, who's been going around asking all those questions about duplicate ungallic notes?
That's right. Can I help you, Mr.
Munger, Duodecimus Munger.
Now, this bid's fair to be fascinating. I was under the impression that my mission here was just a wee bit on the secret side.
There are no secrets in Glove.
Now, won't you pull up a chair, Mr. Munger?
I'm afraid I haven't time.
Well, join me in a drink.
Are you really the Mr. Baumholzer that's working on this case for the Treasury Department?
Yeah, sure. Hey, you're not the fellow that's turning out these duplicates, are you?
Well, as a matter of fact, I am.
What?
And don't move. This is a Power 30 Mistral coagulator I have.
Look out with that thing. You've got it pointed at my head.
Yes, I've got it set on high charge. It will fuse your brain solid.
Well, what else is new?
Now, Mr. Baumholzer, stay right behind that table.
Now, let's not make any rash decisions now.
Well, I can't very well see how I could let you live.
Oh, come on. Try. All right, now drop the gun.
I'm afraid we'll be collecting a crowd.
Give me that. Don't try to pick it up.
I won't. I had something completely different in mind.
Just like in those ancient legends the archaeologists keep digging up, the ones with the hard-boiled detective and the beautiful blonde, I felt the traditional roof fall in on the back of my head. As I went black, I remember thinking how odd it was that it was happening to me some 500 years after Spillane the Scrivener. I came to in the same archaic fashion with my head going around in a free orbit around my neck.
Baumholzer, are you all right?
I can't see. I'm blind. Everything's black.
Well, open your eyes.
Oh. Where is he?
Who?
The guy who slugged me. What am I doing back at your office?
Oh, some bartender brought you in. I thought you passed out from too much lemon juice.
It was a guy named Munger. Which way did he go?
Beats me. Munger? Tall feller in native dress?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you might as well forget about it.
Why?
Well, I can order a pickup on him next time he's in town. They'll sock him away in a psycho ward for a while. Forget it.
Look, I am not an old lady calling up complaining that the nasty delinquents are teasing my cats. That Munger's tied in with the queer.
Him?
He said he was the passer.
Well, that can't be. Munger.
You got a file on him?
Yeah. I get a number of complaints on him, so do the local cops. Well, I didn't want to make trouble. He's a very wealthy man.
I'll bet. What does he do?
Well, he's a merchant or something at a native village. Once or twice a year he comes out and paints the town, but a counterfeiter?
I would like to talk to him again with the Mistral in my hand.
He had a Mistral? Well, that's a violation of a municipal ordinance. You're supposed to check him at the quarantine.
Look, I'm not investigating parking tickets and violations of the anti-noise laws. This is a counterfeiting case. Now, do you know where I can find him?
Well, he's probably gone back to his village.
Where's that?
Out in the jungle.
All right, get out your rubbers, friend. We're going out after him. Suppose you fill your bathtub full of mud, build a fire under it, turn on the shower, and crawl in and wallow a little. Do that, and you've got a fair idea of the Denebian jungle. I went out with Hall, the resident agent, and we started off.
Stick close, Baumholzer. Visibility is about 10 feet.
I'll eat everything I can see within 10 feet. Ow!
What happened?
I walked into a tree. Help me up out of the mud. We puddled on for a couple of hours. The rain was so thick I didn't see the trees until I bounced off of them and sat down in the warm mud. I reflected as I struggled to my feet what a terrible waste. In the beauty salons of Charles of the Ritz Asteroid, ladies from all over the galaxy paid thousands of credits for hot mud baths to take the wrinkles out and make their skin smooth and caressable. And here was I getting a much more thorough treatment every time I sat down. They issue a lot of special equipment from department stores, and it all functioned perfectly. My neo-latex galoshes were fine, but stuck in the mud. My Minipower goggles and wipers kept my eyes clear, but they didn't keep me from crashing into every tree. My leak-proof sportsman's flashlight stayed dry as a bone, but powerful as it was, it couldn't light up more than 3 feet in the pelting rain. Paul, the resident, led the way, consulting a compass and a waterproof map, and finally we stopped, and I noticed that there wasn't any rain coming down on me.
It's a rain shelter. The natives build them.
Kind of them.
Well, they're on all the trails. If you go more than a day in the rain, you go punchy from water drumming on your hat.
I believe it.
Well, now, don't sit down. You'll sink in.
I don't know. Theoretically, a broader base should keep you from sinking, like snowshoes.
Well, also increases the suction.
I'll stand. How far's Munger's village?
Either 2 miles or 22. I can't read the map very well.
Hey, wait a minute. Listen.
Well, that's the rain.
No. You hear that squelching? Somebody's coming.
Oh, yeah. From over there.
Natives?
Maybe.
There he comes.
Well, we've got first pick on the shelter. It's a native tradition. First come, first dry.
Yeah, there's somebody out there, all right.
Who's there? Who is it? A friend of mine, Mr. Baumholzer.
All right, Munger. Where did you come from?
Don't move. I have several friends pointing long spears at your kidney. Shall we go, gentlemen, back to my village? I believe you were looking for it.
Munger was so intent on me that he didn't seem to notice as Hall sidled off into the darkness, and when he did, he set up a desperate cackle. He had a few of his fraternity brothers chase down the trail with spears waving wildly, but they came back murmuring some kind of a Choctaw, which seemed to carry the implication that Hall had gotten away like a big-bottomed turtle.
Well, Mr. Baumholzer, your companion's action has saved your life for a while.
Yeah, he'll bring back a platoon of Marines, and they'll reduce that village to a bullion cube.
We'll just have to hold you as a hostage in case help should arrive.
Thanks.
At any rate, shall we get back to the village?
He had about 10 natives with him, each one about 7 foot tall, with those big, flat feet that evolved on Deneb for walking in primordial ooze. They were dressed in the standard native loincloth with matching accessories, namely 10-foot spears. When, as we started out along the trail, I got a good look at Munger's loincloth, it was composed of tastefully arranged 1,000-credit notes. Well, by the time we got back to the village, the rain had stopped. The humidity, of course, was still 120%, and the only difference was that the moisture just loitered around rather than actually falling. There was some kind of a clam bake going on in the village. The natives were pounding a couple of drums, and as far as I could see, getting rapidly stinko on some kind of jungle juice that they passed around in huge gourds. They were leaping and dancing, and as far as I could tell, doing snappy sayings and fancy patter as I sat on some kind of a low mushroom and tried to ignore the 2 spears that were pressed against my throat. It felt as if a nervous barber was trying to shave me with his razor tied on the end of a 10-foot pole. After a bit, Munger strode up to me with all the dignity of the lord of the jungle, and he waved the spears a foot away, pulled up a mushroom, and sat down.
Actually, that wasn't a native rhythm at all. The original Denebian music is a kind of quiet, flute-like melody, something like Mozart.
That didn't sound very flute-like.
Yes, I know. One of the first terrestrial anthropologists out here to study the Denebs took recordings of their music. And then, to be polite, he played them in a few recordings that he'd made on an earlier field trip. Unfortunately, they were from that lost rocket colony on Ceres. Their music was a degenerate ancient form called, I believe, Roland Rock. The Denebs liked it. And they've been doing it ever since.
What's the party?
They're propitiating the tree. I don't know why. It's never failed yet. But they're very conservative. They've got to go into this act every night before I can do my stuff. It lasts all night. Want a drink?
No, thanks.
Oh, I wish I had a fifth of something civilized. I've been drinking this native swamp water for much too long.
He was right. They kept it up all night, and I sat trying to figure out in which hut Munger kept his machinery to make those duplicate bills. Finally, the weak light that passes for dawn on Deneb came up, and the natives quit hollering.
Let's go, Baumholzer. I hate to keep a man in suspense. You're curious about those duplicate bills. Well, now you're going to find out how it's done.
Well, it's good of you to show me. I suppose your theory is that I'll never live to tell about it.
That's very sensible of you. I like a man who can face facts.
We walked across the mud square to the base of a tremendous tree, which I gathered was the guest of honor for last night's shivaree. I still couldn't see the connection, but I was willing to wait. The natives sat around in a deathly hush, and Munger and I stepped forward.
You notice? Nothing up my sleeves. As a matter of fact, no sleeves.
And not much arm, either.
Now, I take this 50-credit note. Care to examine it?
Oh, I've seen it, and 14 others like it.
Yes, I only use a 1,000-credit bill when the natives need new loincloths. These 50s are a lot easier to dispose of.
Oh, I don't know. I traced them to you.
But that was a mistake. One of my contacts got a little greedy, spent too many bills in one place. All right. Now, I used to have the natives make a loud noise, but I'll use your gun instead here. You see, I take this bill, fold it, so, and so, and so, and there.
What are you making a paper plane for?
Just watch. I raise the note in one hand, I aim at the tree, and I fire your gun up in the air. Like this.
As he let fly with my gun, Munger sailed the paper airplane straight at the tree, and it sailed right into the foliage.
Now watch.
The bill came sailing back out of the leaves, and right behind it came another one. And then the air was filled with paper planes. Squadrons, wings, armadas of paper airplanes, each one made up of a folded 50-credit note. They sailed out over the whole village, and Munger set the natives to collecting them and bringing them back.
There you are. There'll be several thousands of them. Look.
Genuine. Absolutely genuine. And I suppose they'd go over a beeper plate without a tinkle.
Startling, isn't it?
Protective mimicry.
Yes, precisely. You know, I discovered this tree 6 years ago while I was attempting to evade the clutches of the law on a confidence rap. I swung an axe at it to blaze a trail, and 50 axes came bouncing back at me.
Well, I never heard of any plant developing mimicry to this extent. I know some plants and animals assume dangerous life forms as a camouflage, but this...
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm not a botanist. All I know is that you scare the tree with a loud noise. You throw something at it, and it duplicates what it thinks is the danger. Well, speaking of danger, it doesn't look as if your colleague is bringing any help. Oh, I'll miss your company. Interesting. You'll be shot with your own gun.
Now, look, Munger.
Don't wriggle. I hate a moving target. What is that?
Looks like the cops, Munger, at the edge of the village.
Baumholzer, where are you?
We outnumber them. I'll get you anyway.
No.
You can't run away from me. I'll shoot.
I broke for the other side of the square, and just as he shot at me, I tripped over a pot and went flying smack into the tree. Well, that's about it. Here we sit in the spaceport on Deneb 11, and I'm darned if I'll pay our transportation back until I hear that the office is going to okay my expense account. Munger? Oh, he's in jail at New Alcatraz. Once he missed a shot at me, it was all over. After I fell into the tree, he didn't stand a chance against us. That's right. Us. All 168 of me. Right, Ed?
Right.
You have just heard X-1.
Here is an important special announcement. In appreciation of bringing adult science fiction to the listening audience through the medium of this program, X-1, Galaxy Magazine wishes to make the following free offer to our listeners. For the first 2,500 who write in requesting it, we will send a sample copy of Galaxy Magazine at absolutely no cost. This is an opportunity to read the finest in adult science fiction, just as you listen to it each week here on X-1. To get your free sample copy of Galaxy, just write a postcard or letter to X-1, NBC, Radio City, New York 20, New York, and ask for your free copy. Be sure to print your name and address plainly on your card or letter. This offer can be made only once, so if you want your own free copy of this leading science fiction publication, be sure to write without delay. Here is the address again. Write to X-1, NBC, Radio City, New York 20, New York. Your sample copy of Galaxy will be sent to you without obligation of any kind.
Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you Protective Mimicry, written by Algis Budrys, and adapted for radio by Ernest Kanoy. Featured in tonight's cast were Mandel Kramer, Terry Keane, Charles Penman, Dick Hamilton, and Wendell Holmes. This is Roger Tuttle. X-1 was directed by Daniel Sutter and is an NBC Radio Network production.
Remember, for your free sample copy of Galaxy, just send a postcard to X-1, NBC, Radio City, New York 20, New York. Now be sure to print your name and address plainly on your card. This offer can be made only once, so if you want your own free copy of this leading science fiction publication, be sure to write without delay. The address again, X-1.
Check, testing, 1, 2. Fuck it. Good morning, world. How are ya? How's it going, babies? What's up? It is not Throwback Thursday, people. It is Flashback Friday, so let's get with it, man. Here we go. I'm not ranting, I swear. I'm not doing a rant. You know what I am doing? Is I'm doing the morning report. Good morning, everyone. The report is, it is November 7th, 2025. I'm old. I'm really old, man. Here, look at that for a second. Right? The bong hits, man. They really get you. Anywho, I'm here. I'm weird. Get used to it. It is it's 5 in the morning. It's 5 in the a.m. on the Pacific West Coast. Once again, I got up. I woke up this morning. Here I am. Yeah. My new shirt. Downtown Los Angeles, baby. Boop, boop, a doop. Boop, boop, a doop. I've got like 20 time machines with Betty Boop. So watch them time machines, man. Get your fix of Betty Boop. Totally, baby. I'm doing this gravity drop this morning because that's what I was doing last night before bed. And, man, this shit really gets you. It really gets you, baby. What's going on? What's going on? Hey, good morning, Joey. How are you, brother? It's good, very good to hear from you. How are you, dude? It's early. Shh. It's early. I don't want to wake anybody else up. Fuck them. Well, you're first on the roll sheet. How you doing, little brother? Working your ass off, I bet. Boy. You know what, we got a call in the middle of the night. Last night we got a call like at 6 at night. Some guests just showed up at one of the houses and it's dirty. What? Yeah, bed's unmade, please. What the fuck? What the fuck? Good, I'm glad to hear that you're good, brother. So we had to go out last night. Apparently they missed a booking somewhere or something. I think, and as does my wife, I think somebody is checking the Airbnb to see if it's booked. And then they just go back to the house where they know the key is. And they just keep checking to see if it gets booked. And they can stay there as long as it's not booked. Right? I'm flashing back, baby. I'm flashing back. Lucy, Joey, Lucy. I miss you, brother. I miss your witty responses. And every time Mom cooks a big dinner or meal or breakfast, she yells, "Joey, breakfast is ready." Ah. I got up this morning and I stuck my head in my daughter's room and she was awake and I'm like, "Hey, show starts in a little bit. Come on out." And she's like, "Come on, hot coffee." She said, "I don't drink coffee." Come on. She's like, go away. Oh, good stuff. Good stuff. What's going on out there, kids? I've been a little loopy lately because I'm either getting too much sleep or not enough. I never know anymore. I can't believe we had to go out and clean a house at 6 at night. And I'm telling the guy outside the house when he finally comes out of the bathroom, finally extricates himself from the house so that I can go in and clean. I'm out there talking to the guy, waiting for his girlfriend to come out. And I'm like, yeah, I don't get it why people would go into a house that's dirty and then unpack right? I mean, it's dirty. If you look into a house and it looks like somebody has stayed there or still staying there, why would you go in? What if you'd have gone in and somebody else had come and showed up and seen you in the place that they had rented? Maybe since these idiots didn't give us this clean, maybe they didn't even realize that it was booked when they booked you. Maybe that's double booked, right? I said, I don't trust these idiots anymore. That's right, you drink tea. I'm a coffee boy. Coffee, coffee, coffee. I was born and raised on a coffee plantation. No, I just enjoy coffee. I go back and forth. I'm on coffee, and then I'm on coffee, and then I'm on coffee, and then I'm off, and then I'm on, and then I'm off. And, but I might have got a little eyelash here. Yeah, I hate it when that happens. Hey. All right, I'm going in. Cover me. It's really good sweet cream and coffee. First sip of the morning. Wearing my teeth every day, 16 hours a day now. It's amazing. I can put them in and they don't hurt. I can put them in and forget that they're even in. They're starting to feel like my teeth when I eat now, and that's really good. She brings me coffee, you know. She brings me tea. She brings me everything. Damn thing but the jailhouse key. Are you talking about that little dog outside the jail in Pirates of the Caribbean that's holding on to the key, and the guys in there, come on, Booch, come on, come on, and they're trying to get out? Those pirates, the Pirates of the Caribbean, or Caribbean, if you will. Is that the dog you're talking about, the jailhouse key? Is that who she is? Come here, doggy. Come on, bring me the key. I don't want any fucking coffee, damn it. I just want a key. I just want to get out. Hey. Where's that Timothy Leary in Nice Dreams? I got the key right here. You want the key? I can give you the key. Oh, yeah, baby. Give me the key. Can I have some key, man? I want some key. Oh, wow, man. Shut up. Shut up. Don't ease me in. I don't listen to the words of most songs, right? I just like feel it. So people will start quoting a song that I've heard a million times and like, where's that from, dude? Wake up, doofus. This is your life. Shh, calm down, calm down. Whoa, shh, calm down, calm down, calm down. It's all right. It's not all right. It's not. It's not the tumor. It's not. It's just the headache. It's not the tumor. Shut up. A moment of silence for my tumor. Now, just in time for the holidays, get it Black Friday. Very first in the store. Get it at Toys R Us now. What? That thing. That thing. Shh. Oh, jeez. All right. Yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I wish somebody would fucking ease me in, I'm telling you. And get off my easement. Don't put a fence there. Shut up. All right. The morning report is, it is morning. There. Boo. Booyah. I'll buy that for $1. Take it easy, Chiquita. Calm down. Oh, now, calm down, girl. Whoa. Whoa. Nailed it. I can't believe we went and cleaned a house at 6 o'clock last night. I said, okay. They have to buy a new lock. They have to buy a programmable keypad for the door that they can change via their phone through an app. So every time a guest shows up, they change the number. That's just what they're going to have to do. Everybody else that we care for does that. They're going to have to do that now. They're going to have to put up a camera at the front door and the back door so we can see the comings and goings because there you go. We don't know if somebody's been sneaking into the fucking house. And my idea is to put up the cameras in places that can't be seen right away. So when people show up, they're on camera and they don't know it at first. I will. I'll come over and clean your house. I'm quick. I'm good. Somebody else's house, I'm done in an hour with my wife helping me. We got in and out of that place. Dubs, what's up? We got in and out of that place last night in 25 minutes. Of course, the people who had stayed there illegitimately didn't use the showers. So that was great. Good morning. We got Lucy, we got Joey, we got Dubs. There you go. Let me, there we go. I'm just going to put everybody on roll in a different color. Joey is green, Lucy is orange, and Dubs is red. There we go. You're all on the roll sheet. There you go. Don't call me folk. Oh, I hate it when I get called folk. Hey, folk you, man. Folk and call me folk. What do I look like? Fucking Joan Baez up in here. Now cut that out. Now you're just being mean. Hey, if you lived close, Joey, I'd come over once a week and hang out, clean your house, play video games. Easy as peasiest, man. No problem. Of course, if we lived in tiny homes, it wouldn't really be a big deal. We could do all of the tiny homes in an hour. Mr. Pink today. Ah, guess who that is, baby? My daughter bought me this at the mall the other day. Betty Boop night, downtown Los Angeles. It's just got a great shirt. It's got Bimbo down here. It's just a beautiful shirt. There's Bimbo. Here's his dog. Oh, it's so cute. She is, Betty Boop. She's so sweetheart. My daughter's like, I don't like Betty Boop. What the? Who doesn't like Betty Boop, right? Boop Boop a fucking dupe, baby. What is the album of the day? What is? Oh, I know. I know what the album of the day is. Oh wait, I forgot. Let's see. Let's let Lucy pick an album. Lucy, give me an artist from the 70s and or 80s, and I will try to find an album here, so we can have an actual physical representation. What do you think, Lucy? Something from the 70s and 80s. Some artist, or just an artist, or a band. And then I'll see what I can dig up. I don't like her either. Ah, see? You kids. You kids. You don't like Betty Boop. What are you, a Popeye guy? I think she's the sweetest. She's the bee's knees, baby. Oh, baby. I wish Betty Boop was my girlfriend. Totally. Betty Boop, baby. Betty. I got this lung thing going. Oh, that's right. I'm old and I smoke a lot of pot. That's what my lung thing is. Hear me now and cough about it later. Let's move into something a little smoother this morning. Let's get away from that gravity drop and go into some hazy halo. Let's do a little bit of hazy halo this morning. My wife and daughter shaking their heads yesterday. Guess how long my show was? They're like, my daughter's like 5 hours. 6, 7, more? Like, yeah, over 8 hours yesterday on the air. And my God, that's like totally bizarre, dude. I don't know. How can you be on that? I don't know. That's just the way it is. I turn it on, and I can't stop. It's like an addiction. I'm addicted. You're a dickhead. I'm addicted. Oh, jeez, I'm addicted. I can't help it. I can't stop. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Shut up. It's not like that. Let's see. All right. In lieu of Lucy Lou, get it? Let's see. Mr. Pink today. It's just every time I see Mr. Pink, I keep thinking Pinky in the Brain. Of course, that's 90s. So my daughter was going to get me a Pinky in the Brain to put on my desk here. And I'm like, that's sweet, but don't do it. It's 90s. It'll throw me off. It'll totally throw me off, man. You know, I had my teeth in for 16, 15 hours yesterday, and I ate once. Literally, I did not have breakfast. I did not have lunch. I had dinner. And then I think before I took my teeth out, I had a muffin and milk. But that was it yesterday. I got up to go to bed, and I was actually a little dizzy. Dumbass. So, yeah, baby. I'm hoping to eat more today. Today's Friday. I don't know why that should mean anything. But last night we were supposed to make a dinner and have dinner together. But my wife was working late, and I hadn't eaten anything all day. And I called her at like 1, and it was like, you know what? I was going to start making dinner, but I can't wait for you to get home with the chicken and cook the chicken. Bring home food. So she brought home chicken. She brought home fried chicken from Stater Brothers, the supermarket, and potato wedges and macaroni salad. And I had 2 fried chicken thighs. And if you want to, like, compare it to something, compare it to KFC, because it was very similar to KFC, especially in its fatty greasiness. I was like, I should have put on gloves. So I porked down last night. It still wasn't enough. Reservoir Dogs, Mr. Pink. That's funny. Now I see Pinky from Pinky in the Brain, right? Wearing a suit, smoking a cigarette. Fuck yous guys. Yous guys is Mr. Pink. That was one movie that I think I saw twice. And after the second time, I'm like, yeah, I don't need to watch this anymore. That's forever burned in my brain. I can never listen to that song again, you know, without thinking of Mad Dog, what's his face, going to town on that dude. Yeah. What's that, Stuck in the Middle with You? Is that what the song is? Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Mr. Kool-Aid. Oh, yeah. He'd be Mr. Red, Mr. Kool-Aid. Mr. Red. Oh, yeah. Mr. Pink.
Yeah, Brain. What do you want to do tonight?
Everything we do. The same thing we do every night, Pinky. Try to take over the world.
Gee, Brain, that's great.
Totally. They call him Mr. B, Mr. Brain. All right, shut up. There you go. I did it for you. I'm going to go pick out an album at random. Here I go. Ow. Okay. Ooh, this is a nice one. I grabbed Linda Ronstadt's Greatest Hits. I just reached in and grabbed an album, and this is what I came up with. So the album of the day is Linda Ronstadt's Greatest Hits. She does some great stuff. I love her. She did an album not too long ago in Espanol, right? 1978 or 6 or 4, 74, 76. Oh, it's Greatest Hits. Dope. So it's not going to tell me when this album was released, but there you go. Totally.
Hello, baby.
Well, update on yesterday's bullshit with the water meter guy. Yeah, I sent a message to the landlady who sent me a message saying, yeah, they weren't supposed to be there, yada, 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 and threatening him. That's not cool. And I sent a message back, yeah, I threatened to call my lawyer, but he wasn't too bright. So there you go. Dipshit. Are you threatening me? What? Yeah, well, what, to call my lawyer? Yeah. Well, you can't threaten. Well, I can threaten you all I want to call my fucking attorney. You don't think so? Making you pay? Do you know what that means? Well, what does it mean? It means you're a meathead if you think it's physical violence. But if you want to make sure you know what I'm talking about, I'm going to call my fucking lawyer next time I see you anywhere near my property. Your water company has been informed to not enter my gate, and we send in the numbers, period. Anything happens to any of my animals because they leave a gate open, and they will pay. They will pay. I will own the fucking water company if that's the fucking case. Pieces of shit. Oh, totally. Oh, totally, man. Totally, man. Totally, man. Oh, pardonnez-moi. Mm-hmm. Okay, let me see the... Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There it is. There, that's the ticket. There's the dented beetle. There you go. There it is. Alrighty then. Right. I think that was happening yesterday. Is it was still downloading or in the downloading process when I tried to upload that picture that wouldn't upload yesterday. So there, we've given it a second there to do what it's got to do. Over here. We'll just do RLR. Okay. Betty Boop. Oh, Betty Boop. Betty Boop. Yeah. There she is. There she is. There's Linda's greatest hits album there. Album of the day. Look, we're set. Goonies, Starsky and Hutch still, and Linda's Ronstadt. There you go.
There you go, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, look. It's already loaded. I have Bong hit in progress here. Going in. Cover me. I don't know why. I was playing my radio play this morning. And right toward the end, it just restarted all of a sudden. It went wonky and then restarted. And I didn't do anything. That was pretty weird. It was a good show, though. It's a good show. Oh, yeah. Haley Williams, One Night Only. From the release thing the other night. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. I just got extra stuff because Natalie was there. If Joey, you want my extra stuff, you can have my Haley Williams poster and my Haley Williams tote. I dig Paramore. They're cool. Haley Williams, she's a looker and a hell of a voice. And it was a great album. I listened to most of it in the store until I had to go sit down. Standing room only in that freaking record store the other night. Great record store, though. We put a bunch of quarters in those little machines where you win prizes and got a shirt that I wore yesterday, and that was cool. That was was cool, man. It was totally cool. We're paying insurance on a vehicle that just fucking sits outside because I can't afford to do anything with it. New Mountain Goats album came out today. Ooh, cool. The goats, dude. The goats, the mountain goats. Whoa, laka ding ding, the mountain goats are grinding in the mountain. That's right, buddy. Them goats. Them old goats. Does it sound like Paramore? She does. I don't know. It sounded... every song seemed really different. I'll say that. It was... To me, it sounded different, unique, right? She had some interesting songs. I'll have to listen to it again. But her voice is great. And it was... I don't know. It seemed to me. It was great, but it was different. It wasn't like Paramore, but it was. That doesn't make any sense. It was, but it wasn't. It is, but it isn't. It shall, but it shan't. Shut up! Stop it. Shan't. I shan't be there. Well, shunt your face. Shunt. Shan't. Chantilly lace got a pretty face. A ponytail, a hanging round, a wiggle and a walk and a giggle and a talk. Makes the world go round. Ain't nothing in the world like a big-eyed girl to make me act so funny, make me spend my money, feel real loose like a long-necked goose. Oh, baby, that's what I like. I can't remember. I can't believe I remember the words to that. If I tried to think about it, it wouldn't have come out. You just have to let it roll, baby. Let it roll. I love some good old Big Bopper. There we go. Hello, baby. Is that you? Oh, but baby, you know what I like. See, it does because it's her voice, but it doesn't because the music is different. It's really different. Yeah, it's got her voice, but it doesn't have the Paramore feel. It's got this new one has got a way different feel. It's just got a bunch of different emotions, I guess. It is. It's cool. It's cool. It's totally cool, man.
Fucking A, baby.
That's what I like. What are you gonna do about it? Nothing. That's what. You mook. Hey, you mugs. What are you doing? Hey, get out of here. Use guises. Use guises and disguises. That's what I call my dogs when I come home. Hey, little guises and disguises. Yeah. Little guises.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez.
I can't believe it's Friday. I can't believe it's middle of November. Well, early November. You bought the one of her solo albums in Chicago. Oh, cool. So you do like, right on. Well, good. Then this poster and this tote is yours, little brother, because you deserve it, man. I think I got a sticker here for you. Oh, the sticker in the bag, too, and a wrist thing. So there you go. That one's yours. I'll put it in your box of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But Natalie's friend hasn't shipped my records yet. Really? Are you? Have you checked? I'll check with Natalie and see what happens. See what's going on. I hope she didn't ship them and your neighbor got them. Oh, jeez. Fucking neighbors. Fucking neighbors. Fucking. Wouldn't that suck?
Son of a bitch.
Where's my shit, you fucker?
I don't know. What are you talking about? I don't know nothing, man.
Note to self. What the fuck?
Right? Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Oh, baby. Oh.
There we go. A little note to self. Buy bullets for your revolver. Yeah, bullets. Buy bullets for your revolver. Yeah, because we want to go target practice. We're going to go target practice. We can just shoot some ducks. Some of them carnival ducks. Ding, 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 ding. Hey, he's a crack shot. He's a crack pot. Somebody say pot? Was it me? Totally. Totally. Ask Sybil, she knows. Ask Sybil, she knows. Do you ever wonder if maybe it's possible that you do have a split personality and you just don't know it? And other people aren't telling you because they're afraid of that other personality? Wouldn't that be weird? You and your Predator Badlands. All right. Well, if he's at the premiere, get an autograph from Stinky McElroy. All right. Try to get me an autographed headshot of Stinky. I know he's everywhere. He's always. I think he does some kind of Foley work there on that movie. They use his glockenspiel for some kind of sound or something. I don't know. That's what I heard through the grapevine, that Stinky McElroy is in the movie via sound as a Foley artist. And you can just see him in the credits way like little itty bitty name, you know? Little Stinky. Little Stinky. Little Stinky. He's a little Stinky. Oh, he's a little Stinky. Oh, little Stinky. Shut the hell up. Don't talk to me like that. I'm not a baby. Damn it, I'm not a baby. Stop it, I'm not a baby. Oh, jeez. Stinky. Stinky, get off the rail. I'm not on it. Stinky, get on the rail and then get off. What are you, stupid? Anybody jump on a moving train before? Anybody? Anybody here ever jump on a moving train? There's something crazy, right? Anybody get bold enough to do that? I gotta heat up my coffee, and then we'll continue with the morning report. But the question is, has anybody ever ridden the rail, so to speak? Oh shit, you know what I just realized? I just realized that Stinky also plays the didgeridoo on Haley's new album. I just totally spaced out on that. You can totally hear it in one of the songs. Totally hear didgeridoo from Stinky McElroy. Yeah, you know, because he is originally from Australia. I guess you didn't know that, huh? Good old Stinky McElroy, who about now, God, he's got to be in his, I think he's in his late 80s or early 90s, right? And he's still stinking it up. The dude is just fucking righteous. He's everywhere. He's everywhere. He was in Cobra Kai, right? If you look in the background behind one of those other dojos, right? There's a guy in the audience who actually has a glockenspiel in the audience. Just like that guy on American Ninja Warrior who brings his drum when his daughter's running, and then he has to stop when she's doing her thing, and then when she's going yay, he's banging on the drum. Totally Stinky right there. Tetsuro uses it in a lot of songs. See, there you go. I knew it. And if you look in the credits on one of his albums, I bet you'll find Stinky McElroy on Glockenspiel. Yep. So, WW has never jumped on a moving train. So, hands up for anybody who's ever jumped on a moving train. Yes, I jumped on a moving train once. I did. I was 8 years old. My brother was 10. We were in Parker, Arizona. It was one of those times in our life where we were kind of just on the road a lot. We were taking some time off from being on the road, and we were in a motel, a little roadside motel in Parker. Yeah, Tatsuro plays it himself, but he got lessons from Stinky. Just saying. Look it up. It's fact. He taught Glockenspiel to Linda Ronstadt. You know. Totally. Edgar Winter. He taught Edgar Winter how to play the Glockenspiel. Because it's one of those instruments that's nobody knows about, right? But Stinky does. Good old Stinky. So we're at this motel in Arizona. And I still remember the smell of the ice machine and the room and the air conditioner. Oh, man, that's heavy. It's heavy how memories can just go wham. I see the lighting in the hotel room, right? The walls were like a pink beige. Anyway, so behind this hotel that was right on the main drag there was the railroad tracks that paralleled this main drag through Parker. And my brother and I are out there walking around, bored, don't know what to fucking do. We're throwing rocks and shit. And we see a train coming. So I think what we did was we were going to put some coins on the train track, but we didn't have any coins. So because the train was coming through town, it slowed way down. Because here's the main drag, here's the tracks, and then there's these side streets that go off from the main drag and go over the tracks. So there's all of these railroad crossings. So it slows way down for all these railroad crossings. So we're walking alongside the train, and we're walking faster than the train at this point. So my brother says, let's get on. So we get on. This train feels like it picks up speed, right? It probably did. And so my brother said, all right, it's speeding up, let's jump off. And we only rode it for like maybe 150 yards or something. And it started to speed up. And my brother jumped off. And I couldn't jump off. And it went a little faster, and I couldn't jump off. And I'm thinking, I'm going to ride this train wherever the fuck it goes, right? I'm like 8 years old. Once again, my brother had got me into a sticky situation. And so finally, I just had to jump off the train in the direction it was going and run when I hit the ground. And of course, I jumped off and hit the ground running and kind of stumbled and fell. I didn't get hurt, even though I think we were both wearing shorts with like no shirts and just, slip-on shoes or something. But I had to jump off this moving train. But imagine my brother walking into the motel and having to explain to my parents that Mike's on the train. What? We jumped on the train and he didn't jump off. What? Could you imagine my parents in the car driving ahead of the train, flashing it, trying to explain to the guys and driving the train that there's a kid on the train? If I had stayed on just a little bit longer, it would have turned out that way. Or my brother would have been too afraid to say anything at first, and maybe they would have missed the train, and I'd be hanging on to that fucking train, riding down the fucking rail. And we got on at box cars. There were box cars
There was no way into the boxcars. There was no way to go anywhere other than that little step that I was on. That was it. The step, the braking, and that was it. I could have gotten off the step and then pushed myself up against the place where the trains are hooked together, right there, right? That was it. That's all I could have done. But it wouldn't have taken but a few more seconds, and it would have been too fast, and I would have been afraid to jump off. I was a fucking kid. Yeah. One of the many situations that I was in as a young child. Oh, that was a fun one. I remember recently my daughter and I drove through there to take one of her friends back to Arizona. And we went over that railroad track. And we went right by the motel, right? And I may have told that story when we were there. I think we stopped off and went to Jack in the Box or something. But yeah, that was fun. We were always going to Arizona. We were in California, but because we couldn't stay in one spot, we always had to keep moving around. So we wound up in Mexico, Rosarita Beach, Mexico, Tijuana, a bunch of different places in Mexico, or Oregon, or Nebraska, Nevada, Arizona. We would just kind of bop around, right? Of course, we were probably delivering the goods, because that's one of the things that we did as a family back then in the 70s, was bring goods in from Mexico and bring them and deliver them, right? So using a motorhome, looking like an average, and not so average family. We were kind of funky, really. Long hair, hippies, and kind of grubby. We were always in these motorhomes, right? Different motorhomes. And because of Wounded Knee in 1973, we just really couldn't settle down any place for too long before we'd get chased off by a phone call. Hey, man, I'll send him in so I can talk to him. The boss would call my dad in and he'd say, hey, man, I got a phone call from the feds. Want to know what's going on with you. I don't want phone calls from the feds. Here's your last check. Get the hell out of here. Yeah. 2, 3, 4 schools in a year. Not knowing where you're going to wake up the next morning. Because some days we wouldn't realize what was going on. They wouldn't tell us everything. One morning we'd be in one place, and the next morning we'd wake up in another place. Literally, overnight, they'd just pack everything into the motorhome and take off. And then we wind up somewhere else. Arizona, Parker, Santa Monica Pier, Oregon, Mexico. Just kept bopping around. Good times. It was weird shit, man. It was weird. As a kid, when you don't know any better, when you don't know what good is, this is good, It was good. Upon reflection, it was kind of weird and cruel, but it was okay. The cruelty was not at the hands of my parents, but the fact that we just couldn't settle down someplace, I learned not to try to make friends when I was young, because I knew I was going to lose them. Or, at the very least, it was just going to be so hard to make a new friend that it wasn't worth the effort, because I knew I'd be leaving. I'd be gone, And I'd never know when. A lot of times, you don't even have time to say goodbye to a friend. That was it. Can I go say goodbye? Nope, we're gone. Oh, jeez. No, I was in school. We were in school. The thing was that we moved around a lot. So in the summer, we were never in one place because my father was then not in school. My father went to school. He was in college and then went to university. So he stayed in school most of my young life. Of course, when I wanted to go to school in the late 80s, he's like, no, we can't do that. But I digress. Don't be so bitter. We were always in school. We were quite often late. Like the beginning of the school year, we would be like 2 or 3 weeks late, right? We'd come into a town and my parents would be like, oh shit, there's a school bus. Where's a school? We got to enroll the kids. And we'd park the motorhome somewhere. They'd enroll us. We'd be there for a few weeks or a month or something. And then we'd pick it up and leave and go to the next place and they'd enroll us there. And yada, yada, yada. And we'd go around. I remember getting shots in Watts, California. We're going to go to McDonald's. We're just going to make a stop first. Nobody wanted to eat after shots because not only did we get shots, we get that shit you put in your tongue, and you don't want to eat after that crap. I think I got sick after that. We got to see the Watts Towers, though. I got to go to Manchester Elementary School, Manchester Avenue Elementary, there in Watts, and that was neat. Red Cloud Indian School in Nebraska. I wish I'd have gone to a school in Mexico, but it didn't matter down there if we were, back then it just didn't matter. It just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. Yeah. In the 7th grade, we had started the 7th grade. I had started the 7th grade late. And then we took time off to leave and go do something in, I think it was in Arizona. And came back and went to a new school. And this school was very different from the other junior high. The other junior high that I went to was all one level spread out in the country. It looked kind of like a farmhouse school, right? Only just these little long buildings, right? The new school we went to, it's got 3-4-story buildings and all these trailers parked out back where they're squeezing kids in and shit. And it was a very different school, and the kids were very different. They were very cruel, and so were the teachers and the staff, and even the maintenance men would, the maintenance men that all the kids would make fun of would bully me. Everybody, it's like I had arrows pointing at me, right? It's like, okay, I'm done. And then I just stopped going. The last 6 weeks of 7th grade, I just stopped fucking going. I was like, fuck it. I'm sick of school, man. I'm sick of fucking school. But it was from then on that we stayed in the same area, and I was able to continue going to the same school system, right? Leave that junior high, go into the high school. Of course, I spent only 2 years in the high school before I got shuffled off to the alternative education programs, continuation high school, Saturday school, home school, this kind of school, that kind of school. Pretty heavy shit. So I was always in school, and I always wanted to stay in school, even when I was 15, 16, 17, and homeless, living on couches and living with the families of friends and stuff, or living in a fucking ditch or under a tree. I was still going to school because I didn't want to be I didn't want to be one of those kids that I saw in the after-school special, right? I didn't want to be one of those runaways, hooked up on drugs or selling his ass on the street or something. I just, TV had taught me that it wasn't good. So I didn't learn it at home. I was kind of learning the opposite at home. So I tried to absorb as much as I could from other families that I was staying with in order to make myself a better person. because I felt like I wasn't getting that at home. I felt like at home I was being trained to be something else than a good person. Let's just leave it at that. God, the coffee is so good this morning. And the bong hits, and the company. My early years, I did not want to be in school. But by the time I finished junior high school and got into high school, I knew that I wanted to stay in school, that I wanted to graduate. I knew that I wanted to be there because that's where the people were. That's where my friends were. And I had finally made friends. And at 15, when I left home, I knew that no matter where my family or my parents went, I was going to stay in this town and I was going to graduate in this school system. You know, I was going to graduate from here. I was going to do it here. I'm not moving anymore. This is where I'm at, permanent. You guys go ahead. I'm staying here. I'll stay with what's his face or who's a what's in, you know. I was just done. There was just nothing left at home. I couldn't call my friends' houses home, right? So there were like several years that I just didn't have a home. I would go occasionally and stay with my father in my late teens and early 20s way after they had separated, right? But I could never call that home either, you know. That always, upon reflection, looking back at how both my parents not treated me, but reacted toward me. Yeah, there was something going on there. There was something going on there. Because I can't see anything but like disdain or hate from my mother, you know. And from my father, it was tolerance, I think is what I got from my father. He tolerated my presence. I think from my mother, I got, like, she wished I had never been born or conceived, right? What a mistake that was. So, gosh, good times, baby, good times. I'm telling you, I love them people. I'm going to have to heat that up. And I think I'm just going to top it off, fill it up all the way, and just make it good. The morning report, the morning report, this is the morning report. Breaking news, this is the morning report. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm going to do my coffee. Totally. many people have sundials in their yards, pointing north, east, west, south, that kind of thing, right? No, I don't put Kahlua in my coffee. Kalua's got kind of a weird taste for me. I would more prefer like Irish cream. I think that's probably going to do me better. But I digress. Totally. Oh, yeah, baby. Any sundials, right? Because if you look at your sundials now, and they should have been oriented so that it's pointing north, right? How does it look now? If you take a compass out and go to it, is it still true north or is it off now? Because I hear that we're having trouble with our axis. Kiss my axis. I'll bust you in the axis. Irish coffee. Now see, that's a little strong. That's the booze and the coffee and the milk, because I got to have milk. Right, so the booze and the Irish cream, I think, is probably the best thing for me. A little Bailey's Irish cream would work just fine. I might do that. I was sitting there last night on the couch thinking, God, I only ate one good fucking meal today. You know what? I'm wearing my teeth 16 hours a day. I'm able to eat really good. So, I just got to start eating. I told him I just got to start eating normal again, right? You don't have one. I live in an apartment. I don't have one yet. There you go. No weeds. Yeah. See, that's the thing. How do you check if there wasn't something already established, set to true north? How do you then take a compass and find out if it's? You got to have something there. I wish I had put up a sundial. Right? I wanted a large piece of property so that I could create a garden, and then in the center of the garden create posts or stones or something, kind of like in England, the Stonehenge, right? Something like that, so that when you're standing there, there's a shadow that falls, right? There's a post in the center, and that shadow reads like a sundial around walls and posts and stuff on the garden and doorways, and have things set up so that the sun comes in this doorway and rides the pole this way, and then the sun comes in this door, and have it set up so you've got your solstice and equinox and everything on that central hub in your garden, right? I always thought that would be cool. Totally cool stuff. Look, Bong hit. Ooh, piece of candy. Totally, man. I don't know what's going on today. I don't know who's waking up when. My daughter just went to sleep as I was getting up this morning. I'm not sure. My wife will probably have to get up and leave the house this morning at some point. I'm not waking her up yet. I'll let Joey wake her up when it's time. That'll freak her out. Joey can send her a message. Hey, it's 6:45. Get up. She'd love that. Hey. I haven't been able to print out anything lately because I've just been so wrapped up in other stuff. I get done here and turn everything off and run away, and then get here in the morning and go, hey, does everything still work? And luckily it does. But I think the weekend is upon us, and I think I'm just going to sit down for a few hours and go through these lists of songs and try to come up with another grip of cover music to fuck around with. I'm gonna get fucked up. Let's get fucked up. Yeah, oh, that's fucked up, man. No, I'm fucked up. That is so hot and sweet and delicious. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Water bottle. Yeah, gonna put me water bottle down. Yeah, pretzels. Bags of doobage. Coffee, 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 coffee. Ooh, my list. So, we've decided that we're going to try to do a live dinner party using Go Live Together on YouTube, and we're gonna come up with a meal and a dessert to grocery shop for, prep the kitchen for, and then we're gonna all go live together with the same meal ready to create, right? It'll be changed for different people. Like somebody doesn't want to eat meat, so it'll be without meat. Some people don't like mushrooms, it'll be without mushrooms. But we'll just make a beef stroganoff. It'll take all day, and we can hang out well, not all day. It'll take about 3 or 4 hours. The show will be about 5 or 6 hours long. It'll be a dinner party where we show up together, we make the dinner, we eat the dinner. We've already made the dessert and put it in the freezer, and then we have dessert together. We talk, we tell stories, we play music. It'll be fucking great. So that's a live event in the works. The next live event is just going to be Black Friday. Black Friday, I'm going to show up at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and I'm just going to go live until I can't take it anymore, which, if we're lucky, it'll take us until 6 o'clock the next morning, Saturday morning, 6 a.m. So I'm going to try to do a 12-hour live show. I've done a 12-hour live show before. Yesterday's show was over 8 hours long, so I'm getting ready for it. The only difference is it's an overnighter, which means I will literally have to switch my schedule around completely and be like Joey, my idol. So I'll have to do that and get geared up to do that whole overnight thing. And I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna do a couple of hours show on Friday morning, and then I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm just gonna fucking go to sleep. I'm gonna crawl back in bed, and I'm just gonna get loaded and crawl in bed and go to sleep and get up 2 hours before the show starts and eat and make coffee. And I'm just gonna have a pot of coffee and a desk full of snacks. And why do you get sleep in your eyes? The same reason you get smoke in your eyes. A reason to put your finger in your eyes. That's it. That's just a reason to put your fingers in your eyes. You know? That's all. Why do you get sleep in your eyes? Because that's biology, baby. I woke up today and my eyes were filled with that gunk sleeping here. That's just the way it is, man. What happens is you get stuff throughout the day. Now my eyes are watering. Your eyes build up a layer of gook from, it's like the back of your car from riding on the freeway gets that layer of black yuck, highway yuck. Your eyes get that from being open all day and stuff in the atmosphere. At night, your eyes are closed. It releases tears into your eyes to push that stuff out and clear your lenses. That's all it is. It's like crust. And then it pushes to the edges or the outer rim of your eyelids. So there you go. That's it. Lesson learned. Your eyes are cleaning themselves. If you get something in your eye and you can't get it out, you go to sleep, it'll work its way to the tear duct or off to one edge or something. You know. It's true. It's true. Like you get a little tiny eyelash hair in your eye. It'll eventually work its way up. Hopefully it won't work its way back, but it'll work its way up and then out to the side. Yep, that's it. Scrambled eczema and crust. Scrambled eczema and crust. I'm going to pop my screen out of my little Bong, and then I'm going to jam this was smoking. And I'm going to puff that puppy down. It's like a whole eyes encased in crust. Then take a look at the amount of dust and dander and stuff in your air in your house. If you're at home a lot, you're probably picking up a lot of dead skin flakes in the dust and stuff that's getting in your eyes. So open your windows, dust your house out. What do? You know, you can put drops in there to help clean your eyes out during the day, and then when you wake up in the morning, your eyes are less crusty. There's probably a lot of allergens and stuff in your house that your eyes are trying to clean out. So do that, you know. Decrust your house. My house ain't crusty. Everybody's house is crusty. Go smack something in your house and see the dust that comes up. And most dust in the home are just skin flakes, right? It's just dead skin dust. Yeah, baby. So get the dead skin dust out of your eyes and you'll be fine. Roach. Pop that puppy down. That was a good one. Little paper, never hurt. Yeah. No, really. I wish my body would cooperate enough that I could do some outdoor activities. I'd really love to do some hiking and walking and biking and shit. I guess you have an air purifier in your room. Excellent. Excellent. Eye crust. You know, you could do a whole 30-minute comedy routine on fucking eye crust. You know? Oh. Imagine going to a pizza place and seeing thin crust, thick crust, stuffed crust, eye crust. But what? What? Ew. Eye crust pizza. And then what it is all the way around the edges on the crust, it's flaky Parmesan that looks like little eye crusts. Ew. Mm-hmm. See, that'll do it, dude. That'll do it right there all night long. Your fans are blowing these particles at your face, right? That's it. That's it. I bet if you put a dehumidifier in your room and an air purifier, right, and have your fans blowing from those exits toward you, that would diminish. Also, of course, dusting, right? Every once in a while, I'll get my leaf blower and my air compressor, and I'll open up the house. One door here and one door here. I'll put an exit fan here and an entrance fan there. And then I'll just go through the house, and from start over where the fan is blowing in, I'll start blowing the house so that all of the dust releases from the ceiling, the walls, everything. Dusting and blowing and dusting, all the way to the other end of the house where the air is sucking out. You don't want to be outside when that happens, right? Dog hair, dust, skin, just everything, right? And in fact, that's one thing I need to do again. And then you chase out all kinds of stuff, spiders and bugs and whatnot. But mainly dust, and just de-dust your house. Dust mites, allergens. Those little dust mites are everywhere all the time. You don't even want to look at your skin right now with a magnifying glass, or rather a microscope, because that would freak you out. Don't look at the food in your refrigerator under a microscope. That would freak you out. I stopped eating leftovers that were improperly refrigerated or had been in the refrigerator more than 2 days. When it gets to day 3, I don't eat anything in the fridge that's been there for 3 days. Leftovers opened package of lunch meat, milk. If I open up milk, I got 3 days. That's it. And then I won't drink it anymore. Stuff starts to grow. Stuff is already growing when it's produced and leaves the factory. As soon as air hits it, it starts to grow stuff. Right? Here's what you do is you take a piece of food in your house, right? Just take a random piece of food. Here's 2 pieces of food that are exactly identical. Put one in a Tupperware and seal it up. Take one, set it on your floor, count to 10, put it in the Tupperware and cover it up. And see what looks like what in the morning. One of them, guess which one, will be like growing stuff, right? I shit you not. Some nights you have a lot of eye crust and other nights you don't have any. Exactly. That's the eye crust mystery. Eye crust pizza. It's supposed to mean like internet pizza, like you can order it, eye crust pizza. And it just didn't sound right. Of course, they should have thought of that before they did all of the branding and all of the advertising and everything. And then somebody said, hey man, it's an I, but when you read it out, it says eye crust. Ew. Oh, that's fucked up. Eye crust pizza. The eye crust special pizza. You know what? I bet dollars to donuts that if you dusted your house, put in an air filter purifier and that kind of shit in your bedroom especially, and just even if you just went crazy and dusted the hell out of your bedroom alone, I bet that would change. I bet that would change. Totally. Do you smoke cigarettes? Because I think that would cause more allergens to come to you in your eyes, right? I don't know. Am I just hitting a wiggle there or what? Or maybe you don't smoke and that's why it is. I don't know. Maybe you should smoke if you don't smoke, and if you smoke, maybe you should stop. Yeah, I don't condone. Oh, good, no ciggies. Good, because I don't. Yeah. Just because I smoke doesn't mean anybody else should. Do as I say, not as I do. Don't smoke. It ain't for you. I was talking to my wife the other night about how smoking is bad, and I don't know how we got on this subject, but I told her that straight out. Yeah, I don't condone smoking for anybody. In fact, on my show, I'm preaching don't smoke. If you ever think about smoking, don't. If you want to start, don't start. If you're smoking and you're a new smoker, or you've only been smoking a few years or something, or it's possible for you to stop smoking, stop smoking. Give it up. There's all kinds of other alternatives now. So do something different. You know what? I need an air purifier for this living room because it gets dusty up in here in the desert. I also need a humidifier, dehumidifier, because my guitars will go wonky, right? And I need to get one and set it at 30-something% in here and try to get my guitars stabilized so that I don't have to take it to the shop, to the guitar guy every 6 months or something, because they go, Wah. So I hope that doesn't happen when I pull out my electric guitar, because I haven't played it in a few months, but it's been in the case. So I'm hoping that it's nice and set still. But yeah, totally. Poor records. I know, everything just gets so dusty in here. And I can't do enough to get down the dust. It's probably a good idea to get some air filters, air purifiers in here. You know, one of those nice big fat ones that stand in the corner over there. And just let that fucker crank all day, right? But I think what I really need to do, because we live in the desert and the dust just starts to build up in places that you don't get to, is just a fan on this door, fan on that door, one blow in, one blowing out, and then just start, use the leaf blower on high down to a small little point, and the air compressor, and just start fucking blowing out every nook and cranny in here, you know, and just keep blowing and dusting and blowing and dusting and blowing and dusting until we get it all out, or at least most of it. Yeah. Muy importante. Because once or twice a year, I get the itchies, like dust mites or something's bugging me, right? Like I'm getting bit by something. And the girls, they never feel a thing. So, you know, it must be a delicate Caucasian epidermis that is being affected. I guess. It's got to be something in the melanin content. Melanin count. Because my wife, unaffected. My daughter, a little bit. Me, destroyed. Whatever's biting looks for me. You know, some kind of laboratory beetle typed my blood, and he keeps coming back for refills, man. Yeah. It's fucked up. I said fucked up shit. Hey, man. Anywho, we're waiting for some other people to show up, right? Who are like, hey man, is this the place where the live music is, right? Is this it? Where is it, man? Where's the live music? It's in my head. Can't you hear it? Can you hear that? And then we'll play a funky song for them or something. I don't fuck with their heads. I'm taking requests. I don't play that. I don't play that either. No, I don't play that either. I'll play you this, though. I don't want to hear that. You said you take requests. Mm-hmm. Do you request me to play or stop playing? Shut up. Shut up. Okay, so like my cousin, you know, he's like this guy who like works down at the gas station, you know, and he was like pumping gas in this chick's car, like, right? She was in like a convertible, you know, and he's like pumping gas, and she says, "Can you check under the hood?" And he says, "Yes, ma'am, I can check under the hood." And so he goes under the front of the car, and he lifts up. He's trying to find the thing, you know. He's trying to find the thing, the lever, you know. And it's like this Mercedes. I mean, it's like an SL550. It's like one of those little short Mercedes. This is two-seater, but it's got that long front end with that big freaking V8 engine in it, man. He's freaking cool, man. And so he's like, "Ma'am, I'd like to check under the hood, you know, but I can't find the latch. I don't know what these foreign jobbers are. I can't find the latch, you know." He says, "Right there." So she gets out. She stands in front of him. She like bends over and gets the latch. And she's like, "Oh my gosh, I can't find the latch either." And she keeps bending over. And then he realizes that she's flirting with him, man. Like she's flirting with him. Like she's in this mini skirt. She keeps bending over, man. You can see her chonies, man. You can see her underwear, man. And so like he's telling me the story, man. And I'm like, so what happened next? And so like she said, "Hey, buddy, you want to go take a drive?" And he's like, "No, ma'am. Like I'm working, you know. I gotta work, you know. I'm my boss. He's right there. He's watching, you know." And so he looks over his shoulder and dag nabbit, there you go. His boss is watching him, you know. And so my cousin, he's like all freaked out. He don't know what to do because he's never had this happen before with this girl, like flirting with him and shit, you know. So he tells me, "I don't know what to do, man." So I looked at my boss, and my boss says, and so I said, "Fuck it, man," and I left. I took off my uniform shirt, and I threw it at my boss. And he just waved and smiled, man. And I got in the car with this chick, and we was in her Mercedes. She was wackadoo crazy, man. She scared me. She drove so fast. We got like to a stoplight, like 3 miles down the road. And I got out, man. And when I got out, I was crying, man. And my friends my cousins like telling me this, you know. And I'm like, "Dude, don't you feel like emasculated?" And he was like, "Man, she was so weird. She was crazy. She drove so fast. I was scared." It took me like a little while to walk back to the gas station. And my boss, he was standing in the doorway like this. He was just standing there looking at me, smiling, you know. And my cousin's telling me this, and I'm just going, you fucker. You didn't even get nothing, huh? And so he says, my boss, he just looks at me smiling. And I just walk up, kind of like my head down, look up at him, and he just shakes his head, and he throws my shirt back at me and says,
It was crazy, man. It was one crazy summer, man. That was funny, man. Yeah. Yeah, we had crazy we had a crazy time that summer, me and my cousin. He was Stinky. Yeah. Stinky Fitz. That's what they call him. They call him Stinky Fitz. It was Stinky Fitzhugh, Stephen Fitzhugh, but they call him Stinky Fitz. He was funny. He was Stinky Fitz. He was my favorite cousin. Yeah. Yeah. He gets stabbed in a bar fight. Yeah. By a 14-year-old girl. Wouldn't you know it? You don't hit on girls in bars, man. She was 14. She just... Yep. There you go. I know it was a sad ending to a story, but man, Stinky, he got into some shit when he was around, man. Get back to work. Poor Stinky. He thought he was gonna get it. Then what he got was crazy, man. She was nuts. Dudes. Oh, poor Stinky. I'm telling you, it was crazy. It's just, what a summer. What a summer. I was working at Kmart. I was boxing, packing shelves and stuff, eh? It sucked. Well, Stinky at the gas station. I asked if he could see if he could give me a job at the gas station, man, but his boss was having none of it. I ain't taking two Fitzhumes here. He said, but sir, my name's not Fitzhume. I don't care. If you're related to that dipshit, you ain't getting hired here. I can barely stand him. I keep him around for comedy relief. But sir. You better check with Sybil, because I don't know what the fuck's going on this morning. I'd rather drink funky cold Medina. I would rather do that. Dude. Aw, jeez, I got this whole thing going on here. Build a kite. I have a note here that says build a kite. Build a bear. Build a barn. Amish, barn raising. Raising, hair raising. Raising cane. Cane mutiny. Mutiny on the Bounty. Bounty. Bounty towels. Yeah. The quicker picker up are brawny. Brawny. Brains over brawn. Brawn. Look, he's got bronze skin. That's bronze, not brawn. I don't understand what you say. I said bronze skin. That's bronze, not brawn. That's what I said. I said bronze skin. Ah, jeez. It's like talking to a mute. All right, I'm just gonna keep smoking because it seems to be working. Funky cold Medina. Tone Loke. I'm telling you, I was gonna watch. Actually, I did. I used this Pet Detective as a sleeping pill movie the other day to take a nap, and it worked. He rescued that little dog, and I fell asleep about the time he got paid for it. And then they started talking about some dolphin shit, and I was gone. I was gone, man. Anything with Dan Marino in is definitely going to put me to sleep. I don't care how funny it is. You add Dan Marino to the mix, and I'm like, ha ha ha. Right? It's like how many people are nodding off halfway through a Barry Manilow concert. Oh, this is great stuff. Hey, it could happen, right? I went to sleep at a Chiodos concert, drank some hard fucking shit cranking, and I'm just... It could happen.
6:30. Yeah, it is. My wife is. I'm gonna wait before I turn on this sound. Going back to Cali, to Cali, to Cali. I'm going back to Cali. I don't think so. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I remember all that shit. All that shit. What I want is a 1981 or 82 or 83 breakdance mixtape. That's what I want. I want a mixtape from, I want to say 1982, 81 or 82, right in there. Because that would have been the stuff that my friends would have been dancing to. I didn't dance. I just watched. I was one of the guys in the crowd going, yeah, dude, yeah. Going back to Kelly, well, you better. And then he's like, I don't think so, punk. Yeah. In like a month. That was my wife's like, so when's Joey coming back? I don't know when he comes back. No, but really, I said, I don't ask Natalie. Beat Street, totally. I just know he's coming back, and that's the important thing. I'm going to get one of my card tables, set it up here in the living room. We're going to have board games. We'll have game night. We'll have game day. We'll have game afternoon. It'll be great. Like a whole day of just playing. I never get to play anymore. Hi, Sam. Good morning, boy. Good morning. He's like, I'm going back to bed. Back to bed. Back to bed. I'm going back to bed. Hey, I don't think so. Damn dog. Mutiny. Talk about mutiny. If there's one thing you can count on with dogs is a mutiny. If there's more than one, even one, he'll look over your shoulder and say, I don't think so. I'm going back to bed. Totally. I think Sam is the one who's pretty independent. That if you ask him to come here, he will actually contemplate the necessity. Do I need to go over there? Do I need to get up? First of all, is there anything over there that you have that really requires me to get up? Because if not, I'll just stay here. I'll let you come to me. Yep. I used to have the soundtrack to Beat Street, the movie. Breakdancing. It was pretty good. I think I remember that. Oh. Hi, Sam. He's looking at me like, cover me up. Here's the blanket, cover me up. I'm going to go cover him up, and I am going to go warm up my coffee. I'll be right back. So do not go away. I'll be right back. All right. So I was just talking to my wife. She says that yes, tequila and coffee. Double. So there you go. It's official. It's official. Too late, Joey. I was going to have you wake her up, but she's already awake. So there you go. Good morning. Hear me now and think about something else, because fuck, I don't know. I don't know. Where'd Lucy go? Lucy's always bopping in and bopping out, bopping in and bopping out. I imagine she might be listening to us, but hi, Lucy. I'm here. I'm weird. Get used to it. It's coffee hour here. So we're just doing some coffee. My wife gets to roll out of here in a little bit, over to a friend's house, and I am going to try to think of something to work on, a project to start. I'm going to start a notebook and just call it Arcade, and start to put together preliminary findings on research on what it would take to start an arcade out here. I'm just curious. And then research crowdfunding, crowdsourcing. And see how that works. What does that entail? And how does, businesses, taxes, I don't think I can I don't think I could crowdsource starting a business unless I were to do it privately. Right? So, it would have to be for like a non-profit thing, which I'm okay with, but there would have to be a way for it to pay employees. That would be it. And then I would just be an employee. And then the business would kind of run itself. The investment would be back into itself and investors, I guess. I watched a documentary on some guys that took this old chateau, I believe it was in France, and it had been used in World War I and in World War II, and as a boarding school, and it had been used for all of these different purposes and had so many lives, right? Part of it was falling apart. There was losing part of the roof, and a bunch of areas had this big kind of silo part. And these guys bought this thing for a really good price, and then got investors to help them rebuild it. But not just that, but turn it into a vacation spot. And by the time they got done, this place was just beautiful, right? And it took them they started it before COVID, and then COVID slowed them down. They did a lot of the work themselves. They spent millions and millions of dollars on this thing. But when it was done, it was this beautiful freaking chateau out in the middle of this wine country area. It was beautiful. It was awesome. It was great. It was awesome. I don't expect to do something like that. On a small scale, maybe. That would be nice. An arcade, right? Nothing fancy, right? Something that's going to bring in money and people. And give something back to the community, right? A place for kids to go after school. That's the main thing that the weekend money would be driving. You make a lot of money on the weekend so that during the week the kids can pay $5 for a wristband and show up for 3 hours and play after school before they go home to dinner. That's it. Nighttime tournaments after 7 or 8 during the week. Thursday night tournament, darts and pool and Donkey Kong. Whatever. In a place like this where there's millions and millions of tourists every year, this is a good place for an arcade. The way prefabricated buildings are nowadays, you could actually put up a building pretty quick, like a metal warehouse type building. Nobody's going to live in it. It's just going to be an open arcade, right? You could put up walls and partitions and drop ceilings and stuff so that the inside of this warehouse actually looks like rooms and stuff. But hey, it's just a warehouse. There are several places in town that are for lease. I think the best thing to do would be to check on the tax lien sales and try to find a building that would work, and then just buy it outright for back taxes. A building or just a piece of property on it, to put a building on. Anything. You could start with a mobile building, and park that on a piece of property in town, in a spot, and use that as the arcade, until you get time to build the building right next to it, You never know. So much. I don't know. I'm a dreamer. I'm a schemer. And I love video games. Breakdancing night at the arcade. That was always fun. An arcade, but an outdoor area where you could hold concerts, right? Where you could actually hold concerts and do just tribute bands to the 80s, 70s, and 80s. So you keep that arcade thing going, New wave, punk, some mod music, just a little bit of everything. A lot of MTV stuff from the 80s. That'd be cool. Costume parties, contests, tournaments. Eventually get a liquor license so that you could serve alcohol on the weekends to do the concerts and stuff. Totally. Yeah. And just have it so that during the week there's no liquor served at the establishment until 8. Until, 2 hours after all the kids have gone home. Just keep it like that. That's it, man. Keep it real. I could do that. I could make up my own rules. No smoking on the premises, period. Period. There's a smoking area over there. Smoke over there. You can take your drink because it's still enclosed. It's just its own little beer garden, right? Silly. Glasses are wonky. They're wonky. Yeah, what are you going to do? I probably sat on them. Which isn't, isn't that out of the ordinary? The ordinary. All right. I'm thinking, what am I thinking? I'm thinking bong hit. It's probably the best use of my time right now. Is it bong it? It's a bong it. Hello, I'm going to bong it. Boogie, boogie, boogie. Coffee. Kitchen should be open soon. It's just coffee time. It's coffee hour. Coffee. Coffee. Coffee, 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 coffee. Ha ha. We're locos. That's what my wife calls us. Locos. You bunch of locos. What are you guys doing? A bunch of locos. We're trying to save the world is what we're trying to do. One loco at a time. But we're trying. We'll get there. I'm up to 251 subscribers. Wow. That is beyond my wildest expectations. I was going to say dreams, but I don't dream of that. I dream of arcades. Donkey Kong, Pac-Man, Tempest, and Joust. Oh, man. I could just see I just get to see all of the different games from the arcade that I used to go to all lined up, right? And I'm thinking, oh, one whole wall of just bitchin' video games from the past, right? And then behind you on the other wall, some pinball machines, right? I wanted a couple of Nickelodeons where you could look through and watch an old 16 millimeter film, right? Oh, I would love to have some of those. Photo booth, darts, the machine that you punch. Yeah. Oh, Zoltar, right? Ask Zoltar, that would be great. I mean, just the basics. Nothing fancy, just the basics. I would need my own in-house technician, right? First of all. Or I would have to learn it and teach it to somebody who's young. Wow. Yeah, those older machines were complicated back then. I was looking at one of the old. It was like looking at one of the old television or telephone circuit boards. Joust. You joust with your friends all the time. That's called sword fighting, you kook. Oh man, boy, I come up with the zingers, don't I? We used to joust in real life. On bike, on skateboard, in cars, right? Yeah. I remember once we had a video camera, and we were just filming anything, right? And it was like, all right, I'll drive the car, you record the car, and you get in front of the car, and we'll drive like, I don't know, a couple of miles an hour. And when we get close to you, you jump in the air and hit the hood of the car, right? And then roll off. And we did it. And the hood got dented, and the window got cracked, and my friend screwed up his elbow. But we did it. And we were in our 20s. Dumbasses. I wish I still had some of those videos that we made back then. Yeah, they just evaporated like time. Just like the past. It's just into the ether. Joust. I loved that game. I loved the game Joust. That little flying camel or whatever, ostrich or whatever it was. And then you fly in this, and then you turn it flying this way, flying this way, flying this way, flying this way, flying this way. Land on those things. Skid. Centipede. Asteroids. Galaxian. Galaga, that one that, you're in the spaceship and you're kind of cruising along, and you got to go under the things and over the things and then through that channel like on Star Wars. Oh, there were some great games, right? And it's a matter of, okay, look, here are the basic great games that you want to get because they're going to cost the least to get them first. Here are the ones that you want to get and add to later. Okay, we got to get this one later. As soon as we can afford to, we can get that one. And then you plan it out like that. So you've got one wall of video games, and then another wall of some video games and pinballs and that kind of stuff, and of course Zoltar. And then your other little whatever. And then you've got room down the middle to start adding your really bitchin' games, whether they're running down the middle, facing out like that, or whether they're running down the middle, one up against the other back to back, and then another pair back to back. You know, whatever you got room for, right? I can see it now. Dark blue walls with murals, bright, colorful murals, dark midnight blue, almost black ceiling with glow-in-the-dark stars and planets and moons on it, right? 1970s and 1980s shit all the way around, murals on the walls. Remember the video game Gauntlet with the wizard, the elf, Thor, and that chick? That sounds great. That sounds familiar. Sounds familiar, but I don't remember it. My brain says nope. Pole Position was one of my favorites. I dropped $20 in Pole Position easy. 4 people could play at the same time. Those were great games. Those were great games when you could have all your friends in a row, pounding and toggling, screaming and yelling, and then a crowd of people behind you going, yeah, I'm next. Fucking game, man. I'm just saying that if you did it right, an arcade could bring in so many people every fucking night. Even people that are like, yeah, an arcade. And then all of a sudden they wind up there. This is the best place in the world. Right? I feel like a kid again. You are a kid, doofus. Right? Maybe that would be it. Get like, I don't know, 3 investors. Like silent partners almost. See, the only thing is I would want this to become not just an arcade, but eventually a home and business in one, right? My dream would be to have a nice giant arcade. A nice long building that's just an arcade. You know, snack bar, outdoor stuff, so that you've got room for people to hang out and do things outside, ping pong and whatnot. But then a second story that actually has an apartment, so that you can live upstairs and then go to work downstairs. You know, a balcony in the back so that you look out over the backyard of the arcade that is actually the backyard of your house, with arcade on the side yards, right? 3-bedroom apartment, 2 bath, nice big kitchen, living room. You never have to leave. You know, you can literally go down in the afternoon drinking coffee in your pajamas and flick the open button and twist the lock and start flipping on arcade games. You know, drinking your coffee at noon, or 2:30 just before the school kids show up. You could do lunch specials. You know, you could do lunch specials where you get 5 game tokens, a hot dog, a Coke, a bag of chips for $10 or something, right? Fucking A. The games cost $2, so 5 game tokens would actually be 5 games, right? For $10. Hot dogs, chips, Coke, and 5 games. That's a good lunch special. I'd do that shit. Add chili for $1. Bring it on. Can you imagine that? Yeah, we got a crock pot of chili here. Crock pot of cheese. Little chili, little cheese. Some jalapeno rings, and you're done, man. That's a hell of a deal. $11 for a chili dog, chips, and a Coke, and 5 games? I could make a place run like that. I could return an investment so fucking quick in a place like that, especially out here, no matter what the economy is, because you could adjust the game prices to the economy so that no matter what, people are like, yeah, good price entertainment, we're going there. You know, Saturday night, they got live music. You know, hell yeah. There's a lot of room downtown here for stuff like that. A lot of room. A lot of room. It's got a lot of room. A lot of room up here too. Because I keep doing stuff up here, and then I empty it out, and then I do it again, and then I empty it out, and I do it again, and I empty it out. All of these books, notebooks, and binders and shit, just filled with all the shit that I've emptied out, and I just keep coming up with more shit. I'm an idea man, right? That's what I should have, a think tank. I should be my own think tank, right? Give me a something, and I'll come up with an idea for you. I'll come up with a prototype or a plan. Yeah, that's it. That's the ticket. A think tank. Crazy Old Weird Bearded Guy's arcade and think tank. What? Get out of here, you kook. That can't be a thing. Hey, if I can think it up, it's a thing. So there. Imagine how an arcade could just keep expanding into the games, right? Just more and more games until you need a bigger building. And then you gotta build a building, right? And it just keeps going and going. I'd get a fucking roller coaster if I could, right? A roller coaster, mini golf, batting cage, go-karts, you know, an amphitheater, a restaurant, bar, like 3 places to eat in the whole establishment, you know. A place so big that you get lost out on the mini golf because there's pathways that go through the mini golf to get to other places, right? So you're walking through, somebody's playing mini golf here, and you're walking through, and you go under here through a tunnel over a bridge, right? Always places to go, and we're gonna get high over here. That's gotta be worked into it, man. Chill out spots. Hey, if you guys are gonna make out, let me join. Totally. I mean, right? Make it so cool that people can't help but just want to be there. Where are you going tonight? The arcade. Really? What's going on? Not much. What are you going there for? Because it's a fucking arcade, dude. You don't get it? Get to go there once, man, and you'll figure it out. That's it. One of those places. You don't even have to fucking advertise it. The people are just like, dude, arcade, dude. Dude. You advertise it at the schools. That's where you advertise it to the kids. The kids. You have to send a flyer home with the kids so your parents can see this. Look, here's an after-school place that costs $5, right, for a wristband. $10, you get a wristband and a meal for $10. The wristband lasts that afternoon. And you can have your snack anytime you want. You know, hot dog, chips and a Coke. The usual, the easy stuff. We could have frozen microwavable burritos or something. Easy stuff that can be dealt with right there, snack bar style. And turn a good profit on a lot of this stuff, right? But get in good with the community, right? By involving the kids. That was always the best way to get the community involved, was to get the kids involved first. Paper drives and scouts and Girl Scout cookies and yeah. They'd always send stuff home to the parents through the school. And our daughter, she's an alumni at all these places. She graduated from all of these little schools. So it would be real easy for her, especially, to go back and say, hey, look, we have this arcade, and kids can go directly there after school, right? Fucking A. That place would be full every fucking afternoon. Totally. We'd have to start taking reservations. See, now I'm really getting carried away with it, man. I love to dream a good dream. I love a good arcade. Live dinner party, live watch party, Black Friday, New Year's Eve party. We're gonna start doing some shit. I think it's going to come down to me sitting here at my desk and making a set of lists, right? Things to do on Monday, things to do on Tuesday, and then running lists of stuff that I can see. What do I need? I need something for Monday. Let me do this today, and I'll check that off and write it in on the schedule. List of movies that I've watched recently that I can use on Monday. Shows, radio stuff. Start compiling files of things, because this upcoming year, if I'm still alive, I'm going full bore into it, right? Full bore. And if I can get my daughter's help and interest, I'll have her help me put my arcade notebook together, and a personal assistant book, a book that she can use to start helping me work on my channel. And in a book, so that she keeps track of everything that we're doing, so that when she's not here, I can refer to the book. She can say, Dad, it's in the book, and this, in this place here, you can find those instructions on how to upload something onto TikTok without having to go through the checks that make you edit and all that crap. Whatever the deal is, because I get into the minutia of crap and I get lost. I just get completely lost because the technology is really, beyond me, right? People my age should not be on iPhones or doing any of that weird shit without help. At least without some kind of training, right? Watch a YouTube video, dude. Exactly. Totally exactly, man. I suppose that. I gotta heat this shit up again. Alright, I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. I just gotta put some heat in this coffee. I'm back, baby. The rhythm's gonna get you. It got me. The rhythm got me. It did. I am rhythmatic. Actually, I have rhythmosis. I have rhythmatosis. It's affecting my rhythmurethra. Rhythmurethra? Rhythmurethra? Your rhythmurethra. Rhythmurethra. What the fuck am I... Shut up. What is going on today? I guess I should start thinking seriously about creating some files devoted to the pursuit of dreams. Starting all of this 10 years ago was a dream. I started my YouTube. I joined YouTube, and I found out that I could make my own stuff and post it. And I thought, wow. And that's when the dream began. And then it took me forever to get started. It was more than 10 years ago. It's when I started. Whatever it says, he's been on YouTube that long, that's when the dream started. And then this was in the planning for a couple of years before I finally made the dream real and started the show. And I've had a few dreams come true in my life. Mi esposa, my wife, my daughter, a few other happy things. Joey. Oh, really, finding someone like that out of thin air, it's amazing. It's a miracle. But you never expect dreams to just come true, right? Never. You want them to, right? I didn't think I was gonna, it was like one of those ideas, like, yeah, I'm gonna do it, but I've had a million of those, and I never did those. So one day, in a fit of depression, I started my show. It was like, all right, I'm gonna do this fucking thing if it kills me, and a week later, I was live. And on the show, doing absolutely nothing but sitting in an empty room drinking coffee. That was it. That's all I did. Didn't say one fucking word. I watched the first episode a while ago. I didn't say one fucking word. I might have muttered something under my breath, or said something, but there was like nothing. No conversation, no talking to the camera, nothing. I was just me and coffee. I didn't know what the fuck to do. But I knew that the plan was to be a slow burn. And if you look at the first stuff, it talks about a slow burn. Because I wanted it to start off slow, and for there to be no dialogue, no action, nothing going on, and then for it to slowly take shape and turn into what it became then, and then what it became after that, and then season 2, and then season 3, and then what this season has evolved into, and how the technology has been added to change the show, and enhancements and all this. That was all a dream. I had a dream. And here we sit today, talking about season 5. Here we sit in season 4, finishing up season 4 this year, and talking about doubling down for season 5. More live, going live together, snowballing this into a community that, by gosh, we can save the world. Or at least a few of us. Hey, you never know. I don't discount the possibilities with the way the world is right now. If you can do this, you can do anything. If you can do that, well, fuck, you can do anything. There's been so many precedents set that pretty much say you can do anything. You can get rich doing anything. You can give back by doing so much, right? So the possibilities are endless. Billions and billions of possibilities. It's an endless universe. No, really, I'm dumbfounded. I've been found dumb. I'm dumbstruck. Strike me dumb. Hit me with a dumb stick. Dumb stick. Boy, that guy was whooped with a dumb stick. Yeah. Dreamer. I told my wife, look, if I were to take $25,000 to $50,000 per investor, up to about 4 investors, and only have them invest in 49% of the company, so I could retain all of the decision-making rights, right? I think that would probably work, right? At the end of the year, go through the profits, gains and losses, and divide up the profits accordingly. You know, there would be expenses during the year that would really eat up a lot of that. You'd have to have a couple employees after yourself, right? I would have to be an employee, either me or my daughter, or the both of us, right? Like here, I clock in, I do my part. My daughter, she clocks in and she's a manager. She has a couple of kids clock in and they're just snack bar attendants. That kind of stuff. That would be pretty neat. That would be pretty neat. I could ask my daughter to take a couple of business classes. Right. She's an alumni at a couple of places, so it would be real easy for her to go back. And she might even be able to get free tuition on a class or two. Or if she was to go back to her college here, she could probably get another degree for free. Does your daughter have tattoos? No, no tattoos. No tattoos, no piercings. She has no her ears are not pierced. She has no piercing, no tattoos. She promised that she'd wait until I was dead before she did any of that. If she decided she wanted to get a tattoo or a piercing, it has to be in a place that I'm never going to see. And I'm okay with that. But it has to be a place that I'm never going to see, and I'm not going to be alive long. And she promised, yeah, I'll do that for you. Because I don't have any tattoos or piercings, right? Other than the pierced ear I gave myself in high school, in class. My wife doesn't have any tattoos or piercings, except for her ears. She wanted to get her daughter her ears pierced when she was a baby. Let's go to the mall and get her pierced so I can put ear. And I said, well, she's a baby. She doesn't need to go through the rest of her life having ears holes that she didn't agree to. I said, it's her body. When she's 15 and she decides she wants to get her ears pierced, then we'll talk about it, because it'll be her decision as an adult, because women mature faster. She never got her ears pierced. She's 21, never got her ears pierced. And she's considered it a few times. But that's it, right? That's all she's considered. And I'm okay with that. I'm sure that between her and her friends, she's probably considered tattoos and other piercings and stuff, because that's the in thing. And I'm okay with that. But as a father, having raised her from a freaking embryo, I don't really want to go to my grave seeing her covered head to toe in ink and piercings. I don't. As far as I'm concerned, and it's personal preference only, you look like a carnival freak when you go too far. And there's a lot of too far out there. Especially with the tribal shit. And it's like, dude, is this a Judeo-tribal tattoo? Because, you know, you're wearing a yarmulke, but you got Samoan tribal over here, you got Celtic tribal over here, you got these piercings that say you're African. What culture are you trying to usurp, right? So I don't go in for any of it. I don't, you know. Some of it, it's like, if I was going to do any tattoos, I would go to Japan, and I would get a Japan tattoo, because it's going to hurt, but aren't they all? But it's going to be, when it's done, it is the shit, right? I wouldn't want to get anything too crazy. I have considered tattoos and more piercings. It's just not... It's accepted more and more, but it's just not for me, right? And so she promised that she wasn't going to do that, at least not where I could see it while I was alive. And I love that, you know, that we have that honesty between us, you know. And if she ever decides, she'll probably let me know, hey, look, I'm thinking about it, you know. And of course, I'll try to talk her out of a permanent scarring and disfigurement to her beautiful body, right? So, I just don't want her to get into that cycle, because once you start that kind of thing going on in your life, some people can get a little carried away. I don't see my daughter as being one of those. I see her getting somebody starting a tattoo and her saying, "Oh, fuck that, no way. I'll live with that dot, but I ain't going any further," right? That's what I see. Going in for a tattoo and then coming out with a dot. Because that's what would happen with me. I'd say, fuck this. It would chase everything away. Every idea, thought that I had about, yeah, it's going to be cool. I do one zzz, and I'd be like, no, that's it. This is stupid. This is pointless. Why am I doing this? Why am I putting myself through this for something that I'm never going to be able to change without having to go through this again? Fuck that. You know? You can't just erase it. It is what it is. You know? You either like it or you don't. And I don't. So, yeah. I mean, I'm not going to go out with my wife and get matching tattoos. I'm not going to do... what do you call it, where people gets a shrine on their chest to all of the people in their lives and whatever, and dog prints and, you know, religious icons and shit. It's just, no. I mean, all I have to do, it's like wanting to eat something, and you look in the fridge and you go, I want to eat that, and then it plays out in your head and you go, I don't want to eat that. It's the same thing. I play it out in my head. What am I going to look like with tattoos? First of all, I got no meat at this point to put any tattoos on. It's going to go through my skin and straight to bone. They're going to be tattooing my bone, right? Because I got nothing, you know? And honestly, my daughter is like me. There's enough pain in life to cause yourself physical pain? No. There's enough. There's enough pain. I'm in enough pain. I don't need to add to it. My daughter, she don't like pain. She's not going to put herself through pain if she doesn't have to, right? The only way you can get out of here alive is to get a tattoo. Okay, that's fine. Tattoo me so I can get the fuck out of here. That's it. That's it. Life or death tattoo, I'll take. If it's anything other than that, and I don't need it. You know, I don't. Meanwhile, WW has just got just tattoos, and he's all like, yeah, piercings, got the Drambuie lips shit going on. Yeah. It's all good, man. I know a lot of people that look a lot different than me. You know, so it doesn't matter what you look like, it's what you got inside, you know. But my insides tell me that look is not for me or anyone in my family. We're just not that. You see, you're always in pain, right? It's always some kind of pain. I'm always in physical pain. I'm always in emotional distress, mental anguish, right? Anxieties, whatever. I used to always be in, like, emotional pain. Like, I want to die. I just hate everything. Right, that kind of pain. Now it's just a physical pain, you know. Physical pain trumps everything else. There's nothing else that can compete with the physical pain. So, other than depression, that can be the end result of too much pain. So I stay high. I try to stay disassociated from my pain as much as possible. That's it. We are over the top of the hour this morning. We're going long. Let's go long. That's it. Did you get it? Did you catch it? No. Mental anguish for sure. Yep. We get a lot of shit built up, and if we don't figure out a way to get rid of it, filter it out, set it aside, change the fucking subject, if we can't figure that out, we're screwed. Then it just leads to worse and worse and worse, right? So there's got to be a way to pull that out of you and put it somewhere. You don't really want to get rid of it completely because it's a part of you. That's why I used to write a lot of shit down. So you could get it out, get rid of it. You no longer have to fucking let it torment you because you put it over there. It's over there now. It's out of my hands, out of my head. I get high so that the pain will be out of my head, out of my body. It'll just sit over there. I'm still in pain. It's still there. And I don't care so much. How's Oliver doing? Oliver, he's the special one, huh? He's doing all right. Sam regulates what he's allowed to do. Nah, they're good. They're all passed out somewhere. It's still early. I think Sam is on the couch over there, passed out under a blanket. Yeah, I can see him breathing. Oliver, I think he's either in our bed or he went in with Natalie, and he's in there sleeping, which is usually the case. And they'll sleep. If somebody wakes up, they go to where somebody's sleeping. And that person wakes up, they go to somebody else who's still sleeping. And then then they get on the couch and they come and they sit next to you on the couch and they go to sleep. They're just lazy dogs. What are they going to do, right? Join a circus, right? I can get them all tattooed and pierced, and they could be sideshow freaks with the horns and the lips and the ears and the shit going on and the tattoos that say "skull fuck me" over here. I don't know. Boy, this guy's weird, man. He's a weird dude. He keeps talking about some weird shit. You don't like tattoos, do we? You know, you've got a thing for tattoos and piercings, man. It's all good, man. There's a lot of tattoo shops and piercing shops. Tattoo shops especially. And barber shops. And cleaners that do alterations, because we live next to a military base. So there's a lot of that. They sleep 16 hours a day. They do. They do. They sleep a lot. But I don't. There's a few people in the house here that sleep longer, so they're like shifts, right? I get up early so the dogs stay with my wife. She gets up, they go in with my daughter. At the time she gets up, somebody might be taking a nap, you know. And then, of course, later on, my daughter will be taking a nap, and we just keep passing the dogs around. Sleep, 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 sleep. You cuddle up with a dog, and you're out, and you are out. Their little breathing and their little heartbeat and little warmth and little fuzzy face. You're gone. You're out. Good night, baby. I'm telling you, ain't nothing like sleeping with a little dog. I got him at my feet. I got him next to me. I got him up. You know, I literally have to grab one dog at my feet and push him over. Or I keep bumping him with my toes and stuff. Or his toes keep brushing up against me, right? Oh, I hate that. When you're asleep and a dog is laying next to you and his legs are stretched out and just brushing up against your back, and then he starts dreaming, and you wake up with the dog scratching at your back. It's like, fuck. You gotta push him. Push him. Yeah. Can't help it. Can't help it. Some people are like, you sleep with the dog? Oh my god, under the blanket? Oh my god, that's disgusting. Fuck it. Humans are more disgusting than dogs, I'll tell you. Totally. Muffy, where's my dog? It's time to go to sleep. Where's Shotzi? Shotzi, here's Shotzi. Muffy, where's Shotzi? Totally, man. Shotzi. Stick your chin out. Shotzi. Oh, Muffy, I can't find Shotzi. Oh, take it easy, Hubert. She'll turn up. Shotzi's a boy. Shotzi's a girl. Shotzi's a boy, lovey. Hubert. Shotzi is a girl. You can't sleep with things that move. Dude. How do you sleep with yourself? What do you strap yourself down with cellophane? Don't fucking move or I will wake myself up. Son of a bitch, I fucking move, man. Okay, don't fucking move. You move, you die. Ah, fuck. Okay, you move again, you die. Oh, shit, I moved. Totally. You gotta start off small, right? Start off with, like, a spider. Sleep with your pet spider. It's really light little toes. You won't feel them crawling across your face. Don't worry about it. Start off with a spider, then move to like a snake, something really friendly, and it'll just kind of curl up next to you and get warm, right? And then why don't you go ahead and add a gerbil or a hamster? Just be sure to remove the snake and the spider first. And then, yeah, or you could start with a bird, because a bird is really light, and it would just kind of rest on you, you know? And then you can move up to like a guinea pig, and then like a little pot-belly pig, right? Chihuahuas are great, man. Chihuahua mutt. I'm all for mutts. If you had a mutt, any kind of mutt to sleep with, you know. If you have a big enough bed, the great thing about a dog is that they will pick a spot and then they will just sleep in that spot. And if you've got a bed that has like a spot for another person, that's where the dog sleeps. Right there in its own spot. It gets into bed, it goes into its spot, curls up, says, "Cover me, asshole," and it goes to sleep. And you don't even hear about it until the next morning, you know. Ah, yeah. Good dog. I was living outdoors in a tent in the mountains in Mammoth, California, and I had a dog with me. My friend's dog. He had gone back east for the summer, and he was going to be staying with his mother for the summer. And he flew out and flew back, and he couldn't take his dog. So I kept the dog with me for the summer, and I was painting at the time, and I wanted to save money so that when everybody came back to town, we could rent a house together, because that was the master plan, was to finally rent a house together, and all of us old buddies would do that. So he left his dog with me. I checked out of my house, my apartment, and moved into a tent out on the scenic loop where you could stay for free camping. So I got a camping outdoor pass and moved out onto the loop, sent my tent up, and lived out there with this dog in a tent. I went to the thrift shop and I bought a futon bed and frame that was really lightweight, roll-up wood, with a little lightweight frame underneath. And I put that in the tent with a rug and table and lamp and stereo. And so it was set up like a little room, right? Kitchen outside. And lived like that for a few months during the summer. Saved up money to eventually in the fall, rent a really nice 3-bedroom house for us. But that dog, he used to get in bed and sleep on his side of the bed, and I'd bring like 4 or 5 blankets over the top of us, and we'd go to sleep. Because at night, up there in the mountains, even in the summer, it got cold. And under those 6 blankets, we would be cold. We'd go to sleep. We'd be warm under there, but you sleep really hard in the cold. And we never heard the bear that got into the truck one night. That dog never moved because of the blanket and all of this. Normally, he would have gotten up because he's one of those dogs. He was a German Shepherd Chow, and he was real protective and aggressive. And he used to go out and run through the neighborhood with the coyotes. He was that kind of dog. He was just a beautiful, brilliant dog. And we had bear issues a couple of times, but I never had to worry about the dog, thankfully. But the dog would go everywhere with me. Go to work, spend all day at work with me. We'd go have dinner. We'd go over to a friend's house, and I'd have a shower, and the dog would hang out with them and the other dogs, and because we knew so many people in town, I could just have a shower here this night, a shower here that night, you know, sleep on somebody's couch this night if I didn't want to go back to the tent. It was late, you know. And everybody knew Frodo, the dog, so everybody was okay with, oh, you got Frodo with you? Come on over. And then they'd spend the day hanging out with Frodo. I would some days, if I had to go out of town to work, I would drop Frodo off at Heather's house or Julia's house or somebody's house who had dogs, and he would just go hang out with those dogs. It was great. Never knew a dog like that before or since. He got lost once in Carlsbad, Oceanside area. My friend left him with another friend and left town, and they didn't know how to care for a dog, so the dog got out and just started walking, and he walked in bigger and bigger circles out from where he had left. And that's how we found him. I said, look, this is what he's going to do. He's going to go out and he's just going to start walking in circles further and further out till he finds what he's looking for, right? And so we started from there, and we started searching out in circles until we got to the coast, where he was found underneath a vehicle during the day chilling out, and somebody had brought him food and water and had seen the flyers that we had put everywhere and called, and we went and got him. Boom, bing, bang, boom. It was a miracle. But because you have to understand dog psychology, what is he going to do? Hold on. And there is the door. Yeah. And there she goes. She's off and running. She's off and running. Yep. There it is. Right there in front of you. I forgot what I was talking about. I always lose myself when I'm talking to my wife. It's great. It's great. Yeah, I love having a mind that just is so flippant it can't concentrate on anything. If you were to ask me what we talk about from show to show, I'd be like, I don't know, you have to watch the show. I don't remember what the fuck I said. I know at some point we talked about this or we talked about that, or I can look here and see, yeah, we did this. But for the most part, I ain't got a fucking clue. Once this is all done, I don't remember what the fuck's going on. I turn off the microphone, step away from the camera, look from here to there, and I'm lost. That's all it takes, right? What was I talking about? I know I was talking about something. right? And if nobody's commented recently on what I was just talking about, I can't get back there. I can't get back to where I was, you know. I think I was talking about dogs, right? I think. Work. Dogs. Work calls dog. Oh, Frodo. Frodo was lost and we were looking for him. Yeah, we found him. My friend who I was working for and the guy who lost him, he was the base, and we used his phone numbers and his copier machines and his vehicles, and we found that dog. We found that dog, and that was a miracle. It was a miracle. Yeah. I haven't been so lucky with a lot of dogs, and that really upsets me. But it was good to have a win. It's good to have a win. Because I don't think I could have ever forgiven that dude for allowing that dog to get away, when you know full well he don't know you or this. You take him. He is supposed to watch the dog, and then he took the dog that he's supposed to be watching and dumped it off at his mother's house. That he don't know. The dog thought he was getting abandoned. Look, it's okay because he's with you, because he knows you and he loves you. But why did you drop him off at a place that he's never been and then just leave? Of course, the first chance he gets, he's going to book, because he don't know these people. These people have never had a dog, so they're treating him like some kind of thing, right? Oh, fucking stupidity. Just no forethought. People who just won't think, right? Think. You just think about what you want. You don't think about what's good. I've given up shit. A lot of shit just to be with a dog. It's like being with, yeah, I got a kid, I can't do that. Same fucking thing. I got a dog, I can't do that. I used to have to take my dog everywhere because he had separation anxiety. So if I couldn't take my dog, I couldn't go. I couldn't do anything. I had to take my dog to a wedding, put him in a tuxedo and take him to a wedding, because I could not leave him in the room. I could not leave him at home. I just could not leave him alone. He would have destroyed everything, freaking out, being alone. It wasn't until we got Sam as his roommate 2 years before he died that he finally calmed down. And it was the fact that he was alone. So we got him a pet. We got him Sam. And then we could actually leave him at home alone. But before that, there were years where we just couldn't have another dog, couldn't have another pet, and it was just him, and we had to take him everywhere. It's like, oh, well, I can't take 2 dogs everywhere, so let's just stick with the one. Yeah. 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 What's this? Ooh, look, a bong hit. Wow. 20 minutes to the top of the hour, which will take us to 3 hours. A 3-hour show. We're working toward a 3-hour show this morning. And then after that, who knows? We could do 4. We could do 5. Yesterday we did over 8 hours. I don't know why. I just couldn't stop, I mean, what am I going to do? I'm going to stop here and then what? I'm going to eat? Sit on the couch? Noodle with the guitar? I mean, I can do that shit here, right? They have this bar here in Asheville called the Wag Bar. It's an outside bar, dog park. That is very cool. That is very cool. Yeah. I could see that. I could see that. I remember laundromat bars and American-made cars. I remember when rock and roll wasn't a TV show. I wrote that. God, I'm so stuck in the past. I just want to bring the past to everybody. I really do. What, is the past supposed to be better? No, different. Nostalgic. Fun to re-examine. Lessons still to be learned from the past. an arcade with this whole 1980s theme, right? I mean, I would have displays built into the wall 2 feet deep where you got to unlock a glass frame door to get in there and rearrange the shelves, right? And I would have 8 tracks and 8-track players and posters and shit everywhere. I mean, black lights. It would feel like the fucking 1980s, you know. And there would be more there to remember this stuff, you know, all these things around. If the building was big enough, have an entire wing that is like a museum, right? Just displays, wall displays, real life displays, you know. Places where you can just go kind of sit down and maybe put in an 8-track and put on some headphones. I don't know. Make it just the past, man. Past world. Let's go to the past. Let's explore the past. Yeah, I don't know. It's probably the pot. Freaking pothead. Wake up. I don't want to wake up, man. Fuck that. I've been awake. I've done all of that. If that's what it means to be awake, I'll stay asleep. Because I know what it means to be awake, and nobody else will wake the fuck up. So why should I? Why should I wake up to them if they can't wake up to reality and wake up to me, right? Fuck it all. Saving the world. One stupid live show at a time. That's it. Right, we're not going to rewrite humanity here. We can give it a nudge, a very small, ineffective nudge. But hey, it's what I got. I'll show you what I got, punk. No, really. Arcade me, man. Fucking arcade me. Yeah. Well, we're waiting for some weird wallflower irregular who stops by but doesn't say anything. We're waiting for them to say, "Hey, I'm here. Play a song," and then I'll play a song. So that's it. This morning, that's what's going to get us a song, is somebody who hasn't said anything yet. This morning, that's who's going to say, "Hey, all right, I'm here now. Play a song, damn it," and then I'll play a song. Until then, until one of them wallflowers out there, one of them flies on the wall, one of them irregulars who shows up, it's too... I don't want to comment. I don't want to. Go ahead, comment. Just comment music, and I'll play music, live music right here. Bring out the songbook, bust out the guitar, and go diddly diddly do. Right? All you got to do is ask. Joey and Lucy and Dubs have been here already this morning, so I'm going to require someone new to step up and say, "All right, play some music, dipshit." I might even take a request, but probably not. Right? Melon cauliflower. Love you, Joey. Take care of yourself. He's like, oh, he's going to play the guitar. I'm out of here. Oh, jeez. I don't... I got to go to bed soon. That's going to give me nightmares. That guy's squawking. No siree, Barbarino. Good night, Joey. Take care of yourself. Mom says hi. She's gone, but she's like, well, tell Joey I said hi. So, have a good day's sleep, a good night doing whatever, or whatever you're doing. Just have fun. Take care of yourself, man. We'll see you soon, man. We'll see you soon. We're gonna do some more live stuff at night. That'll be fun. Hopefully I can do it on a night when Joey's around and he can show up and hang out. If we do an overnighter on a night that he's not working, I think we can get Joey to hang out, right? I really want to do some live interactive with people on the next live one. At least one person come on through the video. Oh, you're staying up today. All right, dude. That's great, man. That's absolutely... Build a kite. Go out and build a kite and fly a kite. You went to bed last night. Ah, okay. Well, today's Build a Kite. It's Build a Kite weekend. So build a kite. Or find a Renaissance fair to go to and go eat a big turkey leg. Right? I used to love their half a quail on a stick. It was like a barbecued half a quail on the stick with this really good flavor. Little bones. That was always good. The bangers, right? The big old bangers with onions and mustard. Those were good. Yeah. All right. Peace, brother. Love you. Take care. Yeah, it's that third hour hunger that starts setting in. But yeah, we're gonna wait until somebody new shows up this morning and says, "Play some music. Will you shut up and just play some music?" And then I'll say, "You can't tell me to shut up, man. I don't have to play it, man. If you're gonna tell me to shut up, I don't have to." I don't want to get pissy. Well, unless I gotta take a piss, and then I have no choice. I'll have to get pissy. I'll have to get pissy, but not prissy. Jeez, doesn't this guy ever shut up? If I did, we'd have no show. The entire show. Bye. You like quail eggs? That's cool. That's awesome. Quail egg shooters. Yeah. Awesome sauce. If I couldn't just go blah, 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 this would be a really boring show. It would be me waiting for somebody to comment so I could interact with them. Or me sitting here drinking coffee and smoking bong hits and not doing anything else. But luckily, I'm a jabberjaw, I found out. It's, you know what? It's all of those decades of having nobody to talk to. Nobody to listen. Nobody to care, to just hang out and go, yeah. Sometimes that's all you want. Sometimes you just want somebody to listen. Even if you're not going to get anything out of it. Even if they're not even going to care about what you're saying. Huh? What? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sometimes you just want somebody to listen, right? Or just to be there while you're talking. Even if they're just there, right? What the fuck? Just went into space. The space between my ears. Yeah, see, start talking about it being a jabberjaw, and then all of a sudden everything goes silent. I thought this guy talked. Somebody tuned in and went, "Why is he just sitting there? Why is he just looking into space?" Because that's what I do up in here. Let's see, what do we got here? Halo. We got a little bit of this Buried Days. Actually, I'm going to save that. I'm going to do some more of this gravity drop because I feel like getting fucked up in here. I feel like getting fucked up in this place, man. Let's get all fucked up. My dog, Tootsie, she was my father's dog. And she seems to be traumatized by the word fuck. F-U-C-K, fuck. And it appears as though my dad probably said fuck a lot. Shut the fuck up. Knock it the fuck off. What the fuck? Right? Fuck. Just like the old guy next door. He's always saying, damn it. Real loud. Damn it. Damn it. Sometimes it'll like 6 damn it's in a row. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I mean, literally, just like that. So anytime I say fuck, Tootsie, she gets up, she looks at me, and she starts walking away like, what am I going to do, right? So last night I was sitting on the couch, and I said, like, fuck like 100 times, petting Tootsie and playing, fucking hey, Tootsie, you're the best little fucking dog, I love you, little fucking cutie. And I must have said fuck 100 times, so that when I got done, I'd say fucking hey, and I'd pet her, and she'd just sit there and look at me, right? And I'm trying to desensitize her. It was shoes when she first got here. I used to pick up my shoes and bang them together to knock the whatever was inside out. And anytime I'd pick up a shoe, she'd take off running. Pick up my shoes and bang them, and she'd take off. And I was like, what the? Oh. My dad used to throw his shoes at her. And she chewed up one of my wife's slippers. And I'm like, okay, that's it. He would throw his shoes or smack the dog with a slipper or something. So footwear was a trauma for her. So I desensitized her. I literally would just sit in there and bang my shoes together and talk to her. And bang my shoes and talk to her and bang and pet and talk. Until now, I can pick up my shoes, bang them together, and she just gets up and looks at me and then sits back down. Right? But the word fuck, I'm still working on that one. I'm still working on that one. Message. There you go. Massage. But I think I got that one licked, right? It's just finding out what a trauma is. And then giving positive reinforcement when you're de-traumatizing, right? Like, this thing that you're traumatized over doesn't mean shit anymore. Actually, it means lovey, 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 because now when you hear that, you expect, right? And that's pretty much what I do, you know. Oh, you cute little fucking dog. You're such a fucking adorable little fucking bitch. I love you so much. Oh, you're such a cute, right? All those words that my father would have used as, rah, 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 rah. I'm like, let's do something different, you know. So I say fucking A, and she's like, yeah? Fucking A. Yeah. Totally. 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 We always wind up with traumatized dogs and animals. As a kid, we always got these weird dogs that have issues, right? So I'm like, yeah, this is easy to deal with. We'll just do this. You know, this dog hates cats and eats cats and kills cats. We got to get a cat. Okay, well, let's train this dog to love cats. Boom. You know, it just takes work. I've catted a lot of dogs, if you will. I'm going to try to do ours soon because we really, really want a cat. But our dogs are such little assholes. A cat would be just competition, right? And it's a cat. And I think my one dog has known cats. I know Tootsie. She's known cats because my dad has had a million different animals. But Oliver, he's never known a cat. Sam, he's probably known cats. But he was probably a year old when we got him, too, off the street. So I don't know. You say kitty kitty to him, and he's like, what, motherfucker? Let's do it. So I don't know. He knows about them, but I don't know to what degree and how. Did he live with one? Was he kicked out because he attacked a cat? Did he not get along with a cat? I'm assuming he was digging the trash or something, and somebody tried to tell him no, and he got feral and bit them, or bit at them. And they just said, you're gone. Because he was just running up and down the streets like somebody had just dropped him off on a rainy day. All morning long, running around. And I'm like, it was just crushing me to see this little guy running. We're up kind of up high, and we could see down into the neighborhood, and we could just see him running around, right? And an hour later, he's sitting right in front of my driveway. Serendipity, right? It was fate. And I'm like, okay. He came to the right place. You want some hot dogs? Yes. You want to get in my lap? No. You want another hot dog? Yes. You gonna get in my lap now? Nope. All right, well, here, take a whole hot dog, and then just grab him so he's got no mouth to chew with because it's full of hot dog. I tricked him good. So, rainy days, eating hot dogs, I'm sure it brings back memories for both of us. He ate a half a pack of hot dog that morning, getting him into the car and home. I'd do it again 1,000,000 times with 1,000,000 dogs if I could. It's 100 acres, 100-acre wood, right? All fenced in, high walls, safe, secure, no animals can get in or out. And just have this beautiful doggy wilderness, right? Tiny homes all over, just for dogs, right? Oh, this is this dog family. Let's go over to this dog family over here today. And just go into a tiny home that's got couches and beds and dogs just hanging out. Let's see who's here today, right? Oh, that would be beautiful. That would be beautiful. Dogs hanging out with cats and local raccoons and shit hanging out. I'd just love to be one Grizzly Adams motherfucker. Yeah. Oh, what a world. Oh, what a world. We're getting to the top of the hour here, and I do believe I'm just going to fucking keep going. Regardless of who's here or who's not. My only requirement this morning is that if somebody wants live music, they got to request it. That's it. I feel like if I'm just sitting here playing live music, I'm doing it for me. And I'd rather do this for me. But if somebody wants some live music, then we can accommodate you here. Totally. Imagine if I had a big place with 1 billion dogs around on set here with me too. Hey, get away from the drums so I can play. You hit the drums and the dogs all run out. We're gone, dude. We're gone. I'm still here. I'm still weird. You better just get used to it. Yeah, baby. Yeah, gravity drop. Gravity drop. Gravity drop. I probably have old friends that have stopped by to see what's going on in this morning show, and the first thing they see or hear is me smoking pot. And I'm sure their first response, a lot of my friends from the old days, will be, I can't watch this, right? And it's because most of the people, gravity bong, I like it. Most of the people from my past don't smoke pot anymore. Most of them are recovering addicts, recovering alcoholics, that kind of stuff. And any slight hint of something like this from the past make them go bananas. And I get it. Some people can't even watch a Cheech and Chong movie without thinking, oh man, I remember back when, and oh man, now I need, it's like, oh dude, come on. So I get it. I don't understand it, but I get it. Gravity drop in my gravity bong. I used to use a gravity bong, like if I had a tooth out, and they say, no sucking, no smoking, no straws, don't smoke a pipe. So what I would do is I'd use a gravity bong, and all I would just have to do is push that thing down and inhale. Wouldn't have to use my mouth at all, just my lungs. Honey, they said don't smoke. No, they said no sucking, honey. Just take a couple of hits off a gravity bong, saltwater rinse, and you're done. I'm good, baby. But you just had a tooth removed. Yeah, now I feel much better, too. Yep. But the day that I had all my teeth removed, right? My wife's just sitting there in the chair watching all these. Here's another one. Okay, you want me to keep going? Oh, man, her face. You ever smoke out of an apple? Oh, yeah. I've smoked out of an apple. I've smoked out of a tin can, of course. I've smoked out of a block of wood, a pipe that's made from actual pipe fittings, a socket and a screen. Take a long socket, right, a deep socket, 1/2 inch, and a screen out of a faucet. I'd screw the thing on the faucet, pull it out, and you pop that screen out, screw it back on, and then the water comes out funny. You take that metal, big heavy-duty metal screen, you jam it down into the socket, the deep socket, and now you've got this deep bowl. And oh, I love that. That's one of my favorite. I'm at a job site, and I don't have a pipe, right? Go to my toolbox, go in, find one of the bathrooms or kitchens that has one of those screens on it. Hey, what happened to the faucet? I don't know, man. Maybe it's defective. Yeah, I've smoked out of a lot of stuff as a kid. I've smoked a lot of stuff as a kid. Banana peels, potato chips, nuts. Why? Just to try it. A eucalyptus. We smoked eucalyptus because we heard that koalas got high from it. So we thought, what the fuck? This eucalyptus tree is everywhere. Fucking kids. I think cloves that were actually legal to buy and smoke. I think those are the worst things I ever smoked. Cloves. Just horrible. Who would smoke cloves? You know? Blech. And we did. We smoked them for a lot. I can still remember the taste of a clove cigarette. That was the 80s for you, man. Smoking cloves. Shh. Makes your lungs bleed. Some horrible fucking shit. We're doing all kinds of stupid shit. Yeah, all kinds, yeah. We're trying to come up with weird ways that we used to smoke pot, right? When you don't have something to smoke through, but you got a lot of weed. I always hoped that there was somebody around who smoked cigarettes. If they smoked cigarettes, I would take a cigarette, I would take all the tobacco, crumble the tobacco out, make it an open cylinder, stick a pen in there and make it all nice and smooth. And then I would start crumbling weed up in there, create a little funnel out of paper, and I would pack the cigarette paper very slowly and meticulously, packed all the way down to the filter, packed all the way to the top, pack it in nice and tight like a cigarette, and then snap that filter off and smoke it. Yep. That was my favorite way to smoke pot if I just couldn't come up with anything. It had a little bit of a tobacco smell and a hint of it because of the paper had absorbed, but, a bamboo bong, there you go. I have made several bamboo bongs, right? Those were always fun, especially if it was a nice, good, round piece of bamboo, and it was the knots were far enough apart that you could make it pretty long. I've made some short, skinny little bamboos before because that's all the bamboo that I could get, and those were pretty cool. Little personal size one-hitter bamboo bong. Those were cool. Bamboo, yeah. Big bamboo bong. The bigger the bamboo, the bigger the bong. Core that thing out through a couple of knots and make it really long. The big plexiglass bongs, like the graphics, the ones like this that you get that were like 6 feet long, those were the shit. I could never smoke them, but I thought they were cool. Hey man, hit this thing up to the top for me so I could pull it all the way through. No man, you gotta do the work. Well, fuck it, I'm gonna get a head rush and pass out before I even fill it. Fuck that. Can't you put a motor on this thing? Alright, now, you flip it and then it blows. I could do that, yeah. I could do that. Like the Yanomamos, right, in the Amazon, who packed this piece of reed filled with this powder at the end. they grind up right into this like powder, and then you put the powder end in your nose, and somebody at the other end just blows it into your fucking brain, and you just go, and you gag for like an hour, and then you hallucinate for like a day. Yeah, give me that. Stop smoking, but give me that reed filled with green yuck that you gag on. I'll totally take that. Totally. I don't know. I don't think you can use like GoFundMe to create a business. Or can you? Maybe it's just a different thing, right? A business startup is what I would need, right? To do an arcade. A business startup. A GoFundMe or a crowdsource where you don't owe anything back to anyone. That would be the best way to do it, because then you would be able to put more of the profitable resources back into the company. I don't know why I keep thinking about this. And I've done this before. And I've actually started businesses before that started as a little bot, and they worked. My handyman thing, I was at work one day working for somebody else and thought, you know what, I could do this and do it better and make more money on it than I am doing here, working at $12 an hour, right? And I did, and I was, within a year, I was out making $25 an hour, 2-hour minimum, going to places, changing hinges and door locks and light bulbs and real fucking stupid shit that was easy, and I was making bank, So making an arcade that could be profitable, that's not so far-fetched. It's just really far out of reach. Really far out of reach. But then again, 20 years ago, you couldn't think, well, let me get online and get a bunch of people to pay for something for me. And then somebody pays for your vacation or your mother's operation or a house because your house got destroyed, whatever, right? I think you can do a GoFundMe for anything. See, that's what I figured, right? And then there's I know if you don't reach your thing, you reach your goal, I think it gets returned. Like if it doesn't pan out, it doesn't work, everybody gets a refund, right? I think that's how it works. Minus a commission or something, I don't know. I'm going to have to look into it. Let me write this down. Building arcade crowdsourcing. GoFund me, question mark, etc. So personal assistant. Where's my Muffy? Where's my personal assistant? He's out walking Shotzi. She needed to go out. Shotzi's a he lover. Personal assistant, get on this. Right? I gotta do stuff that's right for my state. I gotta figure out how to run a business like that. Business license, fictitious name statement, all of that. I've done all of this before. Tax number, resale number so that you can buy food and resale it. You got to have your health card, and you got to be checked out by the health department because you're going to have a little kitchen. So everything has to be done in stages, right? Here's your building. The arcade machines are on the way. Get somebody in there to paint a mural, right? And then flooring, right? And then bring in the machines and set everything up and get going. And then offer snacks until you get the kitchen up and running and okay. And then do hot snacks, right? And do it in steps so that you're making money right away, the first thing. And then within weeks, you're growing, But once it's up and running, it would then create enough of a capital income that would facilitate growth at an exponential rate. Muffy. Dreaming the dream, living big. You know, I had dreams of doing like a food cart, a taco stand, and I did all the research. I was real close to buying a taco cart and setting it up, and then just doing tacos on the weekends, keeping my regular job, and then on the weekends setting up a taco cart and doing tacos for 6 or 7 hours someplace. That's another business that would really take off out here, is a food truck, a food cart, because there's literally so many tourists out here in this little tiny town, right? There's 3.5 million visitors a year or so ago. So it fluctuates, but we're talking a few million a year to our little town. This place fills up. There's a lot of people. It gets crazy in here. So food is a big thing. Entertainment is a big thing, right? I'd love to get in the entertainment. Get in on the entertainment thing. There are a lot of clubs and little night spots out here, and almost all of them do live music on the weekends now. You can find like so many places doing live music within a couple of miles, right? It's crazy. And they just grow and get better and better, right? The arcade. And it just starts off as a little place for the kids that looks like, oh, this is just a little place for the kids. But you see a lot of adults in there going, yeah, I remember this, right? But it's just set up for the kids. Eventually it grows and grows into something that really, really brings in the adults on the weekends. Mainly for the kids. They just come out there to look at the desert. Yeah, it's the Joshua trees. That's what does it. It's those funny, crooked little scabby trees that looks like that little monster with the weird tentacle arms things. They're weird looking little trees, and people love to come here to the trees. It's supposed to have a lot of vortexes out here. It's supposed to have a lot of this and a lot of that, and there's rocks to climb, big giant rocks for the rock climbers. It's just a weird touristy spot out in the desert that's like one of Southern California's closest deserts, right? That's got a lot of interest. And the national park is Joshua Tree National Park. And it's weird because you don't think of a forest when you think of these funky little trees. But when you go into the park and go up over a hill and come down, you look down on a literal forest of Joshua trees that just spreads out, and it's just trees everywhere, and they're weird. If you go an hour in the other direction, north of here, you get into the Mojave Desert, which is another great spot. And it's less of a touristy spot, but there's some deep forests of Joshua trees out there. And that's what they go out there for, from these stupid little trees and the desert. You know, hey, let's go out to the desert. All right, get some mushrooms, let's go. Seriously, it's crazy. I don't know why, but they come out here, and there's a lot of people who move out here and do that hipster thing. You see this guy, he's 30 years old, he's got a beard, he's wearing a wide collar shirt and a vest and bell bottoms and boots, and he drives an old 1960s Chevy pickup with a gun rack with a guitar on it, and he's trying to live this past life. You look in his car and it's got an old stereo and an 8-track player. And he's got a dog. And he's 30 years old. And he looks like an old fucking man living out in the woods. And every time you turn around, there's a couple, there's a lady who looks like she's a 1960s hippie, all grown up and 70 years old or something, and she's like 25, and she's out here barefoot in a skirt with a dog, living this life in the desert, living in her car and shit. We get so much of that out of here. So many ladies that come out here, a carload of stuff and a cat or two in their car, and anywhere from 20s on up into the 60s, and you see them in their car, and it's like they left everything behind to come out to the desert and find themselves. I don't get it either, but it happens so often out here. It is bizarre. I'm going to go take a tinkle. I got to go tinkle, because I can't hold it anymore. I'll be right back. I think if the air was off, you probably could have heard me tinkle. Let me turn it off. Let me go try it again. I'll be right back. All right. I think the one thing that would be a bummer with an arcade, there's a bunch of YouTube channels about people that do the van life. Yeah, we call them dirt bags out here. We call them dirt bags out here. Well, they call themselves dirt bags, the rock climbing van lifers. Yeah. I think the one thing that would be a bummer that would probably, if I don't take care of it ahead of time with an arcade, would come back to bite me. And I think it would be handicap access. I would need to be able to have full handicap access throughout the whole thing, right? Because otherwise they'll come and sue your ass, right? ADS, is that what it is? And they'd send investigators everywhere to take pictures of shit and to go in and look to see if somebody's going to have trouble with a handicap issue, and then they just lawsuit your ass. Fix it or you have to pay millions of dollars, right? It's a whole fucking industry behind that bullshit. They don't show up and say, hey, I'd like to be able to come here, but it doesn't work for me. Could you fix that? Oh, yeah, let's do that. Whoops. But no, you just get a lawsuit. All right. The other thing I think would be liability insurance. Because of all of the people on the property, I would need liability insurance first and foremost from the get-go. So that would be a pretty big payment to have to deal with. Leasing of the building, the electricity usage, and then liability insurance. I think those are going to be the three main costs before payroll, right? I think those 4 things are going to be the big costs. For day to day, week to week, month to month costs, right? Fixing it up for handicap would be real easy from the get-go. If the building doesn't have access, just start working some concrete so you got ramps, and then everything just slants right into the place. Make sure you got a handicap accessible bathroom. Make sure that you have places for the chairs and stuff to pull up under tables and games. I like those table games where you can sit on a chair and you're each on the other side of a game playing. Those are really popular. I'd love to have some of those in the dining area, where you could sit there and have a drink and a snack on the glass tabletop and be playing a game. Have a counter where you've got those bar games, the bar video games that I think you mentioned. That would be great too, and just have it for everybody, right? But I think handicap and liability insurance stuff right away. The building lease, the electricity usage, liability insurance, payroll. I would literally have to have someone who has business savvy doing that end of it, right? Somebody doing books, somebody doing payroll, somebody paying the bills, making sure everything gets taken care of from month to month, week to week, with orders and whatnot. More than likely, it would be having a big van or box truck that goes down to a retail store, one of those stores where Costco, Sam's Club, that kind of stuff, and pick up the bulk stuff and bring it back every week and stock the fridges and freezers, right? That would probably be the best way to go. Or have things shipped in at an even lower cost. Startup, if you're starting off small, of course, would be a lot less, but eventually the month to month would be pretty good cost, right? You start off by opening only on the weekends and you running it yourself, right? And then switch to evenings during the week, and then open it up to kids after school. And then just start growing it out as you grow to handle these tasks, right? Because it would all be new. Shut up, stomach. Finding a technician. I could probably dig one up pretty close that would be able to come out regularly and do maintenance and repairs and stuff on some of those older machines. Close to Palm Springs, there's probably somebody going to be in the area, or at least no further than Los Angeles, let's say, who could come out and do machine repair. I could probably do a lot of work myself, being a handyman and good with my hands and electronics and stuff, old school electronics. And then get some person in their 20s who wants to learn about that, really, and get them involved. So that for the big jobs, we can call the guy in LA or Palm Springs, but for the most of the part, there's a couple of us that know what to do day to day with issues. How to flip a breaker, how to empty the coin thing, how to set it so that it can just push a button rather than use a coin. The different issues, how to fix little problems along the way, keep a running notebook of how to deal with stuff so that the next people that come along have all of that information. Okay? Totally. I just keep looking at this bong here thinking, I love you, man. I love you. And I'm going to love it some more. I'm going to just love it all up in here. I'm going to get fucked up in here. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get fucked up. Anybody want to get fucked up? Let's get fucked up. I'm going to get a shirt that just says, I'm fucked up. That's it. That's all. And it'll have that icon. My little emoji there, that little smirk with the red eyes, it'll have that. It'll just say, I'm fucked up. All in lowercase. I'm fucked up. That's it. screen printer. I wish I had a one-station screen printer. That's it. A button maker, one of those. I looked it up on eBay. I could get one for like $65 or something. It's like 1.5 to 3 inches. I think you can get the different size button makers, and you just put in the piece of metal. You put on the picture. You put on the clear coat. You crimp it down. It takes it and it does that to it, and then you put on the little button thing, and you got buttons, right? T-shirts and buttons and stickers. If I could make T-shirts, buttons, and stickers and just put my stupid sayings on them, my stupid shit, and make them collectors too. It has your shirt, but down here it's got my signature, the year it was made, and it also says 1 of 20 because there was only 20 in the run, right? So you're buying a piece of art too, right? It's a print. It's not just a screen print, it's a print of something that I created, right? Whoa. And then with each run of 20 shirts or something, I can make buttons that go with it. I'm fucked up with the little happy face. I'm fucked up, man. Yeah. See, there you go. Another $1 billion idea right there. Yeah. Totally. A little shop, a little garage, a little warehouse or something to get this whole thing rolling, man. Right? There's an old ex-brewery here in town. Just gut that thing of all of its shit. Put a snack bar area up front where the front place is, and then in the back where it's brewery. Just turn it, wall it in, ceilings and everything, turn it into an arcade. Start off with here's the small arcade first while we're building the additional stuff inside the warehouse, right? That would be easy. Lease it to own, buy it outright. I don't know. Something like that. Build a prefab building on a little piece of property for cheap. Go with it. Just go with it, man. Just go with it. Take another hit, you frickin' fruitcake. Man, this guy can't shut up about his dreams. I can't. If you do, then you're not dreaming anymore. Who wants to go through life not dreaming? Get shit done, but dream. Dream big. Dream big or go home. Right? Dream big or stay asleep until you dream big. Drambooey. Bambooey. Boo. Ooh. I've often thought about the van life, motorhome life. I grew up in a motorhome, trailers, tents, that kind of shit. So imagining myself doing the van life isn't too far-fetched. Just before I got married, I had a van. It was a motorhome. It was an Astro van on the front and then big, puffy, big fat body motorhome on the back. It's about 20 feet long, 18 feet long, I think. And it was a motorhome, and then somebody gutted it and turned it into a golf repair shop. So I gutted it and rebuilt it back into a motorhome. Put in a bathroom and a kitchen and a bed in the back, and put in a new water tank and all of this stuff before I got married, and then we got pregnant, and then we moved into a real house, and I gave it to my brother. But yeah, I could do that. With me, it would probably be a bus. I would have to get a motorhome or a bus, and then I would have to pull a long trailer, an empty cargo trailer, behind the bus or motorhome that would contain this and stuff and a shop to do things. The little, screen printer and my button maker and mom's sewing machine, and my drum set, and all the little things that you would want to keep with you, but you don't have a house and you don't want to put it in storage. So you have your train, and you live in this part, and this part has got your washing machine and your dryer in it. It's got a little car in the back. It's got bicycles and a motorcycle on the front of the motor. You're set so that no matter where you go, there you are. Right? Park that out behind the arcade. And you've got no bills. The arcade pays for everything. And you don't have to worry about rent. So, you're just on payroll at the arcade. It's your business, but you're just on payroll. You just bring home the money that you earn while you're there. Everything else gets rolled back into the company. And then just give it to my daughter. Here. There you go. You run it now. I don't want an arcade. I just want to play the games. Oh, yeah. Anyway, I just want to get stoned. That's all I want to do. Because I'm pretty good at that. That's what I do well. I think I'm pretty good at getting high, man. I'm pretty good at getting high and dreaming big. I can pull off no more coffee. I can pull off a dream once in a while and make it happen. I guess it's just a matter of convincing myself more and more that it's possible. And then when it comes to like critical mass, it comes to a tipping point to where I have no choice but to try to do it because everything says that it's possible, right? And then just do it. That's what it was with this. That's what it was with the little vending business that I had, going to fairs and carnivals and shit and setting up a booth and selling drinks and snacks and stuff. And all of the other, starting my family. I mean, all these things started as a dream. And then it just kept tipping more and more in the direction of possibility and then probability. And then it's going to happen. So I don't know. The more I work at it, the easier it appears that it could actually happen. And then it just depends on, and then usually it all comes down to the financial end of it, right? A lot of hard work too. Yeah. And I love the hard work part. I'm always into the planning, the preparation, the getting shit ready, the building, the fabrication of stuff, I mean, in my head, I'm thinking what the flooring is going to look like, and I can install that. I can do most of the painting and decorating. I can do a drop ceiling and lights and can lights. I can do wall sconces and stuff. I can do all of this stuff myself. That's going to bring the overall startup cost down to, God, almost nothing for labor, right? I'll need somebody to come in and do wall murals. And then what I'll just do, I'll say, hey, look, you come in and do a wall mural a week for me, right? And I'll hook you up with this. I'll pay you for this, but I'll also give you this. I'll give you advertising. I'll do this. You can have one of my front windows. You advertise your business that you don't have a storefront for. You advertise your business in my front window and give me a really good deal on all of this artwork inside my building. People want to see your murals. They come inside here and stand there and play a video game and watch all of your murals around there. Do something like that. Crowdsource that hard work too, right? Steps, stages. It's mostly about I see it as mostly about the money. I don't see hard work as being an issue. I don't see preparation and building and planning and carrying out all these things as an issue. I see the money as being the entire deciding factor on how this would go. That's it. Money. Money alone usually decides most of the projects that I dream up. If the money thing can work, then I go with it. I'd set up the vending business. I had a minivan. I bought 2 big, giant, long coolers. I still have one of them I use for camping. I bought a canopy. I bought 2 fold-up tables, a couple of chairs, all the licensing and naming and stuff. And then all I had to do was have a place where I could go to get ice, and I found to fill up my coolers for cheap. Yeah, give me a couple of bucks and you can fill up your coolers with ice, right? And I'd fill up one, and then I'd be able to pack one with stuff and then cover it with the half of the ice and then stick other stuff in the other one, right? And I would just go to the Costco or Sam's Club and fill up my van full of waters and Gatorades and sodas and chips and crackers and jerkies and candies and all this stuff. And then just go set up at a show, pay for my booth to be there, and sell all day long. And it was a great business. It was a lot of hard work. That was a lot of hard work. The setting up, the breaking down, the shopping, the being there all day, the heat, that was a lot of hard work for an all-day gig a couple of times a month, right? Depending on where the stuff was. But I loved it, I had to rely on my wife a lot, so I didn't want to keep doing it, right? And then I had to go and get actual real work for a little while. And so then it just became to like, it's too hard. Some of the permits or some of the fees to set up are too expensive. It's like, I'm not gonna go spend $100 to set up at a place where I'm just gonna clear over $100. Nah, fuck that. And it got to be weird where you had to sign up early and you had to do applications, and then you had to pay exorbitant amounts of money just to sell waters and cokes and shit, right? All the bureaucracies just came out and started poking on you, right? And too many bureaucracies, basically. So if I could just stick to the town stuff and the county stuff and taxes and that, I think I'd be okay, But once again, it comes back to the money end of it. And then if you get the money to do it, then you got to keep the money coming in, and you got to keep track of the money and deal with the money end of it, which would probably entail my daughter. I can run the company, but you got to run the money end of the company, period. What shows what shows did I sell at? Okay, so it was local stuff where I'm on Highway 62 from the 10 to all the way to Arizona, right? Up in the high desert. And it's called the Morongo Basin. And it's probably 30 or 40 miles long of a highway, and there's 4 or 5 towns and a lot of little communities and stuff. And it's a big art community, a big music community, car shows, music festivals, art festivals. I did all of those. There was an Oktoberfest out here once that I did. I did a couple of car shows. I did some art festivals. I did a bunch of that kind of stuff, And there's something going on every weekend out here. So it's real easy to stop and do something like that. A food truck would be the best thing. You pull up, you park, you set out your benches and your chairs and your, condiments and umbrellas and whatever, canopies. And you just sit there and cook all day. And, 2 o'clock in the morning, you close it up and you're a rich fucking person. And then you pull out there the next weekend and do it again, Change locations. I see people that set up who have nothing. All they have are 3 tables set up and 2 canopies and food cooking here, food cooking there, and food cooking there, and 2 tables worth of condiments and fixins to make plates. What do you want? And they just do this, slice, 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 do this. Here's your plate of tacos, beans, rice, yada, yada. Next, right? $20. People are out here doing pulled pork and ribs and stuff right alongside the road with a big smoker and barbecues, right? Those people take that and they parlay that into an actual storefront restaurant. There is a Japanese restaurant out here that we go to who started as a food truck. It was a food truck sushi food truck. And the guy did it. And then he was so popular in this one spot on this one corner that he got a bank loan and leased the building right there behind where his place was. So he literally kept that corner. They bought that building and they're still there today. And we go there to eat all the time. And that's one of those success stories, right? And that's awesome. And you see that still happen all over out here where people start off alongside the road doing something. And then they got a little shop. And then it goes crazy. Art is big out here. Music is big out here. Cars are big out here. Motorcycle clubs are big out here. Outdoor stuff, climbing and motorcycle riding and bike riding and all that shit, that's big out here. There's even a lot of horse riding out in some of the areas. I gotta get a water. I'll be right back. But it's crazy what this area brings out. It's a desert. It's hot. It's crazy. real good when you look in the fridge and there's a can of Coke. If you got a can of Coke in the fridge, life is good. I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to have today that I can have a Coke with. Some days it's like, I'm not having a meal that I can have a can of Coke with, so no Coke today. I can't drink a Coke. I gotta have Coke and a hot dog, Coke and a cheeseburger, Coke and some pizza. You know, I can't have like Coke and soup. I'll have some juice or lemonade or water, right? I gotta have something with Coke that makes me want to have a Coke, right? Seeing the Coke makes me want to have a Coke. Now I get to decide what I'm gonna have that Coke with. I'm not gonna make an egg potato casserole and then have a Coke. The egg, it don't work. Anywho, I'm dreaming. I keep dreaming. I'm dreaming. I'm scheming. I'm trying to come up with something so that when I'm done here, there's something left, right? That's what this is about. This YouTube thing, ultimately. Something after. Something to remember me. Remember me. Oh. Now if I could just build something that's going to remain when I'm gone. And then it's up to somebody else to keep it around, right? If I could do that. If I could do that. I don't want to go backwards. I don't want to try to repeat something I've already tried. Or go to a past dream and try to make that. I want to take a new dream and go forward, right? I want to do something now that I know would work, right? That's good stuff. That's good stuff. Unfortunately, when I get done here and I turn the cameras off and turn the computers off, most of the time I usually just try to go back to my life, which is not much different from this. It just doesn't have this in it. And I usually try, now I do. Before it was like all one big giant show. Now I try to keep the show separate from my life. It's all the same thing. It's just two facets, right? I'm still the same off camera. I'm just not on camera. And when I'm not on camera, I just try not to think about stuff, on camera stuff, right? Which means that sometimes the only time I get something done for the channel is when I'm on. That's what makes this place get so cluttered, is that I kind of just turn it all off and then just walk away for the day. You know, okay, 8 hours is enough. I'm gonna be done with it. Of course, doing long shows doesn't help that much, right? I don't really want to do anything after this when I've been here since, 4 in the morning, and now it's noon, right? Yeah, that's a bit much. I mean, literally, I'm up at 3 in the morning looking at my clock, going, okay, I can lay here for another, and then just the alarm goes, all right, I can snooze for another 10. Okay, no, just another 10, but I'm up, and I just kind of lay there, pushing my dog aside. And then 3 in the morning, 4:30, I'm putting my teeth in. So, by 4:30 in the afternoon, that's been 12 hours with teeth. And that's been like 13 or 14 hours being awake, Some good has got to come of it. All of this brain time has got to be good for something. I used to get paid for this brain time. I used to get paid 8 hours a day for my brain time, plus overtime, right? Whether I was working in plastics or painting, it was all about the brain. You need to start writing all these great ideas down on paper. Dude, I got so many books full of ideas. Ideas that could save the world. I could save the world. Yeah. So I'm writing this stuff down here. The art create, crowdsourcing, GoFundMe. I latch onto one thing, and like a dog with a fucking bone, man. I cannot leave it alone. At some point, I may say, okay, this is it. I got shit lined up, man. It's time to bring in the bucks, right? Let's crowdsource this fucking thing. It may happen. Or I may say, oh, that's just too ridiculous to ever work, right? And go on to the next one. And then fill a notebook full of that one, right? Most ideas, they come and they go. If they don't come and do something on the channel, they kind of come and they go into a book, or they go on to my daily log or something, right? Which reminds me, I got to print out more daily log sheets and weekly log sheets and shit. Calendars with notes, little notebooks, little tiny notebooks, you know, just filled with any stupid little idea that I could possibly come up with, you know. Telling you. They're great ideas until they get down on paper, and it's like, what? That's never going to work. What? What are you, crazy? What are you, dreaming? I like dreaming. Dreaming makes me something smile. I like dreaming. Yeah. I like dreaming underneath the big dog pile. I hear the dogs barking. I don't want my dog to get up and bark. Right? I think the main thing that keeps my dreams from really going further than the dream stage is not just me, but it's the fact that I can never really get more than just me on board with my dreams, right? It's like, it was always like, that's a great idea, man. And then I'm like, all right, let's do it. And then I'm like, I turn around and I just hear crickets chirping, right? Mother. And then I just kind of go, fuck it, right? Because there's a lot of things that I dream about that I want to do, but I don't want to do alone, right? I don't want to do alone. My wife has been in on a lot of my dreams. And saw them work and happen and stuff. But there are some dreams, like this arcade thing, where more than likely she's going to be like, you're nuts. Until it actually, if I were to like have a building all of a sudden and would have to go in there and fix it up, she would be right next to me. What do we do next? What do we do next? What do we do next? Right? Then she'd be behind me. But at the dream stage, she's like, you're a fucking dreamer. You get rather obsessed with things. Yeah, I do. I do get really OCD. I do get manic about things when I start thinking about stuff and, oh man, how could I, what's the, you know. And that comes from being a kid and having nothing. And having nothing but a dream, right? When I was in the 4th and 5th and 6th grade, I used to sit and make diagrams and charts and about dreams, notebooks filled with, if we ever have to live in a motorhome again, let's design a motorhome. I'm in the 5th grade, 4th grade. We're in a house, and I'm already planning to leave the house at some point and have to live in a van or a motorhome or something. And I'm like, how could we build something where we would each have our own little room or our own little cubby hole, right? And I literally designed a motorhome. As a kid, I designed a motorhome bedroom for 3 kids. Right? The big kid over here had a bunk bed up here with a desk down below. The 2 smaller kids had bunk beds over here, and next to each bunk bed had a small cubby hole with a desk and drawers and all of that stuff with a curtain. And each area had a curtain so you could be in your own little area. And as a kid, I designed this because I knew that we were going to have to move out of the house and be on the road again. It was just inevitable, right? And I think that's when that started. That whole planning thing started. When it was, I have to have a plan in case this happens, right? And I used to make a lot of plans. I used to have bug out bags. I used to have plans for bug out bags so that when it came time to pick up and leave everything behind, I knew exactly what I was going to take with me and not let get put into storage and not leave behind, right? What kind of life is that, right? A life that leads to dreams and this kind of stuff. And living in a motorhome and in a mobile home and a trailer park in my now existence, that the mobile home has fallen apart. It's a little wonky. It's cockeyed. The floor's warped. The ceiling's coming down. You know, but for me, I have the best life right now, right? I am living the best life that I've ever lived in my entire existence. Do you like those silver Airstream trailers? There are 50 Airstream trailers parked down in what they call the auto camp. I shit you not, dude. There's this big, giant air hangar looking building down there. A couple of other buildings. A big, giant trailer park filled with Airstream, silver Airstream trailers, row after row after row after row after row. Plus big, giant studio apartment, long trailers. Right? Come on out and stay in one of them puppies. It's crazy what's out here, dude. The tourism. There's so much money to be made on tourism. You know, if we could open a club, we could be the house band, dude. We could do that. There are so many clubs out here where there are musicians who put together a band and they just go around up and down the fucking valley, dude. Paul Forrester is one of those guys that does that. He's always out here. What's her name? Something Ray. There's all these people out here that just, they've been musicians and part of other bands and stuff their entire life. And then they just, you know what? I'm just going to do this. That Paul Forrester guy, he does several festivals all year long. Gets people together, sets up a festival, runs it. And then it's time for get ready for the next festival. Are people living in them? No, it's an auto camp, so people are staying in them. You can have a long extended stay, but they're just vacation rentals, basically. It's crazy. But you can rent trailers out here on properties from people, and it's like you can't you can't buy a trailer and put it on a piece of land out here because it's not allowed. The county won't allow it. If you buy a small piece of shit house that's at least no smaller than 790 square feet, then you can live in outbuildings, you can park trailers, motorhomes, tiny homes, all of that stuff. But you have to have an existing dwelling of no smaller than 790 square feet. And there's a lot of places with cabins out here, but they're not big enough to live in the cabin and then have somebody live in the trailer, right? It's just not allowed. My idea is to buy one of those 16 by 16 foot trailers or cabins. Small, 16, 20 feet square. Something real small, that's usually what they are. Not enough square footage. But you just add on to that, get to enough square footage that now you can build tiny homes and park them all over. Turn that main building into a community building, right? That's not out of the realms of possibility either, right? You don't even need a well, you don't need water, you don't need electricity, right? You do everything solar. You have water brought in. They have water trucks that will bring you water and fill up your tank. You just have a water tank. Have it high enough and you got a gravity-fed water tank, you know. The truck comes, pumps, fill it up, you know, and you're set. What else do you need? Septic tank? Bury a fucking septic tank, put in a leach line. You can do that shit yourself. I've done that shit so many times. I've been in construction my whole life. This fucking shit is easy. You know? You get a couple of people together, you can do anything. A little tiny home community out in the desert that operates a little arcade in town that's turned into the night spot of the century, right? Dude, there's live music at the arcade tonight, man. It's good. We'll drop the kids off and they can game, you know, and eat snacks, and we'll go to the bar and we'll hang out and have drinks and dance, listen to music. At the end, the kids can drive us home because we just live right over there. You know, walk down from the Airbnb. Dude. Yeah, I love a place with a lot of activity where you can really get in on something, you know. Really get in on something and, you know, and possibly profit on it too. But just get in on something and make something happen, you know. There's a lot of shit happening out here every fucking weekend now. It's crazy. Crazy. The guitar player for the current guitar player, lead guitar player for Psychedelic Furs, he lives out here in the desert. Rich Good. There's that girl, what's her face? Bass player, singer for Concrete Blonde lives out here. There's so many musicians and shit. You know, I'm just speaking randomly of a couple I remember, but there's so many people out here. So much shit going on. So many artists, great artists. You know, a lot of great art. Did I say art? Yeah, he lives down the street, man. Oh, look, a bong hat. I could encourage people to move out here and do this out here thing, but if you look, wherever you're at, there's something out to get into, right? Wherever you're at, the same shit is going on where you're at. Because nowadays it's everywhere. People just want to be entertained and relaxed and party. Oh, we love the Furs. We saw the Furs out here at the show at Agua Caliente Casino. And it's just nice little arena with indoors with a lot of balconies and mezzanines and stuff. And I look at my daughter one day and say, oh yeah, that, by the way, the Psychedelic Furs are, I think, coming to town. And boom, she gets on her phone and she goes, they're in town tonight. They start at 7:30, or the doors open at 7:30. You want to go? And I look at her and go, and she goes, I just got us tickets. And we came home, got cleaned up, got dressed, and she and I went and saw Psychedelic Furs. Yeah, that was pretty cool. My daughter's like that. I try not to go to my daughter and say, hey, guess who's coming to town? Because she'll just go, we got tickets. You know, that's the way she is. It was a great show. It was really a good show. Of course, the audience was dead. Like when I saw Richard Marx there. Richard Marx is like, you know, I was here 3 years ago, and this audience was so great. I had such a fun time. You people suck. You need to get up and fucking move. This sucks. You guys are just dead out there. I feel like I'm speaking to a bunch of geriatrics, right? Octogenarians and shit. I laughed. I said, yeah, get the fuck up. I was in the mezzanine with my yo-yo, dancing to every Richard Marx song, playing my yo-yo, walking the dog, doing all kinds of shit. It was fucking great. Seriously, I had my yo-yo. People would walk by the stage and get a selfie while he was playing, and then walk away, and not even say hi, not even do anything, not even interact. People were, you know, on their phones a lot. I was upset. Snoop Dogg, the place was half filled, and it was crazy. I could barely see the stage. There was so much smoke. There was only a third was filled down below, right? And they were all up and dancing. Chairs were pushed aside, people smoking, passing it to the stage. It was great. Yeah, I'd go there again, see more shows. But I'd try to get closer so I could get people fucking riled up. I won the Richard Marx tickets on the radio. Seriously. It was just a couple of years ago. When was that? Richard Marx at the show at Agua Caliente, 2023. And 2020, I saw Snoop Dogg there. But 2023, I was just listening to the radio, and I said, I was talking to a friend who was here, who went to see Richard Marx with me, and he was staying with me. And I said, yeah, man, I won Snoop Dogg tickets, and I won a bunch of stuff on the radio. Winning shit on the radio out here is easy. And he said, yeah, right. And I turned on the radio, and they said, all right, we're giving away Richard Marx tickets. Call now. And I fucking called and won them. And he just went, oh? And I said, dude, want to go see Richard Marx? I'm not kidding, dude. I'm not kidding at all. It was fucking hilarious. That's how I got Snoop Dogg tickets. Right? No, a friend of mine gave me the Snoop Dogg tickets because they're like, I want to go to that. But somebody just gave them to me. But yeah, I got Richard Marx tickets, and it just blew the guy away. It's like, no shit. You're right, it's that easy. Oh yeah. Every once in a while it is. What I should do is I should meet a trillionaire, a billionaire, who says to me, hey, I like the way you think. Here's a bunch of money, go do something. That's what I need. Some, what do they call those? What do they call those guys who just give money away? I know, the name is there. It's just it won't come to my forebrain. Yep, it's the pot. I know you'll come up with it because you're smart. Philanthropist. Hey, I did it. If you're typing it, I did it. If you typed it, I already got it. Philanthropist. That's what I need, a really wealthy philanthropist who says, here, I'm going to give you a bunch of money because it's just a tax write-off and I got enough. But I like the way you think. I like the way you want to help people and do stuff. That's what I need. And here's a concert ticket to Richard Marx, by the way. Because I like the way you think. I like your ideas. That's it. That's all I need. A sugar daddy. Or sugar mama. I'm not sexist. It's 9 o'clock. Been here 4 hours. We're working towards another long day. I imagine that when my wife gets home, I'll probably have to cut it quits. I don't think she's going to be gone long today. So she should be home before lunch. We were on until 1 my time yesterday. Maybe this YouTube thing, maybe a sugar daddy will eventually see my stuff and figure it out, you know, because all I really want to do is help. I don't, helping myself to something isn't really my style. And if it was at one point in my life, it was probably because it was kind of grown into me, via my parents and my past and stuff. But I'm just not that guy, I just want something good to come out of stuff, and I want people to feel good about stuff, because that's what I want. I want to do good stuff and feel good about stuff. So why wouldn't anybody else want that? I mean, it's very simple and very basic human, instinct is to feel good about something. That's all I want. It's just to feel good. Feel good, feel happy, be okay. Everything's great. Everything's great. Have that euphoric feeling all the time. Going to work, gonna turn on the arcade, gonna put some hot dogs on the machine, gonna turn on the slushy machine, get things iced up, that kind of fucking thing. Ooh, popcorn machine, here we go, more popcorn in the machine. Oh, the smell of popcorn in the arcade is something else. The smell of popcorn and hot dogs cooking, right? Oh. Now I'm really getting that nostalgic feeling along with that, and with that picture, because the pictures in my mind have always driven those dreams, because I see a picture. I see it, and I can't shake that picture. And as I think more and dream more, that picture starts to become just so vivid, right? And I can't look away. I can't stop. At some point, I can't not do it. I just got to do it. Just got to do it. Just got to do it. It'd be nice if this was one of those dreams. I don't know. It feels good, but they all feel good. They all feel good. There's at some point there's just this, I'm in the dream state, you know, and I could do anything and it would work and it would feel good. Where am I at here? Let's see. What I need is another notebook. I've got to go and get signs. I've got to go to Home Depot and get signs for my fence. And I think I need to get some more yellow notepads. Yellow notepads. And signs. Signs everywhere to sign. Blocking up the scenery, breaking my mind. Do this, don't do that, can't you read the sign? And the sign says, the long-haired freaky people need not apply. So I tucked my hat up under my hat, and I went in to ask him why. He said, you look like a fine smile standing up for motherfucker. All right. Dreaming. I like dreaming. Oh, jeez. Ah, jeez. Who the hell is this guy? He keeps going off in tangents. I'm Tangent Man. That's it. I'm not giving that guy any money. He's a kook. He's a kook. He's going to do what with it? Oh, go on. Go on. Get out of here. Just one good kooky donation would do it, right? Somebody's like, oh, dude, you got it, man. Here, take it. I got billions, man. I got billions upon billions of dollars. Here, just take a little bit. It's only like $100,000. Just take it. Go ahead. Tax-free. Go take it. Gift tax. Oh, right. Gift tax. GoFundMe, I guess, would take care of that tax issue, right? I could also put my, what a lot of people do that. They put their PayPal information on their vehicle. Donate to my cause, right? And then, buy me a drink. I just graduated, right? That's funny shit. PayPal me some money. Venmo me, baby. Here's my Venmo information on my shirt, right? Just wear a shirt that says, I'm building an arcade. Support me. And then sell those, and then give those shirts away so everybody's wearing them. What's your shirt, man? I don't know. Some guy gave it to me. Totally. Oh, look, a bong hit. Gosh, I'm so lucky. Somebody keeps putting bong hits in front of me. I could do this all day. Shut up. Buy me a coffee. You got it, brother. Yeah, that's it. Buy me a coffee. Right. Buy me a bottle of booze. Winos should have those shirts. Right. Buy me a bottle of booze. And then every time somebody walks by, they just keep looking at their shit. Oh, look, somebody. All right. Thanks a lot, man. I appreciate it. Hey, thanks a lot. Sounds like my voice is getting distorted. It's going through one of those. It's all weird, man. No, really. That'd be cool, man. There's so many ways to raise money nowadays. I mean, all I would need would be someone knowledgeable or someone willing to learn all of that shit and program me into it. That's an app. Buy me a coffee, right? Buy me an arcade. Billions upon billions of people donating thousands upon thousands of dollars at a time. If I were to have a plan, a master plan that looked possible, right, and would be to have that and have that be the place that you go to donate. Look, you're going to go here to donate. Here's the master plan. Oh, I get it. You're going to do this so that you can help in this way, right? Yeah, it's gonna have a high profit margin, but that profit is going to be fed back into the company because everybody's just working on an hourly basis, right? even the people who are running the place. It's an investment to reinvest. That's it. And just keep reinvesting and building and reinvesting and building. So eventually we get to that human station that I was talking about, where it's just a big park where people can show up, have a shower, cook a meal, set up a tent, put their dog in a little dog area where their tent is so they're safe, have lockers that you can break your shit down every day and put it in a locker, have places where there are classes, seminars, rehabilitation stuff, right? A human station. A place where you can go fucking feel human again when you're just down. Those ladies who leave the city with a carload of stuff and 2 cats, they go to the human station and they park their car and they stay there, and they got showers, and there's a couple of the cages where the dogs, you can put your dog, have enclosures so that you can take your cat in there and let your cat run around and scratch around in the dirt, right? I mean, ways to help. This arcade is supposed to finance its growth, but other ways to help the community, right? After school programs, first of all. Then ways to help just regular people, the downtrodden. A place for dirtbags and van lifers to go, where they would have to pay, right, in some way, money or helping, volunteering, right? People who come to stay there, they would have to do something to help and not just be there, right? All the gardening and everything would be done by people who are coming there to stay, like a hostel. Here's your campsite. Here's your locker number. Here's your job card. You're responsible for cleaning up this end of the camp and making sure it's litter-free, no cigarette butts. You can't argue with people about, hey, you dropped that. You can't do that kind of shit. But you can pick stuff up and say, we like to keep it clean. Thank you. That kind of stuff, You empty trash cans over there. Your job card, depending on the color or the severity of the job, you get to clean toilets, whatever. I've stayed at hostels before. They're fun. They're cool. It's a very communal thing. A business that starts a growth of community would really be great. Right? Start with the kids. Communalize the kids, right? Get them in on helping each other and taking care of the things and stuff and getting stuff going on. Use that to help take care of other people. There's an app for that. My stomach is saying, hey, we're on water now? What about the food? You don't need food. We'll just smoke some more pot. I'll have a little candy in a few minutes. Yeah. When dreams become goals, attainable goals, then that's where it starts to get really, really interesting and scary. There's a hostel near your apartment here in Asheville. Oh, so you live in an apartment. Cool. What do you do in your apartment? What do you do for a living? If you don't mind me asking, you don't have to tell me. You can say, fuck off, man. But what is it? I know you're a musician, but what is it that you do, right? Are you on hiatus, permanent hiatus, disabled? Working odd jobs, doing one of those pornographic sites where you masturbate on camera. I don't know. Anything's possible, right? And if that's what you do, more power to you, man. Woohoo, squirt one for me. But there's a lot of different stuff going on. I'm an Uber driver. Excellent. Yeah, I thought about doing that. Uber driving. But, no. Not yet. I want to run an arcade. Wearing funny shirts every day, right? Putting stuff on a board every day that encourages the kids every day. Some old school sayings and things, or quotes and shit. Having old music videos on the TV screens, you know. Yeah. That'd be great. The looks in their eyes, right? The kids every day when they show up from school. That would be fucking awesome. The look that I used to have, like, oh man, I can finally relax, right? I'm in my element. These are my peeps. These are my jams on the screen. You know, I want to do the safety dance. Get out of my hair. Go on. Go wait, Mom. Can I stay another hour? Sheesh. We just started playing darts, man. You don't play darts. Mom, what do you know about me? You don't even know me. Oh my God. Like, you're so, you're like, what are you, a helicopter? Get away. Get away. I'm sorry, I've been watching a lot of square pegs lately. Square pegs, square pegs. I don't want to wear my glasses. Do I have to wear my glasses? One size does not fit all. Ann Beats, what a great fucking show. Of course, she wrote for Saturday Night Live, dated Bill Murray. Yeah, great stuff. One of those greats like Amy Heckerling, you know. Remember we talked about this yesterday? Did we? Oh, that's right. You work in a coal mine. I don't remember. Did we talk about this yesterday? I don't see it in my notes. WW. I see something. What does it say? 4. No. 4K. Fuck you. Salisbury State. I don't know. What does it say? Did we talk about this yesterday? I don't remember. You give motorcycle riding lessons to the blind. I don't know. Am I really that bad that you told me yesterday? And did you send it to me in a text? Don't ask me that again. I don't remember. I better plug my phone in. It's going to die. I can't believe it's after 9 o'clock in the morning over here. And I got to pee again. Totally. Square pegs, man. I am a square peg. I remember when that show came on. It was like square pegs and the arcade and feeling really weird and out of place all the time. And identifying with a lot of those characters in, you know, in that show. Yeah. I am a square peg. No, I don't remember talking about this yesterday as an exact reply to your comment. No, I do not. I remember asking you, but I don't remember a question. It's maybe because the answer came far after the question, or that the question never appeared, or that you told me, but it exempted it out of, it got algorithmed out. And it might do that, you know. I'm a hitman, so it blocked it out. You know, I never know nothing anymore, man. I don't know nothing. I don't have sleep. I've got these little fatty deposits under my eyes and around my eyes, close to my pupil area, not pupil, tear duct area. So it may look like I'm going after these sleepinesses, but I'm not. I've just got these little fatty deposits, and they feel weird, and, you know, I needed the cucumber thing. Right, I need to do the cold mask. It's cold. My face is cold. Yeah? Well, does it hurt? No, why? Because it's killing me. Oh, yeah, well, that's fine. Don't start that. Don't. Ooh, look, a bong hit. Oh, come on, paint. Shake it off. Shake it off. Oh, I'll shake it off. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, I was shaking it off. I worked 5 years for Clemens University Library. Yeah, there we go. See, now I remember. Yeah. Oh, what did you copy and paste it from yesterday? Because I remember it now. Bellman, yeah. I'm sorry that I don't recall this stuff. And who are you? It's just, that's the way my brain works. My short term is fucked. A lot of pot, but a lot of childhood trauma that has never allowed me to have a good short term, which means when I am in school as a kid, they would literally ask me something that I just fucking read, and I could not handle it, man. And so I just shut up. I just stopped being involved in school. I would just be quiet. They'd ask me stuff, and I just, no, really, can you come up here and show this to me? And I just look away and shrug my shoulders and look away. Because I can't. I wish I could, but I can't. It's not dyslexia. It's like I can't even fucking recall what you just said. I was paying attention, and I tried to write it down, but I didn't hear it and think it quick enough. So, it was fucked up. It's fucked up shit for a kid to have to deal with, and nobody to understand what he was going with. Parents that had no clue, clueless siblings that are like, "You're just a doofus, crybaby." Yeah. I know I probably talk about this a lot too. Like I don't remember, but I do remember talking about this a lot. Because it was a big thing when I was young, and it's still a big thing today. It was hard to do college out here several years ago. And I still, even then, I didn't do much reading in college. I literally just had to pay attention to what was going on in the class. Do the work in the class, work in class while the instructor was there, the professor was there, so I could get it done then. I couldn't do a lot of reading, period, in most of my important classes. So I would just wing it. I got good at winging it in high school. The pretender. I would just pretend I knew what I was doing. I'd get jobs by pretending I knew what I was doing. I got married and I pretended I knew what I was doing for the first 10 years. Seriously. I know what I'm doing. Don't worry about it. I know what I'm doing. My wife, she's like, you didn't let me cook for the first 5 years of our marriage. I'm like, really? It's like, yeah. You didn't let me cook at all. You didn't. It's like, oh. I guess I was trying. She said, you didn't like my cooking. You didn't want to eat. I saw a lot. It was that I had already experienced your family's cooking while we were dating. So therefore, when we got married, I wanted to make sure that I didn't have to eat that all the time because I was not used to Mexican food. And the other half of it was I was trying to prove that I could be the husband, the Mr. Mom, the house guy, right? I wanted to prove that I could do that and be responsible for a family all the way around. And there was a time where early on in our marriage, my wife was working and I wasn't. We had been working at the same place and I had a falling out with the guys and I stopped working there. And it wasn't until she stopped working there and started working at another place and then I went and started working with her. So there was a little period early in our marriage where we weren't. And I was the guy at home. And I was really into cooking, So I made every meal, made her lunch. It works. What do you want for breakfast, honey? Tortillas, y frijoles, y huevos, por favor. I can't do that. No, I would start making her stuff. And then it got to where she started learning to make my stuff, and then I would step back, and then she started introducing more of her stuff, right? Yeah, it was weird. But it took a while to get used to being that guy. Scary. Scary. I really want to follow that dream wherever that dream may lead. I'm going to follow that dream. I follow that dream. It's going to lead me to sleep is what that dream's going to do. It's going to... I'm dreaming. I'm a dreaming. Arcade. I got so much cool stuff that I could really decorate an arcade, right? All kinds of high shelves and wall inserts with clear covers and stuff. Imagine you've got a frame that's 3 foot by 6 feet or 4 feet by 6 feet, some kind of wall, full wall frame, right? Floor to ceiling, and it's covered in glass or plexiglass or something, right? And then behind that, it's just all 8 tracks, floor to ceiling, 8 tracks, shelves of 8 tracks, right? Next to it, a full-blown 8-track player with headphones and speakers and all the stuff that would go with that. You didn't like Mexican food? No, I loved Mexican food. But as a Southern California native, I was used to Southern California Mexican food, which is completely different from authentic Southern Mexican food, right? Right? It's like going from the north and eating, whatever it is you eat up in the north, down to the south, wherever it is you eat down in the, it's like a complete different palate. And so I had to get used to it. And my way of getting used to it was in small doses, taking the helmet home and cooking and getting Mexican food in small doses. My wife learning how to make meatloaf and fried chicken and all of the stuff that I like, and then starting to introduce more and more of her authentic Mexican food. I would cook for her what we call in the house is whitey Mexican food, Southern California traditional Mexican food. And then she would cook something authentic, right? Here's the way I did enchiladas. And then next month she would make enchiladas. And then we would have her enchiladas from then on, for the last 20 years, her enchiladas. My daughter can't have enchiladas anywhere else. So I can't, there's a lot of Mexican food that I can't eat other places. Southern California Mexican food that I cannot eat now because I'm spoiled on my wife's authentic Mexican food, right? The way she cooks and prepares it is different than like northern Mexican. Michoacan is way different than Oaxaca. The coast is way different from inland. It's just it's regional. So I don't do coastal Mexican food because I'm not into seafood. Michoacan, northern Mexican, is closer to Tex-Mex type stuff. Right? We have a lot of old school, traditional, authentic, like my wife's cooking, Mexican food restaurants in like Olvera Street in Los Angeles. There you can get something that you're going to get that really resembles south of the border food. You're going to get it there. And buy a poncho and some pottery. My sister like you. You want a picture of my sister? I do that voice for my wife. Cracks her up. Do that Speedy Gonzalez voice. I'm very, very fast. With the inflection. Senor. I will leave you now. Turley, eh? Turley! Oh, look, another bag of weed. More gravity drop, I guess it is. So I got enough to get through the weekend here, and then it's back to the drawing board. Back to drawing board. Fajitas. Oh, yeah, we love fajitas here. My wife is big on fajitas. We go to a restaurant out here, and every single time we're there, a big hot plate of sizzling fajitas goes by us. Just crackling, right? Just hot off the fucking grill. Just sizzling like a mofo. And it's great. It's like, oh, do we want to do fajitas? Come on, people. And my daughter's like, no, it's got to be this burrito. She's like, this is my meal here at this restaurant. We go to this restaurant, that's my meal at this restaurant. She is so me. She is so me. She's got her own little ways of doing stuff. No, I have to do it this way. My wife doesn't understand it. She's never understood me, so she doesn't understand that part of my daughter. You know, I have to do it this way. What? Why? My daughter will be like, why did you do it differently? You messed it up. My wife the other day, she put in a little bit of garlic powder and a little bit of onion powder into the potatoes, and I'm eating them with pancakes and syrup. And I'm like, honey, what'd you put in the potatoes? And she's like, garlic and onion. I'm like, no, don't do that again. Not with syrup stuff, not when we're doing pancakes. I said, I can't do that. Oh. Let down. Please don't do that anymore. Oh, please no. My daughter was like the same way. Mom, don't do that again. You have to do it the same way every time. I had it this way, and that's the way I like it. You change it, and I won't eat it anymore. I guess we're just spoiled. Mom spoiled us. You know, she makes really, really good stuff, and it's like, okay, that's the way. Never change it again. Mom, change that. Don't do that. All right, I got to run to the little boy's room because it's calling me. I can hear it. It's saying, come flush me, Michael. Shut up. All right, be right back. I got to get rid of this cup because I keep looking at it. With the sound off, let me know if you can hear me tinkle. I bet you can. Yeah. With the air conditioner off, I mean. Did you hear me tinkle? I wouldn't doubt it, really. I wouldn't doubt it. All right, did you hear me tinkle? Because the air conditioner is off, the microphone's on. I kept the door closed, but I aimed for the center of the bowl to make the most noise. Did you hear it? Oh, getting old. Half the time I'm in there leaking is taking a piss. The other half is just finishing. Just trying to cut it. All right, stop. Okay, stop. Okay, stop. That's enough. Stop. Okay, that's enough. I hate those days when it takes forever to start. Forever. to extricate, and then forever just to get the hell out of the. It's like, all right, that's enough. Okay, stop. Okay, please stop. At some point, I'm drinking so many liquids, it's going through so quick. We may as well just have a catheter, right? Nope, couldn't hear anything. Oh, cool. That's good to know. That is good to know. If I go over there and fart or something, we're good. That's good. Oh, look, I put more pot here. Let me see. Let me set the bong aside, and let me do something different. I think a little bit of breakfast is probably on the horizon for me, or lunch, depending on what it is. A little Hardcastle and McCormick, I think. That'd be good, yeah. That'd be good. Let's see, how do I want to smoke now? Let me get a little bowl together here and do something like that. I got fucking arcade brain. I just see myself in the arcade. I do. I see my truck dressed like that trucker on Halloween, walking through the arcade, dressed like it's, I'm some old guy living in the 1980s. Wearing vintage t-shirts, 501s, Vans slip-ons, talking to kids in the valley lingo. I totally do. What's up, bro? Oh my god, for sure, gnarly. Gag me with a spoon. Too cool. I have to wear my sunglasses because, my future's so bright. I have to wear shades. Oh my god, did you get it, Mom? I'm staying longer, Mom. You can. I'm not going home. No, I'm not going home. I'm hanging up now. There's somebody in line to use a payphone, Mom. I'm hanging up. Don't come get me now. No. Ugh. She's so as if. Ugh. Yeah. Could you imagine me doing that in an arcade with kids around? Who the hell's this guy? Look, check him out. Check him out. He's doing his thing again. Oh, Lord. My daughter just like, ugh. Dad, no. I'm not going to work here if you're going to do this shit. Where's your dad? Where's your dad? Make him do the thing. Kids walking around going, oh my God, for sure. My daughter's smacking her forehead. Oh! What did he start? What did he start? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I got rhythm. I got rhythm, man. Rhythm. Yeah. R-I-V-E-M. Rhythm. I got rhythm, man. You river dance? What? Yeah, that's it. I want to do the river dance. And then, yeah. I'm going to play my thing. Not my fang, yeah. Oh, what was that guy? Yanni on his pan flute. And then the river dancers. Yeah. River dance coming to your hometown. Oh, jeez. River dance. Don't start. Don't start with that shit. I don't want to own clogs, Mom. We're going out and we're going to clog. Damn it. When your parents made you put on boots and go line dancing. Oh, man, that had to have been horrible. That's like having to put on that sweater that your grandmother bought for you. Not the one with the big stripe across the front, please. Ugh. God, it makes me look like a don't park here sign or something. Michael Flatley. Michael Flatley. Who's Michael Flatley? I flatly don't know. Michael Flagellantly is what they used to call me. There we go. Now I feel right at home. I need my slippers and my little Glenlivet on the rocks. That's what I need. Glenlivet on a rock. Just a big cube with Glenlivet. I just sit there on the couch, my feet up, pipe in one hand, Glenlivet in the other. Put on a Memorex tape of some Yanni on the pan flute. Dream of being a river dancer. I'm just living in the yesterday, man. He was the lead guy in Riverdance. See, of course you know Riverdance. Like the main guy, the one who started it all. Oh, you. I knew you were a river dancer. I just knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Yeah. You listen to a lot of Michael Bolton, too. Shh, don't tell anybody. Me, too. Wow. I keep seeing that damn arcade and different shots, right? Like machines here, and then in a corner, an old tube television up there with MTV playing some, fucking music video. And have it piped on a bunch of different TVs around with speakers and sound, And just make video after video after video of mixed tapes, basically. MTV mixtapes. And that would be one of my main jobs, is just to create content to fill this arcade with new video games, new videos to put up on the screens, new murals, new wall sconces and displays and posters, and we're going to add on a room, and it's going to be like a kid's room, like when they were teenagers, so you can be in a room and see stuff that kids had when they were young, right? That would be awesome. Yeah, a stage where you can go river dance, right, and practice river dancing. That would be great. I love my new pink shirt. I don't have any pink shirts. I know it doesn't look too pink on camera, but it is great. It is a great. To me, it's pink. It is a pink shirt. If I take my hat off, does it look more pink or white? It's great. I love it. The more I think about it and dream about it, the more I'm lonely without the arcade and the arcade experience. Because I keep going back to my own past arcade experience. That was one of the big things in my childhood, because it was freedom for me, right? I could go there and decide what I wanted to do, play what I wanted to play. I just had to come up with the money. I'd collect fucking all kinds of walnuts in the groves, and just trash bags filled with walnuts, just picking them up, and then take them home and sort them and bag them and tape them and price them, take them to the swap meet, and then use that to buy Walkmans and cassettes and cool stuff and arcade money, and then go to the arcade and look cool. Hey, I'm cool. I'm gonna play this game and look cool. Oh, I lost, but I'm cool. Hell yeah. I just want that experience again. I want to go to the arcade and look cool. That's it. I'm the cool kid at the arcade. Dude, you're like almost 60 years old. Yeah, but I'm so fucking cool. I'm the coolest almost 60-year-old dude you will ever fucking meet. Well, okay. Hey, he's got that. He's got it right, man. He's cool. He's a cool guy. Hey, free token. Go play, kid. Imagine walking around. All right, what are you guys doing today? All right, who's here? All right. Hey, free token. Play this later when you come back. Hey, here you go. A new kid. You brought your friend. New kid. All right, free wristband for the day. All right. Yo, buddy. Get this kid a hot dog. I remember guys like that when I was growing up. That were just the older guys that were just so cool to kids, right? Just so fucking cool. right? Wow, man, that guy's nice. He's just, and he never asked for anything. Fuck it, Those guys were probably grooming a lot of kids, but I know a lot of guys, older guys that were like that, who were just really, really laid back and cool. Yeah, man, whatever, go for it. It's cool, Yeah. Some old guy that could listen to kids' problems and stuff and not judge and just trying to give thoughtful, helpful advice, positive advice, that kind of stuff. Stop gagging. Is it going to be tokens or quarters? I think, if I remember my video gaming correctly, you can switch back and forth pretty easily. You can switch from tokens to quarters to just having it on constantly, so you can give people wristbands, right? So what I would like to do is have both. Have it where you can pipe in quarters and play $2 games, or buy tokens, put your $20 in the machine and get your couple of tokens, because it's going to be $2 a game, 1 token per game, right? Or 8 quarters, right? Because it's nostalgia. Of course, we're doing it at these prices on the weekends because during the week, the kids come in from 3 to 6 or 3 to when they go home for a $5 wristband, right? So it would be set up, different days it would be set up for different things, most of the games. Some games, like, you can't reset it, you can't keep doing that. No, it doesn't work that way. Just turn it on then, man. Quarters, tokens here. All right, all these games, you play with a wristband. The other stuff, come get tokens from me, and we'll, you can play with the tokens when you've got a wristband on. You just got to get more tokens from me. And do it like that. God, that would just be great, man. Be great. But do it so that the weekend crowd would really help offset not getting a whole lot of money during the week from the kids. Because during the week you don't get a lot of money anyway, because it's not a lot of tourist traffic in town, and probably not a lot of local traffic during the week because everybody's working. But for the locals who are around and the tourists who are around, do a lunchtime special that gets them in there from 11 to 2, and then gets them out of there so that you can set it up for the kids at 3. And then keep the adults out from 3, with security at the fucking door, 3 to 6 or 7, and have it so that only kids can come in. There's cameras, there's security, the kids are safe, parents are like, yay! And then the weekend crowd, $2 a game, and other specials, but tournament nights during the week, so that after 7, when the kids have been gone for an hour, we get the tournament night crowd in on Thursdays or whatever. Darts and pool and air hockey and what is that thing? That the rodeo bull. No, I don't want one of those. Talk about liability insurance. I'm such a dreamer. I mean, you could literally just grill me on what about this, what about this, what about that, and I could probably come up with just about any kind of answer. But I'm not afraid to say I don't fucking know. But we could work on it. Yeah. Gets me excited to think about cool ideas, and the more the idea involves other people and helping other people, the even greater sensations of excitement I get, I just get all worked up. Makes me want to smoke my pipe. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Oh, that's good. That's different. There's an arcade bar here in town. $10 at the door. You can play any game you want. for as many times as you want. But they sell booze there too, so they're making money on booze and stuff too. I would be trying to offset that with snacks, selling snacks. But it would change. It would literally have to be during the week at this time. This is the kids' spot, right? That's just the way it is. Monday through Friday, 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock. Wristbands for kids are $5 at the door, and you can come in and play for that any of the games. And a couple of extra bucks, and you get a after-school snack, right? Something worth spending $10 to go there after school. Kids are going to get $10. Usually kids get about $10 a day for stuff, right? At least when I was a kid, most of my friends would get a good chunk of money every day to take to school to spend on lunch and after school and bus fare and that kind of shit. And that's just the way it was. And it was like that so much that I would try to earn money as a junior high and high school student so that when they were doing that, right, when they were buying their lunch at school and taking the bus to the arcade and hanging out, I could do that too, right? It was tough because it was hard to come up with that kind of money every day as a kid. When I was homeless, I was living on $10 a day, right? So I would want it so that if you're going to be there every week, every day, every week, then let's get you a weekly wristband, right? That's at a better price, right? $25 for 5 days. But if you're going to be there the 5 days and you know you're going to be there the 5 days, then it's like $18 or something, right? Get them in there every day. Get them to buy those snacks. Get them to tell their friends to get in there, right? You could do a monthly where you're going to be there 5 days a week, you know? And that's just the price of the wristband and some electricity to get a bunch of fucking kids in there, you know? Hell yeah. There was a brief period of my life where I loved being a kid, and that was it. When I could go to the arcade, I could go to the swap meet in the mall, and I could buy stuff to enhance my existence because it was so fucking drab and meaningless. You know, I know it's not that way now because kids have their phones and they have connections and contacts and social media and the ability to just have instant gratification, right? And even if the whole kid thing after school fell through and didn't work in the grand scheme, I know that being in a tourist town, I can cash in on that easily and still hire a couple of the local kids to work there, which would help the community, right? And eventually get those kids to start up an after-school club. I keep thinking back to Square Pegs. That's a great fucking show. And how the school is always connected together, doing stuff together. All of the different cliques always had to come together for a dance or a project or something. You know, the little Guatemalan child that they were raising money for to send books and the other shoe. And we'll send the other shoe. Yeah, great stuff. And it was just a high school. You know, and how high schools used to be like that. You know, be true to your school. You know, let's get the whole school together to help the community in some fashion. Paper drives and rallies and stuff, and kids painting signs and shit. I don't do that shit anymore. Block parties, arcades, you know, drives. Things that we can do in our community. It's not like they've been outlawed, right? It's not like there's a law against doing that. You can't do that anymore. Fuck you. I think we should. I think there should be a resurgence of doing shit that we used to do in the past that was really good, and for some reason we just stopped doing it, you know? And not pay homage to the past, but go back and say, you know what, these are the things, let's reinvestigate the past and say these are the things that worked. All of these things that replaced these things still haven't worked. So let's go back and just go back to square one and say, you know what, this worked. All of the changes that you did here fucked it up. We're just going to go back to the root. You know, let's do that. Let's go back to arcades, parks with people and kids, and an Italian guy selling ice cream, and a guy on a guitar. You know, people wearing watches and reading books. There's a bit of the past in all of us, and it just needs to be cultivated. That's it. That's it. That's all. I wonder if I can simulcast this show on audio, right? On YouTube radio, is that what it is? YouTube radio? YouTube podcast. If I could do this twice and have 2 channels going on, that would be bitchin'. Where I could monetize the other one because it's just me talking, right? And when I use other elements during the show, I just block it out and put in something else. Okay, I'm going to switch to this screen here, and now this is playing on my show because it's, you know, not monetized. But over here, I'm still talking on my audio show. I don't know. I'd probably get no followers over there. What the hell is he talking about? I have no clue. This guy's a kook. Cuckoo, cuckoo. Yeah, yes, ma'am. Yes, I'm your kook, baby. I'm your kookleberry. Kookleberry hound, right? That kookleberry hounds of the Baskerville. That's good. I think it's hitting pretty good. Pretty good. One of my time machines here. Boy, does that help me time travel. I get a little thought in my head, and then all of a sudden I have this whole image of a past experience going on, right? I love it. Get you on Spotify. There you go. If I could simulcast this show, only me talking, the audio part, right? On a separate show, so I can do both. That would be the only way that I could do it. So I don't have to do any changes. I log in here, I start this show, and then a few minutes later I begin my audio show because I've started all the other copywritten sound, and that's gone. And now I start, hey, it's all right, now we're going to start the audio show, and good morning to this crowd, and okay, here we go. And then we just keep talking, you know. And then I could bring in callers. You know, here's a caller over here. And then it doesn't have to have any pictures, it's just a caller. I can get you on the phone and we can talk. You know, and that'd be cool. Yeah. And then I could do other spin-offs, other little simulcast versions of this where I could try to raise money, right? On a platform that allows me to raise money. I can't raise money here on YouTube unless I go through YouTube and their financial end. But once I do that, I'm monetized. So I can't do that here. I can talk about it, but I can't give you, like, here's a link to send me money. I can't do that, right? I can't show up the little thing, the little squib thingy that's got the dots that tells you where to go. I know what it is. The code. I can't put that up because that's not right. They won't allow you to do that. I could try to put a link to something. I can't give you like a Venmo or PayPal or something like that. That's not right. You can't raise money that way. I can't sell you stuff without going through their sales stuff. Once again, I'm monetized. So you have to jump through certain hoops. So the only way that it would be able to do it, I would be able to do it would be to say, look, here's my GoFundMe thing, I guess, and here's a project that I'm working on, and let me type in my GoFundMe stuff and send you a link or something. And I would have to run that through corporate law to see if they're going to allow that, and corporate usually tells me, no, we can't do that. That involves too much, and their attorneys go to the other attorneys, and it's like, So corporate has shut me down on a lot of stuff. I've started shows up, and corporate has said, you know what, you didn't get enough views, don't do this again, and then I have to stop. I've done a couple of live shows, and I'm speaking metaphorically as corporate as being a part of my own facetious mind. But I've done a couple of shows, live shows, where it's like, okay, this is going to be a regular thing. And then corporate shut it down, said, no, this is not going to work. You don't get enough viewers. It's too logistically difficult to pull it off at this time because you don't have the correct technical facilities and all this shit. So now that I do have the technical savvy to pull off a multi-camera talk show with sound and openings and closings and credits and commercial breaks and all that, I don't have a staff. If I could teach AI to follow a script and work my keyboards and cameras and everything and start videos and stop videos and fade in and fade out, switch cameras and go to commercials and play these commercials, if I could teach my AI to do that, I'd be set. But I'm not going to get my daughter to volunteer to sit in here and put cameras on me in there. I don't have anybody locally who wants to play. I'm fun when I play. I got a lot of toys, and I love to share, and I love to watch other people play with my toys, right? So I'm not one of those stingy guys with his toys. It's like I used to play video games with my friends when I was younger, and especially when I was younger, and when I was older, I would play video games with my friends. And most of the time, I would be sitting there watching, and they would say, oh shit, you want to turn? And I would say, no, go ahead, man, I'm having fun watching you. And I would just sit and fucking hang out, right? And just sit and hang out and just sit and watch. And I love that. Because it's a communal experience, Getting a bunch of kids together in a big arcade to play video games together and do tournaments and cheer each other on, and, all the fun, the sounds of all of that shit going on, the noises, the sounds coming out of the games, the kids, the MTV, the smell of the popcorn, and the acoustics, I could just totally recreate my arcade experience and nail it right out of the fucking gate, right? There I go again. There I go. I'm starting to get that whole voice thing again, because it's Friday, and I've had long days of talking. Man, this guy's a fucking chatterbox. Yes, sirree, Babarooney. Man, this guy is long-winded. I thought my grandpa talked. This guy won't shut the fuck up. Totally. Shirt tags from some new shirts. Giving away shirts every week to kids that have been there all week, right? Every day they show up, they fill out a thing and drop it in a, right? They buy a meal, you give them a ticket, they fill it out, they drop it in a thing. So every week, on Friday, at the end of the day, you pull out a thing. Hey, Skippy won a shirt. Where's Skippy? He's not here? All right, here, somebody call Skippy. Somebody call Skippy and tell him to pick up his shirt. We'll save it for him. Next time he comes in, we'll give it. All right, here's Skippy's shirt. Goes up in a box. There's Skippy. Hey, Skippy, you won a shirt last week. Totally. I love Skippy. He's my favorite friend. Him is Skippy and Stinky. Totally, man. Let's do that pipe thing again. All right. WW, if you want to be my personal assistant, you can help me raise funds. There you go. You can find me a sugar daddy. Totally. There's only a few things that I wouldn't do to come up with like $100,000 to start an arcade. There's only a few things I wouldn't do. But man, I literally would almost give anything to be able to start something like that. That would be just tremendous. Just even to see the beginnings, or the first half dozen kids that decide to start an after-school club, right? The gamers, the jousters, the dig dugs, right? Oh man. And then the next week they show up and I've made them shirts for their club with my screen printer. But the neat thing would be to be able to add on a room where the kids could sit on couches and chairs and bean bags and little game tables that face each other, and it's got like a big sconce that looks like almost like a above a fireplace, and it's, instead of fireplace, it's got game consoles. Instead of a portrait, it's got a big giant fucking screen, right? And you can schedule in time to play on your, oh man, tournaments, and kids just hanging out on a couch playing together back and forth on old Nintendos and stuff. Try to keep it retro, try to keep it vintage, try to keep it past oriented, like for sure. Putting old movies and shit on the TVs when there's no music videos playing, or having a 80s music playing and have Bill and Ted playing up here, or whatever. The holidays could be themed. Imagine what it would be like in the summer for the kids once they've spent 2 semesters showing up every day or almost every day after school hanging out, and then it's summertime and they get to spend all of their time there, right? Dude, I used to love that part about the year. You get to summertime and you're just, and back when we were kids, your time was your own. Your parents didn't want to have any fucking thing to do with you. Most kids, their parents were like, I'll see you tonight, dinner's at 7, right? And you're gone, man. You'd get up, have some breakfast, grab some snacks, get on your bike and book it. Skateboard. Just gone. Just start walking. Hey, what's up, man? Let's go. And to have a place for kids to really spend a lot of time at, Advertise it just for kids during the week. Especially in the summertime. Cheap food, a cheap place to stay all day during the summer while your parents are working, right? Almost like a daycare, right? You have to be a certain age. If you're this age, you have to be accompanied by somebody at least this age, right? That kind of shit. Or you have to be proven by you and your parents that you're old enough up here to hang out and be cool, right? Because at 6 and 7 years old, I was cool enough to hang out with the adults. So I get that people are different. Let's just vet them kids and get them in here. Yeah, maybe. That would be a busy time of the year, summer. You'd have to hire on a lot of kids to help. Seniors and juniors and kids that are just a little older than high school, but not too much older. You want to keep it all about the same. Keep it kids, keep it young. and then have in a couple of older security people that are actual security people, but we want younger. We don't want older security guards. We want a couple of younger in their 20s, right? Security guards in their 20s, so they can talk to the kids, right? They're closer in age. Yeah, that'd be awesome. And I gotta build a kite. I gotta get some yellow notepads, a binder. I need a binder. Binder. So that I could start putting together a dream book and start working on this arcade. And then I'll just start filling it full of notes and ideas and charts and diagrams and stuff. How many square feet I think I need with games being this big and footpath and all that shit. Game costs, rental versus purchasing, building square footage, leasing, food production or food preparation costs, that kind of shit. And just kind of go over and over. I'm not a business guy. I wasn't a business major, but I just work logically. I just keep thinking of what else could there be. Just keep, that's all there is to it. Just keep, what else could pop up? What else? Taxes and tickets and prices and money and this and that. And just keep writing it down. Here's a whole chapter devoted to this. And then get with somebody who knows business and have them take that and go, okay, here's what you need. Okay, let me work on that. And then get to the point to where you can actually raise the funds. And then not just crowdsource it, but throw a party, right? Spend a little money and throw a party where you bring in a lot of people, right? And you ask them for a donation, but what you really want from them is for them to get out and help bring in donations. Look, if you can only give me $20 as a donation or nothing at all, that's fine. But if you can get me $20 donations, that's worth more than that. So do that, right? Spread the word. That rich uncle you got, hit him up. Let's do that. That guy that that just loves to give money away. That philanthropist guy. Whatever it takes, And say, look, here's the time frame. Here's the end goal. We've got things in motion, so we need the money to roll in at a certain speed, right? So it doesn't all have to come in at once, but you can do micro bursts of donations. Like, okay, we need to start off with X amount of dollars to get this ball rolling. Once that is up and rolling, we need to start this ball rolling so that we can start the second phase and get this going. Okay, look, we've got the building is leased. Now the next phase is to get the building done and ready to go. The next phase is to get the machines coming in. A couple of phases of machines coming in, video games, and then pinballs, and then alternative games, and then pool tables, air hockey, that kind of shit. And raise money for each phase. Or at least have the money that you have to raise for the entire thing, have it broken up into... So like, okay, once we get to this money, we can cash out and do that. Once we get to this, we can cash out and do that, I don't know how it works. I don't know how. That's going to have to be research. Research. Legalities, taxes, permits, the works. I had really a lot of fun doing that when I started my vending business. Once, I think it was kind of anticlimactic, because once I had the business up and running and was doing that every weekend, it was like, this is boring. I want to go to something else. Literally. So I started my handyman stuff. But, and then I stuck with that until I got injured, and then I had no choice. I'd probably be still doing that today. And I probably wouldn't be doing this. I'd probably still be doing my handyman stuff. Because that was fun. Different jobs all the time, doing different stuff, meeting different people. It was great. I had a huge clientele that was just going crazy. So all these other things that I've done and gone places, moved into a town, and then just gotten into a great position and created this whole thing, and then just, time to move. You know, I could do that. But I think because I've invested so much in this area, and we have finally set down roots, and we have networked with so many people, and we know the whole valley, I think this is the place that I would probably be best. Not move somewhere else and then try that, but actually do it here, where it's the longest place I've ever lived, except for my teen years in my hometown back then. So this is probably a good chance, because both myself and my daughter and my wife are networked into the community. Me, not so much. But I do have, I am known in the community because I have gone out and done stuff. So people know of the crazy old weird bearded guy. And they know that when they see me around, I get people that point at me and go, you know, I get, when we were at that Halloween Misfits, Shitsfits thing the other night, I turned around and there was one of the guys in town, and it's like, hey man, and he, you know, and he made me feel really good that he looked at me as one of those guys in town, you know, and I think we could pull it off. If I could figure out the financial end of it, I think I could pull it off. I probably wouldn't involve my wife so much in most of it until it was at the actually point of departure, right? It's like, okay, the building is leased. Then she would be all over it. You did what? What's going on? Hey, yeah, I'm there. Up until then, she would be kind of like, let's see what he does. And deservedly so, she would be skeptical. So I've had a lot of hits and misses, right? I would involve my daughter early on because I would need her youth and knowledge and willingness to help me work out all of these little things, right? She would be able to get on a computer or phone right away and go right to the heart of a question to figure out exactly what we need to do, right? Here's the best place to get what you need for that, right? And I know she's good at that because she does that all the time with her own life and her own concerts and music and her likes and dislikes. So I want to build me a kite and fly it. A kite that you've never even dreamed of. The arcade with a couple of kites flying, right? Go fly a kite. And then the windows done with, blacked out. Windows blacked out. Big giant front windows on the place, but blacked out with these bitchin' murals done on them from the inside, right? And then, of course, the sign that says murals done by so-and-so. And there's the advertising. I bet that mural person would make bank off of advertising like that. Right there on the front, right there on the street. Windows right, the big giant murals right on the front window, on the sides of the building, murals. You know, it's your canvas. It has to be 1980s, but it's your canvas. Do whatever you want. I'll pay for materials. And in return, you get free advertising. This building is your advertising, right? Bing! Like that big, tall girl. What was her name? Oh, man, her name just came into my head and went away. Evangeline. These big, giant, in Hollywood, there used to be these big, giant murals of Evangeline, that big blonde bombshell with the dark glasses on. So those pictures that used to have in the houses of the girl with the lips and the glasses and the hair, that used to look like a Cars album cover, right? That kind of art everywhere. Art of anything 80s, just going crazy in there. Movies and TV and music and just, faces and guitars and just, yeah. Looks like one big tattoo on the inside of the place, just going around, all one mural that runs together. A highway, a road, music, whatever. Yeah. Same thing on the outside. Just this huge mural that wraps around the building and just says arcade with just its images. For sure. I'm just having too much fun, right? Like I said, I feel like this is the point in my life where I've got the best life. I'm dirt poor. I got barely no money coming. I can't afford to buy the things I need for my channel. My car is broken. It's been broken for months, and I can't seem to get it fixed. I've spent thousands of dollars on trying to get it fixed, and I just can't seem to get it there, right? And so now it sits there with the battery's dead. I can't do anything with it, I want to start some kind of business, vending stuff, down on the corner, vintage stuff, but I can't do that without a vehicle, and I can't really get my wife and daughter on board yet, and it's like, I just kind of keep petering out, and stubbing my toe and chasing my tail, but I feel like I'm at the best point of my entire life, like anything is possible. And right now, especially the last few days, I just keep thinking, God, there's something I need to. Of course, I'm probably missed an appointment somewhere, right? There's something I need to be doing. There's something I need to be going on right now. Something has to be created, right? And I just can't fucking figure it out. And then I keep coming back to this arcade. Maybe it's one and the same. Maybe it's the same feeling. Maybe it's the same thing giving me the different feelings. I don't know. I don't know. What I probably need is a way to raise money. First and foremost, a way to raise money. If I had a screen printer and a button machine, I could just put shirts and buttons on my screen, shirts and buttons. And then they would just, okay, all you got to do is get in touch with me this way. Send me an email. Where's your email? Well, it ain't on the screen. It ain't there. This plus this equals this. There you go. I would just figure it out. Figure out a way to use this here to let people know that by the way, if you go over there, I'm raising money over there for this. To go over there. This is separate from that. But if you go over there and that thing over there, and I'm just letting you know that that's over there. And if I can do that and get away with it, I will. On Facebook, it's real easy to share a GoFundMe thing, right? And then it's just a matter of getting onto the different platforms that allow the GoFundMe thing to happen. Or at least being able to share somewhere with someone what you're doing so that they can donate somehow, right? That kind of thing. If my show was like huge and I had a whole bunch of people watching, 20 people would have already given me the answers to these questions, because there would be enough people that the percentage of people who have done something like this before or know something about this would be greater, right? But that's okay, because my favorite part of doing all this shit is figuring it out from the nuts and bolts on up, and then figuring out if it's even possible. It's probable, but is it possible? Could it actually work? And that'll come right down to the financial end of it. You know, what'll probably happen is the possibility of it happening and the financial end of it probably won't come into play until I can get my daughter involved. Because once she's involved, I will have the resources to look into all of that. Basically her mind, right? I'll put her in charge. I'll say, okay, look, let me get you for after you've been out of school for like a month, let me get you for a couple of months so you can help me do this and this and this, and we'll work out a thing and a schedule and what our end goal is and all this, and we'll work out a thing, and it'll be like, okay, let's do that. And then you can just say, after school, I interned for my father's business, right, for 2 or 3 months, and I did this and I helped him achieve this, right? So then she's not floundering, she's doing something, right? Maybe you could talk to Small Business Bureau, Chamber of Commerce. Yeah, I don't have the wherewithal financially to go after a loan. The only thing I could do would be grant-like stuff, where the money comes in and there's no payback. Because I don't have any credit. I have no established credit. I don't do credit. I don't have one of those jobs that I could use as a reference, right? I have people that I could use as references. I've got dozens of people in the area who will swear up and down that I am the most trustworthy, paybackable guy on the planet, right? The nicest, sweetest guy in the world. But, you know, I don't borrow money. I don't do stuff on credit. I don't work a job that I can say, look, this year I made this, and this year no, we don't do that, you know. I mean, when we do our taxes, we are so down in the low tax bracket, you know. We're talking public assistance tax bracket. So I can't go after stuff like that. I would literally have to have silent backers, i.e., donations, you know. I think about Crazy Horse statue, the carving and the stones in South Dakota, and I think, gosh, there's something that can only be done through public donations, and it's just taken so long to do. Mount Rushmore happened like that compared to Crazy Horse. So it would just have to be raised. The money would have to be raised. It would be, I would throw a monthly party, first of all. Once everything is figured out and we have goals in mind, I would throw a monthly party. I would get people together who were excited about an arcade. And we would throw a party, and those people would help me as fundraisers and word spreaders, right? People that would take flyers and give them to people, talk about stuff. Hey, did you hear about that arcade this guy's going to do? He needs your help. You know, it's going to have a whole after-school thing. You know, it's going to be the shit. It's going to be the bee's knees, man. You know, and then people would jump on board. Go funding crazy, man. I'm going to go funding crazy. I love that. Go funding crazy. Something. How do I, you know, I mean, literally paint on the back of my window. Donate now. You know, or those little fucking squares on your shirt. Donate now. Hashtag arcade. Right? Whatever. However it works. Find somebody who's done this before and say, hook me up. What are the ins and outs, and what can I do, and how can you help me do that? Help me set up my thing, right? What's the name of the arcade? That's it, the arcade. I can't think of any better name than the arcade, because no matter how big it gets, the arcade, where? The restaurant. The arcade, where? The bar. The arcade, where? Mini golf, right? I'm going to go to the arcade. All right, I'll see you there. Where are you going to be at? I want to be at the batting cages, right? No matter how you put it, the arcade is perfect, right? It's just the arcade. Going to arcade, man. Mom, go to the arcade. Pick me up after school. Pick me up when you get home. You get back into town, pick me up, I'll be at the arcade. That's it. Stinkies, I don't know. I feel the arcade. I could name it after my old arcade, Spaceland Arcade, right? I would probably be selling shirts that say Spaceland Arcade in there. But it would be the arcade. So that when it grows, it remains the arcade. And then the arcade part eventually becomes Spaceland Arcade. And then the shirts are like, dude, I got an original Spaceland Arcade shirt before it be turned into the Spaceland Arcade, right? There went my, I have to take my phone. There went my comments because we've gone over 5 hours again. So I have to close out my YouTube program, start it back up, go back to my channel, go back to my live feed, and go back to comments. And now I can see you again. There you are. Arcade bar here is called the Retrocade. See? But see, mine wouldn't be retro. It would be vintage. There's nothing about my arcade that would be retro. It would all... Retro implies that you're going backwards to fix something or do something in the past. We're going to be in the past. So it's vintage with vintage stuff in the past. When you step into the arcade, boom, you're in 1980-something. The smell of the electronics is one thing. The smell of the popcorn and the hot dogs, the sound of the MTV music videos playing, it's all going to say 1980s. It's going to say arcade. Eventually, it will, inside it'll say Spaceland Arcade, it'll say that, but outside it'll just be the arcade. Because that business will eventually, hopefully, grow into a giant facility, right? Like, Mulligan's or what do they call them? The Moose guy, right? Not that one, but there's a bunch of different places. The Castle out here in Southern California that are like that have the whole bunch of different facilities in one place. So it would be the arcade, but it would eventually have different portions of the arcade. Spaceland Arcade, arcade bar, the arcade bistro, right? Arcade mini golf, arcade batting cages, arcade go-karts, arcade amphitheater and concert hall, whatever. I'm dreaming big, baby. A friend of mine said, "Man, you got so much shit going on your channel. You're like Ted Turner, man. You're like this television mogul, man." And I just said, "Yeah, that's awesome." No, I made a mistake. It's called the Asheville Retrocade. Oh, well, kiss my Asheville. Totally, fucking totally, man. Totally, eh? Totally. Yeah. But it would have to be one of those things that's like, okay, look, this is what we're going to do. This is the group of people that I'm going to get together, and they're going to be the core to help kind of spread the word. And basically, it would be like a half a dozen to 12 different people, families that would that would be invited to a party under the guise of, helping me spread the word about something. And then I would have the poster boards with stuff and ideas, and look, this is my idea, and I would really like to get help, right? I've never wanted something so much in my entire life, and then get those people who know me as a nice guy that you can depend on for help, and get them to help spread the word. First of all, spread the word. Wear the shirts with the thing that says donate money now, right? Hey, dude. Hey. My friend that stands on the street corner with a sign, put him in one of those shirts, right? Donate now. Arcade, donate now. Whatever it takes, right? And then the next month, throw another party, and they invite people, and we just make it bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, so that as we get further and further down the line, there's more shit going on. The building, the prep, the games. And then it becomes its own driving force that helps to add on the different elements, right? The game room, the outdoor dining snack area that's enclosed so that kids are safe, or eventually when it gets turned into a beer garden, it's cool. Because on the weekends, we'll switch over to alcohol at night. Eventually. Live music, place outside. Room enough to grow, or at least room enough to get big enough to go further. What is it, Dubs? What is it, Dubs? We got some research going on here, it looks like. Here we go. Okay, I like that. That's cool. Pinball machines. Pinball wizard. I gotta have an A-team pinball machine. That's the website. Cool. Excellent. Saved. I've got to do a A-team Magnum PI. You know, there's got to be some cool pinball machines from the day, right? You even got to have a Happy Days one. Literally, you got to have the shit from. And if I had to do it, I would learn how to repair me. I would bring in machines and fix them up and get them ready and put them out there into use, right? And get into doing that. We need a warehouse to store machines so that when these break down, we can bring in a new machine and bring that one out, and I can take it and fix it, right? And have machines in the wings, right? So to speak. So to speak. Did he say so to speak? Yeah, I want a soda. That's double speak. Oh, we're approaching a 6-hour show here. 6 hours on camera. We're coming up. And I'm okay with that. I'm barefoot. I'm stoned. Well, not that stoned. You would think that after the amount of pot that I smoked, I would just, it's just not that. If I had to, I could shake it off. A little adrenaline and it's gone. You know, and that's what I always loved about marijuana, is that as I became a veteran marijuana smoker, it became easier and easier to get high as well as shake off the effects and say, I don't want to be high anymore, it's done. And other people are like, I can't do that, man, I can't do it. Can't do it. We got some arcade bars out here. There's a couple in Pomona that I know of for sure. I've been to one of them. And it's the same thing. You go in there, they got a bar, and they just got a bunch of arcade games, right? And I just went in there and sat down at one game and just played the fucking hell out of it, dude. Fucking played the hell out of it. My wife got video of me playing on it, getting high score and shit. It was great. I'm getting too excited. Pretty soon my daughter's going to start hearing about this more and more, right? I asked her, what do you think about an arcade? She's like, I don't know. But she's like that about a lot of stuff. The way I am. I'm a lot like, I don't know, maybe. So the more and more I bring it up and talk to her and then get her help, I think the more and more she'll come along and see that, you know what? He's a kook. But maybe he's got something here, you know, just maybe if I get one or two other person to help make it happen and a whole bunch of other people to kind of get people to help, right? Maybe it could happen. Because once you get people involved, it's not just those 12 people that you get involved. It's their family and their social medias platforms, right? And if they share it on their social media platform, just like their kids or grandmother, mother, and whatever, and then their friends on social media spread it out, it'll grow like wildfire. There's this crazy old guy. He wants to build this arcade in town to be run and operated by kids, for kids, by the kids. God bless America, right? Whatever. And that's basically it. The profit I want to make off of it is working there and making it happen, right? I'll draw in a salary for operating, maintenance, cleaning, that kind of stuff, and get the kids to run the place, right? Get my daughter to manage it, get the kids to run it. We each bring in a paycheck, right? But the building helps the community and the kids and the and just keeps growing and growing and growing. And then the arcade part of it always remains for the kids, right? There'll be a restaurant added, and that just helps to pay for more kid restaurant or kid arcade or more stuff for the kids, mini golf. I'd love to design a mini golf course. Flashback Friday. Looks like Joe liked my stuff, but he didn't click on the link, did you? You didn't click on the link, did you? If you did, you'd be here, and Joe would be saying, "Hi, good morning. I'm watching your show." Say hi, Joe. Say hi. Come on, Joe. Say hi. Come on, Joe. I know you're there. Say hi. I know you clicked on the link, and you're watching me right now. So say hi, so I know you're there. And then I'll feel really good knowing that Joe is watching and he knows what I'm talking about, an arcade and place to hang out, Because I would go on social media and I would tag everybody and share it with everybody. Here's my idea and here's what I need to do. And I need your help. And then I would need those people to be able to go, yeah, do it and share it. And that's it. That's all. And then it just snowballs, right? Get people who are in town. Who's Joe? He's Joe from back in the arcade days. When he got old enough, he was a motorcycle rider in town. He was just one of the guys that used to hang out and we'd party together, basically. He was just one of the guys. One of the guys, Joe. I don't want to use last names, but he's just one of the guys from back in the 80s. And I haven't seen him in decades, but I have him on Facebook. So I get to see what's going on with him in his life and stuff. And that's why I have Facebook, so that I can see my old friends and their grandkids and great-grandkids, see that they're still around and still doing shit, And so I share my kooky stuff with them. And every once in a while, somebody from back then will stop by and go, "You're a fucking kook. You're still crazy. You're crazy." Most of the time, the people from my past will usually probably come by here and not do anything. They'll just go, "He's still crazy. Oh my God, he's still a nut. He has not changed. He's not changed." Joe Blow from Kokomo. Yeah, Joe. Twisted was his nickname, Twisted. Just because he had this great smile and, slits for eyes, and get high, and he had this great smile. But he looked a little twisted. So we named him Twisted, Joe Twisted. He's not like that now. No, not by a long shot. Everybody, like I said, everybody that I knew back then have all become great-grandparents and have recovered decades ago from the things that they did when they were young. Most of them. Very few of the people that I know still get high. I was at I was at that reunion camping thing over the summer, and a half a dozen friends showed up from back then who still get high, and we hung out and got high together, and that's cool. Twisting in the wind. Yeah, try to twist in the wind, man. Pot goes everywhere. It's fucked, man. Tobacco goes everywhere. Yeah. Okay, so what I need to do this weekend is I need to write up a bunch more lyrics and chords and print those out. I need to get signs, put them on my fence, and make sure nobody ever comes in my backyard again. And then my wife and I are going to look into cameras. First, we're just going to get one camera to aim from our back door over the fence down to where you could see somebody's face coming into the fence. So we're going to do that. Something that's, up above the light, behind, up over here. So they can't really see it, but they can see them. And they can see them right when they come in the gate, right in their face, right? So we'll do that and get a camera set up. I'll do the signs this weekend for sure. Get a binder, get a notepad, start putting together a comprehensive list of things to do in order to do the research that I need for the arcade. I haven't done anything. I haven't looked at games. I haven't done anything because I'm like, I want to let it. If I jump in too early, I'm going to go, yeah, that's great, and I'm just going to kind of walk away from it. If I build up the suspense, if I talk myself into it more and more every day, it becomes more and more of a tangible reality, right? If I just jump into it and check it out, I kind of just flub around and then it's over. So I want this to work, so I'm dipping my toes in a little bit at a time. Found another bowling lanes inside of it. Yep, we have a bar with bowling lanes and an arcade out a town over, but it's right here in the Morongo Basin. It's only 8 minutes away up the road. But Joshua Tree is its own little tiny community. Space, desert, and then another little community. Space, desert, and a little community, right? And that's how it is out here. So we're in Joshua Tree, 8 minutes from Yucca Valley and Walmart and all of that stuff. But we're a town that doesn't have all of that. So what we need is an arcade. We've got coffee shops and vintage shops and bookstores and tattoo parlors and all of the cool, nifty stuff, and a lot of venues, a lot of places where you can go see live music. Lots of places that sell drinks, right? What we need is an arcade. There's not enough stuff here for kids or for people who don't want to go sit in a bar and drink. Maybe they just want to fucking go play video games like they was a kid again. Or a place to leave the kid so you can go to the bar. Is this place okay for leave the kid? Yeah, like a security guard right there, cameras. It's all closed in, The guard's going to ask the kid on his way out, where's your parents? Are you going out to get your parents? Are you leaving? All right, open the door. Where's your parents? Is that your mom? Is your kid? All right, have a good night. That's the kind of shit that I want. A community place, right? I'm just that kind of guy, I guess. I don't know. People probably listen to me and go, this guy's fucking hokey. He's weird, man. What do you want this hokey shit for? What is he, fucking Andy Griffith? I guess. My stomach says, eat Andy Griffith. Just eat him. Eat anything. Right? Uh-huh. Can you hear my stomach? It's crazy. It's crazy up in here. Can you hear the live music, people? Because it's been here forever. I cannot get it to stop. Totally. Yeah, I know that once I get into that research and start printing out stuff and getting names and numbers and facilities and all of this shit as research and where I can find what I need and eBay prices and all this, I'm going to be knee deep into it, right? And at that point, I'm going to need to go from having the dream and knowing the dream is possible to needing to get into the financial end of it, And I will probably spend a few weeks, months, in fact, coming up with a book of what it will take to do this, not to mention some big charts and diagrams and displays and, the works. Here's my floor plan. These are the video games that I want to get, right? Here's my printout of this, you know. What do you think? I'll invest money. Where's your go? I'll invest right now. You know, that's what I need. There's some money out here. There's some people out here. Not to mention that once it gets onto social media and the platforms, it's gone. It's out there. Then it can take on a life of its own. This crazy old guy and his weird idea, you know. Put my idea, this is the idea, and then put a picture of me with a bunch of kids standing in the middle of the desert, right? We got nothing to do out here. Help us have something to do. Psychology. My daughter's really going to help when I get into this. Just her thinking, her thought pattern, her ability to do research, you know, is really going to help. Her ability to find out answers. Remember the video game Afterburner? Oh, that sounds familiar. You put it on and you take off and I think I remember that. There were a couple like that. I think Star something, Star Fox, Starfire or something, where you're in a ship and you're moving around and it's like this, you know, over this way and then up and then under this and then, you know, speed up and slow down. Yeah, those were cool. Then the side view ones, you know, go down, pick something up, drop it off. Man. And I want an arcade with seats. I want an arcade with chairs, stools and stuff where people can hang out. Each one-person video game should have a couple of stools next to it, right? So you can be standing there and playing and friends can be sitting around you. If you're going to be there a while, sit down, you know. They climbed inside the game. And the whole thing was, oh, okay. That was one of the later ones. That was like in the 90s, right? Because into the 90s, they started to get into that fucking where you felt like you were in the game, the cars and shit. Oh, yeah. Disneyland. Maybe there was some in the 80s. It all kind of blurs together. Compiling a list of 1980s arcade video games. Researching where to find them now, right? Here's a guy that sells video games. He repairs them and sells them or rents them, yada, yada. Here's his list. Here's your master list. Here's your list of games that you want now, games that you want later, games that you're just dying to get. The dream games, right? The bucket list games, right? All that shit. I've been looking for that game. Playing movies like Over the Edge and Stand By Me and shit in there. In the snack bar area, so that when you're in there after school, I don't really want to play video games today. There's a movie on, you know. Well, I got to do homework. There's a place to do homework. Maybe it's just me, but when I was the kid, that's kind of the stuff that I wanted. I wanted a place where I could go after school, and no matter what I felt like doing, I could do it there and feel okay, feel safe, you know. And I think a lot of kids today feel that, but they're not allowed to say that, right? They have to be what social media or something tells them to be. A place where kids can just be kids. 1987. Oh, cool. Nice. So yeah, that would be one of those dream games that like eventually we'll have a room where you can go in and there's these fucking crazy ass fucking games. It's like, oh, these are the regular arcade games, pinballs and shit, pool and what. But then you go in there, it's like, oh my god, it looks like a fucking a spaceship hangar with all these fucking weird things moving up around and shit. At the training center in there. Yeah. I just keep thinking about how cool it would be as a kid to be able to go to a place like that, no matter what your fucking age, no matter what time period it is, no matter what you got going on in your life, or how cool this is to do this or go home and play on that. But then you go there and it's like, yeah, this is the place to be. You know, I can do my stuff here. I can do the stuff that I do at home here, but with more people and friends, and have more options to do stuff, right? I don't know, as a kid, I think that would be cool. Why sit at home and do the shit and text and talk on your little camera and microphone when you could actually do it for real life with actual people, and do big giant screen tournaments where kids are getting into hanging out and doing shit together, you know? If you can't afford a go-kart track at first, put a bike track out back, a BMX track. Do the RC, maybe build an RC track, an indoor RC track, and then just have a whole thing of, like, bowling shoes and bowling balls. You just have a whole bunch of carts. Yeah, give me that little RC cart there, and I'm going to race this around. All right, we're going to do a race. Why not? Combat fight simulation. Ooh, see, there you go. Yeah, like on Westworld. Those two boxers are duking it out. Yeah, like Rock'em Sock'em Robots. Oh, would that be great to have a game room where you go in and it's just got shelves of board games, card games, old electronic games, sorry, and chess and card poker and whatnot. Just any kind of stupid little battery operated game, you know. Kids are over here playing Monopoly or sorry or what fucking ever, you know. Just make it about hanging out. The first and foremost thing would be that arcade, and then a room that has just all kinds of unlimited seating, one central area where you could have a big screen and game consoles going on, where you could cast your games to there and play. Many options, places all around inside that big room that you could sit and do games and board games, whatever. The dreamer, the unwoken fool. High on Alderaan. Shut up. I'm high on something. Goldenrod. A place to share my love of the past. A museum, a shrine to the past, right? Everything that is good and all awesome about the past. Yeah. Keep it real. Keep it safe. Keep it fun. Keep that money coming in. Quarter machine that you could use your phone, credit card. I just Venmo'd. Bunch of fucking tokens drop out. Have it both ways. You can either use tokens for a game, and then it's either, you know, token quarter or token per game, whatever. But options, you can do quarters either, so that if you don't want to, you're not quite sure you want to spend all your money here. I got $10, but I got to spend $5 on that. Put it in the quarter machine, get the quarters out, and spend $5 in the game and $5 at the snack bar. Go to the snack bar, give me $5 in quarters, give me a hot dog. Whatever. I think the great thing would be to just have it set up so that every day of the week, for a certain amount of time, in school or out of school, there's a place for the kids to hang out for really, really cheap. Really. There are school food programs out here in the summer to feed kids because they're not in school, and when they're at home, there's not enough to eat. I see it lined up all the time at the high school, feeding kids. All the schools out here have school food programs where they make food, prep food, package food, and you line up in your car and pull up, and they give you the food. How many kids you got? And they give you the food. Stomach. I should go there now. So to have another program like that here, where it's really, really cheap, low cost, prove to me that your parents are on, what do you call it? Social assistance, public assistance. The price is fucking the price comes down to nothing, right? I could do that, right? If you're the owner of a company and you can decide who to give shit to, you give it to the kids first. You make sure that no matter what, the kids have a place to come. Got no money? Empty that can. I'll give you a pass for the week. You just come in every day. You come in, you empty that can. Before you leave, you empty that can. Here's your wristband. I can do that. You're hungry? Tell Monica to give you a snack. Who's Monica? She's the girl working in the back today. She's working in the back today so that she can earn her pass for the week. Right? You come in, you work one day. You get the next 4 days to play. What's your schedule? I'm working today, but I'm off the next 3 days. I was off Monday. Tournament? Yeah, tournament. I got a whole world playing out in my head that's completely different from the world around me. And that sometimes it's puzzling. How come other people don't think like this? How come other people aren't doing this now? How come we don't already have an arcade? How come the kids already aren't hanging out at a place 24/7 going, this is the best place in the world, right? Am I that out of touch? Am I that out of step? Out of sync? Kitchen sink. I don't know. I'm out of patience with my stomach. I need to eat something. Where's 11 o'clock here? What do you want to do? You want to hang out some more? What's going on out there, world? You want to hang out? What's going on? I could probably take a break for a minute and go grab a couple of munchies and sit here and eat. That would work. I like dreaming, man. When one dream really gets a hold of me, I gotta take it as far as I can ride that fucking dream. So far, I've ridden this dream, this YouTube dream. I've been what's my earliest video? Let me go do a little research here and find out my earliest video on the channel. Real quick, turn off my sound just in case. Go to my video. Okay, I'm on YouTube. Here is my YouTube channel. Let me go to videos. Let me go to latest. Let me go to oldest. And let me check the date on that video. 3 years ago. Oh, okay, I pushed on. Good thing I turned my sound off. Subscribers, it only says 3 years. Okay, here it is. October 18th, 2022 was my very first teaser trailer for Elsinore Brothers Studio. October 2022. It is now November 2025. So about 3 years. That's great. There we go. Okay. So this dream has been alive for 3 years. And it only took me, while I started thinking about the channel, it only took me a week to just decide when was my first live video. That's what I should have looked at. When was my first live video too, because that's different from my first video. I think my first video came in October and my first live was that December. So that means I would have been on here almost 3 years. Get out of here. Get out of here. All right, let me go back to my channel. I don't know why I closed it out. Okay, now let me go to live. And let me organize this by oldest. and go to my oldest live video 1 year ago, and let me click on that video and then click on my date, and I bet it'll say almost 2 years ago, right? December 12, 2023. So almost 2 years ago. So I've been live for almost 2 years. And in almost 2 years, I've done 4 seasons of live. Okay. And that was a dream. And this dream's been alive for almost 2 years now. All right, I'm going to close it out again. I'm not coming back. Oh, man, I just got to go back. Yeah. So I guess it depends on the severity of the dream. How much does it inflict itself into my bloodstream, right? How much can I just not shake it off? And then once again, ultimately, I can plan and plan and scheme and plan and scheme and build and design and create. But ultimately, when it comes to the financial end of it, if that looks remotely unattainable, I'll usually just kind of set it aside and not worry about it, because I know that right around the corner there'll be another dream, right? It's a bummer when I try so hard for a dream and then it doesn't really look financially feasible. But I'm just not one to worry so much about money. Like, it's, you know, when it's going to be that much kind of a money deal, then yeah, forget it. You know, it's like I don't need to be about that. I don't need my life to be about money for that, right? There are some periods of my life where I had to be about money in order to accomplish certain things. I'm at the point in my life now to where I'm not going to go worry about money so much to do something so crazy, right? Not if I physically had to go out and acquire the money myself, work for it, earn it. There's no way I could do that. So usually I just say, it's okay. I don't need to do it. It's okay. But the idea of getting help to create something like this and get it off the ground, if I were to come up with a completely plausible idea and plan, then why not? Why would I not try to get people involved? Look, I'm crowdsourcing for this, and I'm throwing a party to get everybody over here to help me spread the word. I don't want donations. I just want people to spread the word. If you donate, great. If you want to get behind it, great. If not, help me spread the word, period. Tell people that you're behind this, and you're donating your time to help this happen, right? If that's all you do, that would be enough, I think. You know? One person tells 10 people. Those 10 people tell 10 more people. If something like that could happen, even only one branch or 2 branches of that going out a few generations would work, right? Yeah. Hey, you want a beer run, dude? All right, man. Take it easy. I am going to log off for the day. It's after 9. I'm going to get going. I'm going to eat some lunch and play around here and start putting together myself so I can go out. I got to do a couple of things and get a couple of things myself. My wife's going to be home anytime, and I will either go out with her or just go out and do my store run. But I got to get that. I got to start heading in that direction as well. So have a good day. Have a great weekend. I'll see you. Shoot me a message anytime. I will talk to you on Monday for sure. And now don't do too much research. Don't take all the fun away from me. But I am going to look into this more and start putting together a design book for all of this. So peace. Take care of yourself. And the show is over. The show is done. Spread peace and love. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Don't spread bullshit. Be nice to each other. Do something for yourself, but do something for somebody else too. Do something that makes you feel good, but do something that makes somebody else feel good. Just say hi. How's it going? Hey, you're nice. Hey, I like you. I like your hat. Yeah, especially stay weird. If you ain't weird, ain't nobody going to be weird for you. You got to put in the effort. You got to put in the work. You got to put in the time. You got to go big, baby. Go big. All right. Take it easy, people. I will get back to you on Monday morning. Stop by. Check in. See what's going on. Something always going on. Love your brother. Take care. No bullshit. Stay weird. We're going to do something. I got to get something going because there's something in me is saying, you got to do something. Do something. So I'm doing it. I don't know what. I don't know how. I don't know why, but I'm doing it. All right, you people, take care of each other. Love you all. I will see you Monday. And adios.